Benjamin of Simeon and the Levites, aka the southern kingdom. Now, you guys have heard me say before that the southern kingdom was Judah, Benjamin, and Levi with a little bit of Simeon sprinkled. All right, so now this right here is the one primeval language. This is published. This is the original book from the collection of Oxford. Is published 1854, so it's published after the text I'm reading. And now I've read this before, but I'm going to read a couple of things from here because it's going to give us context to the rest of what's about to come up. Well, in general, it's going to give us some context for those that don't believe that this Judah has anything to do with Israel. To begin with, the country of the Khazar Tartars, to which the Israelites with certainty are known to have migrated. We saw this from Eldad the Danite as well in 880 AD. He also says that the tribe of Manasseh and Simeon are living among the Khazars in the Caucasus Mountains. It says, so they say they know. Now, this is interesting. They are known to have migrated there. This whole theory of the lost tribes, people knew exactly where the lost tribes were. This is about the 10 lost tribes, by the way. And as I mentioned before, the 10 lost tribes are Israel, and then you have Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, who are the southern kingdom. We're going to come back to that. Judah, Benjamin, and Levi are the southern kingdom, the kingdom of Judah. This is mostly for the new people. So they knew they migrated there. It says, and from whence it has been clearly shown they must have passed into Afghanistan and India. You have black Jews in Afghanistan and India. It is expressly stated by Ibn Hukul himself, an eyewitness of the fact that there were two distinct branches or caste of the Khazars, the one white and the other black. So we have the black and white Khazars. Go watch my video about the black Khazars. I have a couple videos up. Now here, in a region colonized by Israelite tribes, is the very same phenomenon which is found at the present day in the black Jews and white Jews of Malabar. I covered this in the last video about how they did not mix. The white ones and the black ones didn't mix, but people are saying, well, Jews are all colored. They're all related. Well, why won't they mix with each other if they're all related and they're all colors? Why don't the black Jews mix with the white Jews? Well, let's keep reading. It says, Mr. Elphinstone's work supplies a fresh example of the same character and contrast in a case still more nearly in point, that of one of the tribes of Afghanistan, the Nasrs. In their persons, they are small, black, and ugly. We find the Nasrs enjoying the same liberty with most of the other Afghans, that the Nasrs are Afghans and therefore, like the black Jews, claim to be B'nai Israel or sons of Israel, may safely be rested on their own strenuous assertions. The contrast in countenance and color is the only difficulty, a difficulty certainly not to be set in the balance against the national tradition of any tribe of Afghan race, although Mr. Elphinstone himself has not escaped its influence upon his judgment, observing though they speak Pashto and strenuously maintain their descent from Afghans, their features and appearance certainly indicate a race distinct from that nation. But whatever changes time and climate conjoined may produce in national physiognomy, there is another cause of change far more powerful than both, which in the present question has been strangely overlooked. I mean intermarriages with other races. Now we know from the book of Nehemiah, y'all read the book of Nehemiah if you haven't, that such foreign alliances were not unusual among the Jews after captivity. And as Manasseh had become a Tartar horde, seated, as we have seen in the country of the Khazars, that's the Caucasus Mountains, it may justly be inferred that they indulged in a similar latitude, intermarrying with their female slaves. Now, this is going to be important right here. Or contracting marriages with the black Khazars mentioned by Ibn Hukul. Why were they contracting marriages with the black Khazars and not the white ones? The subject at large and the point in hand receive curious light from a single expression in the Cochin manuscript. It's talking about Cochin, India, Dr. Claudius Buchanan. Whence it would appear both that the tribe of Manasseh had become tawny or black, and that this tribe had settled in Malabar. This is India. So they're saying the black tribe of Manasseh settled in Malabar and were the true ancestors of the black Jews. He's saying that those black Jews in Malabar are descended from the tribe of Manasseh, the black tribe of Manasseh. I'm going to tie all of this together in a minute as to what it has to do with Judah and slavery. The expression in question is the tanned or sun black Manasseh. It is introduced in connection with those most ancient Jewish records, pay attention, which are said to date from the time of Nebuchadnezzar and which were spoken of as belonging to the sun black tribe of Manasseh. In this one allusion, we have the parentage of the black Jews. Is it not possible that the black Nasers of Elphinstone may be the same stock and that the name Nasser itself may be the corruption only of their patronymic Manasseh? So he's saying Nasser may have come from Manasseh. Without attaching undue weight to this conjecture, I venture to throw it out in the hope that the attention of eyewitnesses may be called to the decree of international resemblance between the roving Nasers of Afghanistan and the black Jews of Malabar. All right, so now we're going to get a good piece of interesting history here. In the course of my first examination of the contents of the Coach and Roll, I was taken altogether by surprise by its sudden and unexpected transition from the story of the migrations and settlement of the children of the captivity in the East to that of the contemporaneous migrations and settlement of their brethren in Europe. Whose brethren? The black Cochin Jews, or the black Malabar Jews, the black tribe of Manasseh, the black Nasers of Afghanistan. He's talking about their brothers in Europe. Now, remember, all this is starting with Spain and Portugal on the other end with Judah, because Spain and Portugal, which is Europe, had deported Jews down into West Africa. It says, where are we at? Captivity. It says, however familiar to others, it was to me a new and strange thought that the conquest of Nebuchadnezzar thus embraced opposite quarters of the globe. Do me a favor and press 1 if you were ever told that Nebuchadnezzar's conquest stretched from India all the way to Iberia. India to Iberia. Iberia is Spain and Portugal. Give me a 1 if you've heard that. Give me a 2 if you've never heard that before. All right. So however familiar to others it was to me a new and strange thought that the conquest of Nebuchadnezzar thus embraced opposite quarters of the globe. The Coach in Jewish history, however, affirmed this as a fact. And I turn to the lights of European research. Shout out to European research. Y'all know I be over here with the white bottles of medicine. I be using all this European research because they wrote it all down. This is the equivalent of somebody snitching on themselves in modern day by recording all their criminal activity. How they did it back then, they had books and pens and paper. So they wrote down all their criminal activity. Now people just film it. So here we go. This part right here is good. This last page and a half I'm about to read. Just pay close attention. Let's see. Let me read this last. It says, the Coach in Jewish history, however, affirmed this as a fact, and I turn to the lights of European research to confirm or confute it, or refute, as we would say today. I was not long in discovering the proper sources of information. The brilliant historical episode of Kurt Gebelin in the 8th volume of his ponderous etymological work entitled Monde Primitif at once opened and exhausted the subject. By a most happy concurrence and combination of evidences, it is there made to appear that Nebuchadnezzar, while his army lay before Tyre, a siege surpassing in duration even that of Troy, if you guys know about the Trojan War, for it is said to have lasted for 13 years, sent forth expeditions by sea and land to sweep the Phoenician colonies along the coast of Africa. So Nebuchadnezzar sent his armies all the way to the coast of Africa to get rid of the Phoenicians. Interesting stuff here. And to conquer and crush their remotest settlements in Spain. So it's likely the North African, let me see, I have it on this map right here. Likely Nebuchadnezzar sent them up this way to the North African coast where you're going to see Morocco. Let me pull up a world map. All right, so here we go. This is Spain and Portugal, the Iberian Peninsula. For those that don't know, this is going to be the North Africa area, and then you're going to have Sao Tome and Principe roughly in here, and then you're going to have Black Jews all scattered in here. Now, the Nebuchadnezzar thing is super important because Nebuchadnezzar is going to have his seat of power here, but it appears his his reign stretched over to this way. I believe this is India, if I'm not mistaken. The map is a little weirdly shaped on this one. But anyway, Nebuchadnezzar's whole conquest went all the way to here and along the coast of Africa. I'm not sure how much of this coast of Africa, but we're going to keep reading and see what it says. All right, and to conquer and crush the remotest settlements in Spain. The historical fact is attested by the obvious policy of such a measure. It was the part of every conqueror to weaken a commercial power at the extremities while he struck himself at the heart. The transaction, noticed incidentally by Strabo and discussed critically by Court Gebelin, is related simply and historically to the Cochin manuscript. Check out Dr. Claudius Buchanan if you're not familiar with that. According to this record, listen to this, Nebuchadnezzar, from before Tyre, sent a fleet and army along the Phoenician settlements in Africa to Spain under the command of one of his generals, an Ionian prince named Pharuz or Pyrrhus. With this expedition, he embarked with their own consent, not as captives, but as immigrants, a large body of Jews and Israelites of the tribes of Judah, Benjamin, of Simeon, and the Levites, aka the Southern Kingdom. Now, you guys have heard me say before that the Southern Kingdom was Judah, Benjamin, and Levi with a little bit of Simeon sprinkled in. There were little bits of other tribes sprinkled in, not just Simeon, but there were little bits of other tribes. I'm not talking about in mass. I'm talking about families here and there, maybe 4, 5, 6 families of this tribe or that tribe or whatever. They were sprinkled into the Southern Kingdom because everything in history is not cut and dry. It wasn't just, all right, we're Benjamin, Judah, Levi. We're going over here. You other guys go over there. It was, no, we have connections to these people and we are more associated with these people. So we're going to stay over here. We're going to go with them. Or we believe what they're doing is right. They're following God. So we're going to go this way. And other people say we're going to go this way. So you have Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. Remember, this is published by written by Charles Forster, published 1854. And one more time, I'm going to read this. According to this record, Nebuchadnezzar, from before Tyre, sent a fleet and army along the Phoenician settlements in Africa to Spain under the command of one of his generals, an Ionian prince named Pharos or Pyrrhus. With this expedition, he embarked with their own consent. This was not slavery, not as captives, but as immigrants, a large body of Jews and Israelites. That could mean the Southern and Northern Kingdom. Technically, Israelites, Simeon would fall under Israelites. Benjamin, Levi, and Judah would be the Jews, if we're getting technical with it, which I'm not sure if the author is. Of the tribes of Judah, Benjamin, Simeon, and Levites, for the purpose of settling them in the south of Spain, obviously with maritime and commercial views. Now, this statement so far is Jewish history only and is to be treated with the reserve at attack. Let me say it again. And to be treated with the reserve attaching by general consent of the learned to everything considered rabbinical. So now the Jews are in possession, in Cochin, of a history that says Nebuchadnezzar did not put these people into slavery, but they immigrated voluntarily to Spain. It was the tribes of Judah, Benjamin, Levi, and Simeon. This is important because once again, we come over to Hannah Adams. Hannah Adams published or purchased in 1840, this book purchased in 1840. I got to confirm the publication date. The History of the Jews from the Destruction of Jerusalem to the Present Time. She covers the Spanish Inquisition. And I'm going to start right here. And I'm going to correct something that I've been saying. Shout out to the person that pointed something out for me to look at from a different perspective. So now I'm gonna read this down to this paragraph right here. So I'm gonna read this one page. And many of you have heard it before, but I'm gonna give you a little bit of different context. You heard we just read. Nebuchadnezzar sent the tribes of Judah, Benjamin, Levi, and some of Simeon into Spain. It says, even as late as the close of the 18th century, the 1700s, coming into the 1800s, any person believed to be a Jew, whether he had previously appeared as a Catholic or not, would still be seized in Spain if discovered by the Inquisition. So now we know why there are Jews in Spain. We also know they got kicked out of France in the late 1300s. So the Jews are in Spain, and some of them are in Portugal, but more of them are going to flee to Portugal during the Inquisition. The following is an extract from a decree of the Spanish government promulgated against Jews July 22nd, 1800. So now, to give you some context, this is the same year that we're going to see this decree in the 1800s is the same year that Gabriel Prosser, who led an Israelite rebellion in America, was executed. Gabriel Prosser led the United States' largest rebellion that fell apart. Over 3,000 people involved, if I'm not mistaken. And it was a rebellion based on the idea that black people were Israelites and God was going to free them from their captivity in America. This is the same year that this is occurring, where the Spanish government is issuing this decree for Jews. His Majesty ordered his minister to deliver no passports to Jews intending to enter Spain, whatever might be the motive of their journey, and whether they be desirous or not of making any stay in the kingdom. He enjoined the governors of the frontiers to prevent their entrance into the Spanish territories and to expel all who may be discovered in it. For a long time, the laws of this monarchy have forbidden all the Jews to attempt transit or an establishment in the dominions of His Majesty. A late transgression calls for a rigorous reinforcement of these laws. Now, here's what Hannah Adams says. Now, this is an excerpt I just read. Now, here's what Hannah Adams says. The Spanish and Portuguese Jews claim their descent from the tribe of Judah and found these pretensions on a supposition which prevails among them that many of their ancestors removed or were sent into Spain at the time of the Babylonian captivity, aka Nebuchadnezzar. Now, it gets into the fact that the black and white Jews won't marry, which I covered before, so I'm not going to get into that. So now, Hannah Adams is reporting on what's going on in Europe. All right, so here's a map. Hannah Adams is reporting on what's going on in Europe, specifically the Iberian Peninsula. This big half is Spain, this small sliver is Portugal. So Hannah Adams is talking about what's happening here. And in the source we just read, talking about Coach in India, they're talking about what's happening here. And I was right about this being India off here to the side because it's kind of distorted because it's using a globe. So, and I'm not getting into the flat earth. Please save me the flat earth discussion. Whether you believe it's a globe, whether you believe it's flat, that's not the point. So India over here is saying the same thing. The coaching role is saying that Nebuchadnezzar put these Jews there voluntarily. One more time, tribe of Judah, Benjamin, Simeon, and Levites. And then you come over here to Hannah Adams, and she says that they are from the tribe of Judah. But if you go down into the notes right here, it says it appears that the Jews have no accurate deduction of their descent or genealogy. They suppose that they are in general of the tribes of Judah and Benjamin, with some among them of the tribe of Levi. The only one that Hannah Adams doesn't mention is Simeon. So we're agreed historically that Nebuchadnezzar did put Jews in Spain. They were the tribes of Judah, Benjamin, Levi, and probably some of Simeon. And like I said, it probably wasn't many of Simeon, which is why Simeon is likely not mentioned here. These are the same Jews of Spain and Portugal that this source over here says are the brothers of the black Jews of Malabar, who they link to the black tribe of Manasseh and the Nasrs, the black Nasrs of Afghanistan. So they're all black. We're all in agreement that these people are black. Go back and watch parts 1 through 3 of the Jews in West Africa before slavery. Part 3 specifically talks about the skin color, that these were black Jews or Negro Portuguese or tawny or black Portuguese. It tells us this in multiple sources. So now Hannah Adams confirms, or the other source confirms what Hannah Adams is saying. We have Judah, we have Levi, we have Benjamin, we have some of Simeon that makes up the southern kingdom, or AKA the kingdom of Judah, which is marked the slave coast. Oxford is published 1854, so it's published after the text I'm reading. And now, I've read this before, but I'm going to read a couple of things from here because it's going to give us context to the rest of what's about to come up. Well, in general, it's going to give us some context for those that don't believe that this Judah has anything to do with Israel. To begin with, the country of the Khazar Tartars, to which the Israelites with certainty are known to have migrated. We saw this from Eldad the Danite as well in 880 AD. He also says that the tribe of Manasseh and Simeon are living among the Khazars in the Caucasus Mountains. It says, so they say they know. Now, this is interesting. They are known to have migrated there. This whole theory of the lost tribes, people knew exactly where the lost tribes were. This is about the 10 lost tribes, by the way. And as I mentioned before, the 10 lost tribes are Israel, and then you have Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, who are the southern kingdom. We're going to come back to that. Judah, Benjamin, and Levi are the southern kingdom, the kingdom of Judah. This is mostly for the new people. So they knew they migrated there. It says, and from whence it has been clearly shown they must have passed into Afghanistan and India. You have black Jews in Afghanistan and India. It is expressly stated by Ibn Hukal himself, an eyewitness of the fact that there were two distinct branches or caste of the Khazars, the one white and the other black. So we have the black and white Khazars. Go watch my video about the black Khazars. I have a couple videos up. Now here, in a region colonized by Israelite tribes, is the very same phenomenon which is found at the present day in the black Jews and white Jews of Malabar. I covered this in the last video about how they did not mix. The white ones and the black ones didn't mix, but people are saying, well, Jews are all color. They're all related. Well, why won't they mix with each other if they're all related and they're all colors? Why don't the black Jews mix with the white Jews? Well, let's keep reading.
I'm playing it over because I had to go back. What did you say? Let me go back and see what Covey said. Who heard this before?
It says Mr. Elphinstone's work supplies a fresh example of the same character and contrast in a case still more nearly in point, that of one of the tribes of Afghanistan, the Nasrs. In their persons, they are small, black, and ugly. We find the Nasrs enjoying the same liberty with most of the other Afghans, that the Nasrs are Afghans and therefore, like the black Jews, claim to be B'nai Israel or sons of Israel, may safely be rested on their own strenuous assertions. The contrast in countenance and color is the only difficulty, a difficulty certainly not to be set in the balance against the national tradition of any tribe of Afghan.
The footnote says they have no proof of their genealogy. Footnotes matter. You in the house? Please.
And race, although Mr. Elphinstone himself has not escaped its influence upon his judgment, observing though they speak Pashto and strenuously maintain their descent from Afghans, their features and appearance certainly indicate a race distinct from that nation. But whatever changes time and climate conjoined may produce in national physiognomy, there is another cause of change far more powerful than both, which in the present question has been strangely overlooked. I mean intermarriages with other races. Now we know from the book of Nehemiah, y'all read the book of Nehemiah if you haven't, that such foreign alliances were not unusual among the Jews after captivity. And as Manasseh had become a Tartar horde, seated, as we have seen in the country of the Khazars, that's the Caucasus Mountains, it may justly be inferred that they indulged in a similar latitude, intermarrying with their female slaves. Now, this is going to be important right here.
Jump on Covey.
Or contracting marriages with the black Khazars mentioned by Ibn Hukel. Why were they contracting marriages with the black Khazars and not the white ones? The subject at large and the point in hand receive curious light from a single expression in the Cochin manuscript. It's talking about Cochin, India, Dr. Claudius Buchanan. Whence it would appear both that the tribe of Manasseh had become tawny or black, and that this tribe had settled in Malabar. This is India. So they're saying the black tribe of Manasseh settled in Malabar and were the true ancestors of the black Jews. He's saying that those black Jews in Malabar are descended from the tribe of Manasseh, the black tribe of Manasseh. I'm going to tie all of this together in a minute as to what it has to do with Judah and slavery. The expression in question is the tanned or sun-black Manasseh. It is introduced in connection with those most ancient Jewish records, pay attention, which are said to date from the time of Nebuchadnezzar and which were spoken of as belonging to the sun-black tribe of Manasseh. In this one allusion, we have the parentage of the black Jews. Is it not possible that the black Nassers of Elphinstone may be the same stock and that the name Nasser itself may be the corruption only of their patronymic Manasseh? So he's saying Nasser may have come from Manasseh. Without attaching undue weight to this conjecture, I venture to throw it out in the hope that the attention of eyewitnesses may be called to the decree of international resemblance between the roving Nassers of Afghanistan and the black Jews of Malabar. All right, so now we're going to get a good piece of interesting history here. In the course of my first examination of the contents of the Cochin Roll, I was taken altogether by surprise by its sudden and unexpected transition from the story of the migrations and settlement of the children of the captivity in the East to that of the contemporaneous migrations and settlement of their brethren in Europe. Whose brethren? The black Cochin Jews, or the black Malabar Jews, the black tribe of Manasseh, the black Nassers of Afghanistan. He's talking about their brothers in Europe. Now, remember, all this is starting with Spain and Portugal on the other end with Judah, because Spain and Portugal, which is Europe, had deported Jews down into West Africa. It says, where are we at? Captivity. It says, however familiar to others, it was to me a new and strange thought that the conquest of Nebuchadnezzar thus embraced opposite quarters of the globe. Do me a favor and press 1 if you were ever told that Nebuchadnezzar's conquest stretched from India all the way to Iberia. India to Iberia. Iberia is Spain and Portugal. Give me a 1 if you've heard that. Give me a 2 if you've never heard that before. All right. So however familiar to others it was to me a new and strange thought that the conquest of Nebuchadnezzar thus embraced opposite quarters of the globe. The Cochin Jewish history, however, affirmed this as a fact. And I turned to the lights of European research. Shout out to European research. Y'all know I be over here with the white bottles of medicine. I be using all this European research because they wrote it all down. This is the equivalent of somebody snitching on themselves in modern day by recording all their criminal activity. How they did it back then, they had books and pens and paper. So they wrote down all their criminal activity. Now people just film it. So here we go. This part right here is good. This last page and a half I'm about to read. Just pay close attention. Let's see. Let me read this last. It says, the Cochin Jewish history, however, affirmed this as a fact, and I turned to the lights of European research to confirm or confute it, or refute, as we would say today. I was not long in discovering the proper sources of information. The brilliant historical episode of Kurt Gebelin in the 8th volume of his ponderous etymological work entitled Monde Primitif at once opened and exhausted the subject. By a most happy concurrence and combination of evidences, it is there made to appear that Nebuchadnezzar, while his army lay before Tyre, a siege surpassing in duration even that of Troy, if you guys know about the Trojan War, for it is said to have lasted for 13 years, sent forth expeditions by sea and land to sweep the Phoenician colonies along the coast of Africa. So Nebuchadnezzar sent his armies all the way to the coast of Africa to get rid of the Phoenicians. Interesting stuff here. And to conquer and crush their remotest settlements in Spain. So it's likely the North African, let me see if I have it on this map right here. Likely Nebuchadnezzar sent them up this way to the North African coast where you're going to see Morocco. Let me pull up a world map. All right, so here we go. This is Spain and Portugal, the Iberian Peninsula. For those that don't know, this is going to be the North Africa area. And then you're going to have Sao Tome and Principe roughly in here. And then you're going to have black Jews all scattered in here. Now, the Nebuchadnezzar thing is super important because Nebuchadnezzar is going to have his seat of power here. But it appears his range stretched over to this way. I believe this is India, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the map is a little weirdly shaped on this one. But anyway, Nebuchadnezzar's whole conquest went all the way to here and along the coast of Africa. I'm not sure how much of this coast of Africa, but we're going to keep reading and see what it says. All right, and to conquer and crush the remotest settlements in Spain. The historical fact is attested by the obvious policy of such a measure. It was the part of every conqueror to weaken a commercial power at the extremities while he struck himself at the heart. The transaction, noticed incidentally by Strabo and discussed critically by Court Gebelin, is related simply and historically to the Cochin manuscript. Check out Dr. Claudius Buchanan if you're not familiar with that. According to this record, listen to this, Nebuchadnezzar, from before Tyre, sent a fleet and army along the Phoenician settlements in Africa to Spain under the command of one of his generals, an Ionian prince named Pharaoh or Pyrrhus. With this expedition, he embarked with their own consent, not as captives, but as immigrants, a large body of Jews and Israelites of the tribes of Judah, Benjamin, of Simeon, and the Levites, aka the southern kingdom. Now, you guys have heard me say before that the southern kingdom was Judah, Benjamin, and Levi with a little bit of Simeon sprinkled in. There were little bits of other tribes sprinkled in, not just Simeon, but there were little bits of other tribes. I'm not talking about in mass. I'm talking about families here and there, maybe 4, 5, 6 families of this tribe or that tribe or whatever. They were sprinkled into the southern kingdom because everything in history is not cut and dry. It wasn't just, all right, we're Benjamin, Judah, Levi. We're going over here. You other guys go over there. It was, no, we have connections to these people and we are more associated with these people. So we're going to stay over here. We're going to go with them. Or we believe what they're doing is right. They're following God. So we're going to go this way. And other people say we're going to go this way. So you have Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. Remember, this is published by written by Charles Forster, published 1854. And one more time, I'm going to read this. According to this record, Nebuchadnezzar, from before Tyre, sent a fleet and army along the Phoenician settlements in Africa to Spain under the command of one of his generals, an Ionian prince named Pharos or Pyrrhus. With this expedition, he embarked with their own consent. This was not slavery, not as captives, but as immigrants, a large body of Jews and Israelites. That could mean the southern and northern kingdom. Technically, Israelites, Simeon would fall under Israelites. Benjamin, Levi, and Judah would be the Jews, if we're getting technical with it, which I'm not sure if the author is. Of the tribes of Judah, Benjamin, Simeon, and Levites, for the purpose of settling them in the south of Spain, obviously with maritime and commercial views. Now, this statement so far is Jewish history only and is to be treated with the reserve at attack. Let me say it again. And to be treated with the reserve attaching by general consent of the learned to everything considered rabbinical. So now the Jews are in possession, in coaching of a history that says Nebuchadnezzar did not put these people into slavery, but they immigrated voluntarily to Spain. It was the tribes of Judah, Benjamin, Levi, and Simeon. This is important because once again, we come over to Hannah Adams. Hannah Adams published or purchased in 1840, this book purchased in 1840. I got to confirm the publication date. The History of the Jews from the Destruction of Jerusalem to the Present Time. She covers the Spanish Inquisition. And I'm going to start right here. And I'm going to correct something that I've been saying. Shout out to the person that pointed something out for me to look at from a different perspective. So now I'm gonna read this down to this paragraph right here. So I'm gonna read this one page, and many of you have heard it before, but I'm gonna give you a little bit of different context. You heard we just read. Nebuchadnezzar sent the tribes of Judah, Benjamin, Levi, and some of Simeon into Spain. It says, even as late as the close of the 18th century, the 1700s, coming into the 1800s, any person believed to be a Jew, whether he had previously appeared as a Catholic or not, would still be seized in Spain if discovered by the Inquisition. So now we know why there are Jews in Spain. We also know they got kicked out of France in the late 1300s. So the Jews are in Spain, and some of them are in Portugal, but more of them are going to flee to Portugal during the Inquisition. The following is an extract from a decree of the Spanish government promulgated against Jews July 22nd, 1800. So now, to give you some context, this is the same year that we're going to see this.
Go ahead, Leo. I got something else lined up. I got some, I'm getting some stuff together over here, so I'm going to keep myself muted, but go ahead.
Can I share my screen real quick?
Yes, you in the house. Okay, good.
Yeah, I only got like 10 minutes. Sorry, I only got like 10 minutes. But I just want to show this. So so let me share my screen. So I'm gonna make sure J-Jax, everybody's in here. This is the same source Dante read from, right? Let me go to the first page. This is the same source, right? The primeval language traced experimentally through ancient inscriptions. This is the same source you're reading from, right? Just making sure. I'm gonna check the chat. It's the same source, right?
Is it the same source, y'all? We don't want no apologetic switcheroo. Is it the same source?
Yeah.
Type 1. Make it big. We got to be slow.
Yes, sir. Because I just saw something.
Hey, boy, I feel some type of way. Y'all different. Boy, the power.
I just saw something I thought was interesting because I looked at the page numbers that Dante was reading from, and it seemed like he just did like the usual like quick type in Black Jews and then see what a source says.
Mm-hmm.
But is this the right source? Cause I'm gonna scroll all the way down somewhere. And like I said, y'all can see right here.
I want to make Kobe. Is it the same source? No, the Israelites. I want the Israelite. Is it the same source? J. Jack. Who else is in Israel in here?
Because we got picture doctrine in here too.
These folks got a way of. Let me just leave it alone. These folks different. Folk
yeah. So they saying that yes, it is.
They off death row from DNA. DNA doing so much in the earth, and these folks ain't brand new now. All of a sudden, we got to go to prophecy. Leave DNA alone. I'm gonna talk about black people, but go ahead, brother.
Okay, so he was in the 300s reading about the Black Jews, Nebuchadnezzar. So like I said, I'm just reading through, scrolling, and then I get to the section about the lost tribes. So I'm scrolling down. Now I want y'all to read this with me and make sure I'm not reading it wrong. So I didn't get all the way down. I'm still reading through the same thing. I didn't get down to 333, the numbers he was at. So right now we're in the chapter now where it said of the lost tribes. So I'm scrolling through, just scrolling, going through the sources. I actually go with 2 pages so I can see more. Still scrolling. You see more talking about certain things. It talks about the Afghans call themselves what? B'nai Israel. I'm like, hold on, the Afghans. I'm like, hold on. So they say that Nebuchadnezzar, after overthrowing the temple of Jerusalem, transplanted them to the town of Gor near Bamani, and they are called Afghans. From their chief Afghanian, who was the son of the uncle Aluf. Like, I'm like, okay, Afghans. Who was he talking about? They say that they lived as Jews till Khalid called the title of whatever it is. I'm not sure. He said Muhammadin. Speaking on specifics here, but if we scroll a little bit further down, we get some images. And like I said, mind you, this says Afghan here. So I'm like, okay, Afghan. So so Afghans, I'm thinking Afghanistan just typically. You see right here, hold on, right here. It said the Afghans look like Jews. They say they are descendants from the Jews. So who are the Afghans? I'm just trying to understand something.
Make that
I'm really trying to make it bigger. Okay, I can't make it too much bigger.
Let me go back. He's under the impression the Afghans are who? He's reading it like the Afghans are who?
Yeah.
Let me go back and try to read some. You're breaking up a little bit.
Oh, that's me. Oh, that's me. I just muted. My son wanted to come over. I was talking to him.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to read what are the Afghans. Like I'm trying to figure out who these are because it's the same source I'm reading. I'm just a little cut by 100 pages up above. So like I'm like, okay, the Afghans say they look like Jews. So when I think Afghanistan, I'm thinking modern right now. Modern. When I hear Afghans, what do y'all think? Afghanistan, right? Osama and them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why is it saying the Afghans look like Jews here? They say they are descendants from the Jews. I'm okay. This is this right here. They said they're talking about the Afghans entertain strong prejudice against the Jewish nation. Oh, I'm like, okay, hold on. What does that mean? That's interesting. So I keep scrolling, and you still see more about the Afghans. It talks about certain different migrations. So then we jump down to about 270s. You start getting to some pictures, and I'm like, okay, so we get into pictures. It's talking about Afghans still all throughout all of this. Like, remember, Dante was down in the 300s. So it's like, all right, I'm literally just going through this. You talk about the Mountains of Solomon, but it's still talking about this Afghani people. Now, are we saying these are Negroes, mind you, like black folks from West Africa? Are we saying that? I'm not sure.
Read the screen. See that? What I want y'all to do, don't talk about the white Jew right now. I want y'all to engage what's being said. Don't jump to the white Jew and who else is treated like us and Rodney King. Let's deal with can y'all do that? Because I noticed that some of y'all can't do that. Y'all jump to everything else. Your pastor got a Benz. The church ain't teach us who. I want to deal with the information. Are y'all capable of doing that? Or do y'all, I'm talking to Israel that believe, or do y'all got a spirit of interference? I just hung up from my man. My man, I ain't gonna lie, people feel some type of way, and he got the cursing and carrying on and all of this stuff. Can't jump on without saying the Trinity name. We're just dealing with the information. The brother said, deal with the information. We're dealing with the information, and all of a sudden it's man interference.
You see what they're saying now? Oh, the Afghans were darker. I'm not talking about the complexion. Y'all said there wasn't no Osama looking ones. Those not the people. Yeah, they're literally mentioning a group that we know today as Afghanistan, that you would say. But it's like they're saying these people have descendancy to Israel. So I'm trying to figure out, why do y'all keep saying, oh, they darker, but are they West African? Are they Negroid? Like why?
Everything dark is black. That's the problem. So all black folk that's being treated bad around the world, they all Israel, according to the curses. We're going to read. It's disingenuous to say I think about modern Afghans when reading ancient texts. Okay, somebody's engaging. Here we go. Matt Ricks, you just believe. You just believe. Go ahead, Leo.
Yeah, so like I'm still scrolling. I'm going to get to it real quick. I want to make sure I'm going through it, because people saying like don't read through everything, and I'm not trying to do what other people say Dante's doing. And also there's some issues in this source too. You can see some of this, like the some of the images are not the best. But this is where I want to get to. Who does this look like to you? This is a black and white picture. Remember, mind you, the hue of this may be altered to a degree, because look how this image is looking. It's all blotted a little bit, so it may be a little darker. Not trying to throw shots at anything, just saying, just be mindful. Who does this look like to you?
Listen to this. Listen to this. The Afghans before the invasion, before the light-skinned Muhammad people, I guess, was of a darker hue. You can't have a modern mindset when reading ancient texts. So who are the Afghans anyway? If they were darker, y'all just proving darker. If they were darker, who were they? They were Jews. They were Israel. Truth bombs. I'm asking you that. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, and that's what Big Nate is saying. Like, they're saying the same source Dante is using. These Afghans said they look like Jews. So, like, what does that mean when we say they look like Jews? What does that mean? We'll look like every nation. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So, like, how are we coming about this information? How are we talking about it? And that's the point, though, is I'm trying to showcase the mention. It's the same source, though, Elder Yara. I'm just saying when we look at these in these pictures now, because these do look similar. I'm not saying I'm applying modern understanding. Now, what does this look like to you in the ancient context? Like y'all saying, let's go back 400, 500, 600 years. What does this look like to you? This is mind you, this is a redrawing. They're giving you an understanding of drawings, images of what they think these people look like.
So it's
like
were black Jews. The original Afghans were Israelites.
So now you're saying that it looked like Egyptians now. Hold on.
We're not talking about who look alike. There's a lot of people that look alike. Chinese and Koreans look alike. There's a lot of people that look alike. I'm not playing this game.
Hold on. You see what Matt Rick said? So Afghani is a person born or living in Afghanistan. That's I would say modern definition. So if they're saying these Afghans look like Jews, then are you gonna say the current people that are in Afghanistan, would they have descendancy or connection to these people? Like, I'm trying to understand this. Like, y'all saying these people migrated. We talking about the Portuguese groups. You talking about Nebuchadnezzar, and like that's later down in the 300s. But this is up at 275. These people look more like the more Arabic looking, or not even Arabic, like more Middle Eastern, or like Bin Laden and them. This is what they look like. And I'm sorry to say, like, are y'all saying these are black Jews? Like the image on the screen, is that a black Jew? Because I can scroll down to what.
Come up here, Elder, and explain some of this. At least you're willing to engage and not cuss folk out and everything. You're willing to engage. Come up here.
Could you see what it say right here? An Afghani of Da Manu, or a man of what? The Bani Israeli. Now they're going to talk about what
depiction.
Oh my goodness gracious. So what are we going to do? Like, okay. You're saying it's a modern depiction. So what depiction do you have in your mind?
Hold on, you just have golfing. You don't come on here. That golfing, they done with you. You weren't cussing yesterday, but they sick of you. Hold on, golfing. I want the elder to go before you. I mute you for a reason, not to button the folk. You made Bruce and them. You and Dunamis made Bruce cuss. Go ahead, elder.
Peace and blessings to you, Beran, and everybody else on the panel. I want to say this to the brother that's reading, and this is the problem when we reading those sources. That's not an ancient depiction of a Afghani or a person of Afghanistan descent. What is he holding on his shoulder? Can anyone on the panel?
You tell me. You tell me.
It looks like
what is it? I don't know.
Yeah, what is that he's holding? It looks like an old ancient Near East, not a musket, but a
sickle or something?
A rifle. No,
gun.
That they
stuffed when were those created?
Into. Yeah,
when were those created?
Gunpowder into, right?
When were those created? When were those created?
Around he would have that probably around 1400, around 1400, 1600, maybe 1800s. Right.
Okay.
Those particular guns. So if you're talking about ancient Israelites in the time of Nebuchadnezzar, that depiction would be about 800 years too late.
No. So that's what I'm saying. We're not even in that section. We're not even in that section though. The section you're talking about. But listen, your section talking about is 100 pages further down.
Yeah, even if you go 100 pages further down, they're trying to make the assumption. What you're reading, what you just read, that is a depiction of an ancient Afghanistan, of an ancient Afghani.
No, not ancient, not ancient. This is from the 14 to 1500s. It's talking about the Benai. They're speaking specifically of that time period.
Okay, even of that time period, that doesn't make them the original people of that land. Because when you go down further to what Dante is reading, he's reading about people that claim to be descendant before that time or even that particular depiction. And that musket, that's what I'm calling. I know they have a different name up for it, but that musket like rifle dates that drawing. It dates it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Hold on a minute. What's the name of the work, and what year is the work from that he's reading? Is it from around the time that this musket was around? Well, somebody just asked, what's the name of the source? Let's get the source.
Yeah, go back to it. It's that primal, that primal. I can't remember the name of it exactly, but
what's
I've
the name of
read.
the source, Leo? What's the year? Pull that up.
I've read certain excerpts from it.
It's one primal. Look, I'm going back to the very first page, and like I said, what I'm trying to show is that this is just pages earlier. I'm not talking about the ancient people, because that actually is discussed a couple pages down, in which these Afghani people speak to who they connect to. Because do you know what tribes they're speaking to specifically that they say they're descended of? Because it speaks to it in the source as well.
Yeah, but why I'm using the term ancient, because it's right there on the on the title page there, right? It says one primeval language, and then it talks about ancient inscriptions. So it's a little bit disconcerting if you try to just say, hey, well, let's look at this picture of what an Afghan looks like here, and then try to compare that in contrast to what Dante was reading, where there's 100 pages before, 100 pages after.
But that's not what I was doing, though. That's not what I was doing.
No, hold on, Leo. Let Elder. So how should we go about verifying it? How should we go about it? Smitty said they're not going to address that, Elder. Why are we playing the video? Smitty, come on here. What we're not going to address? What we don't address on this channel, unless you brand new. What we not going to address? What we running from? Why would I put it up here after all the cussing and carrying on yesterday? Why would I put it up here if I don't want to address this issue over and over again? They don't want to address this. They don't want to address that. I don't think y'all want to address that DNA. But 4, 5 years straight, whatever the Israelites want, they get. We're going to, whatever they say, we're going to put it up here.
Yeah.
And y'all got the nerve to get on here and say we ain't going to address something? Let me block this brother right here. No disrespect, but I got to get you up out of here. I don't play with y'all. I don't even believe in this thing. But if y'all say this is God, and the thing, that's what hurt me with Bruce cursing and all that. He know bishops and them is listening. It's folk that's listening to this channel that ain't going to go to Dante. You hear me? I'm telling y'all, I know what I'm doing. And y'all in here acting like y'all ain't got no sense. What should we do, Elder? I want to know. I don't even want Garfield to talk yet. I want one primal language, whatever that, how you pronounce it. I want to pull that up in Google and find out what year that was. And then we'll find out what year the picture. The other elder said, why would they have that picture in the book if they're not talking about that time? Go ahead, Elder. How should we handle that? What is Leo doing wrong?
Yeah, I don't think Leo's doing anything wrong. I think his question is legitimate. What I'm saying is that when we start to look at descriptions, oftentimes we see, the Arab looking, or the mixed guy of the Jewish, the Hebrew or the Israelite guy we see in West. We said, well, look at him. He doesn't look like he's black. He looks like he's mixed. Well, I tell people all the time that we can't determine an Israelite simply by looking at phenotype. It's impossible to do so. So you have to go with how these people are being identified. The problem is, historically, that they don't often identify themselves a particular kind of way. And that's one of the biggest issues that we have in determining who these people are. They don't identify themselves. There's very little work that says we are the Black Jews that do this and do that, do this and do that. And so it's very difficult. We always have other people who are describing these people. And so I put in the back chat a link to Dr. I should say, Dana Marnici Reynolds. I think a lot of people dismiss her work simply because she clearly shows the diaspora of Black Israelites or Black Jews within these lands since the time of the Assyrian captivity. Absolutely. And that's one of the pictures that she uses that shows the descendants of the Black Jews in Afghanistan, who claim to their history to go back to the time of Nebuchadnezzar and beyond, since the time that they were displaced. So I think that when we began to look at certain things, it's just like saying, there are blacks in America, right? Well, you have blacks in America who are mixed with Chinese, who are mixed with Russian, who are mixed with Irish, and they determine whether or not, or mixed with Caucasians, and some of them determine whether or not which race they want to identify with in modern times, right? We just had The Rock come out the other day and says, "Hey, I'm not black." But who's going to look at him today in a modern description of term of blacks and say he's not a black person, right? We did the same thing with Tiger Woods when he says, "I'm not black." But then they classify him when he wins the PGA Tour, and they tell him, "Yeah, we're going to have fried chicken and watermelon." So white folks clearly still look at him as black, regardless of how he identifies himself. And we're seeing the same issue today. It has not changed, and it will not change, no matter how much research we pull out. That's the point that I'm making. So the quote unquote lookership that we often fall into, it doesn't work for either side of the argument, because you cannot determine an Israelite based on phenotype. It's just impossible to do so.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm with that.
You want to go there? You want to say something before I get started?
Yeah, so this is a good example. So you can't determine an Israelite based off like lookership and just looking at the phenotype. I'm fine with that. But people in the chat are saying these folks look like Negroes, or the black Afghani looks like a Negro. So like, how are we trying to make these correct? Like, because I'm looking at these pictures here. Are you saying these are Negroes or look like Negroes in the picture here? El Diara?
Today, some of them will be determined to be Negroes.
Based on what?
Well, that race thing is
today, absolutely.
Elder. Nobody else click the link. I want us to work this thing out right here. We got to take this thing real slow.
So those are Negroes right here.
Go ahead, make it bigger. Leo, brother, please.
I'm trying to make it bigger. Also, they're not. I also want to go. I can't make it.
These people look like Elder. These people look like Negroes to you.
They look like
somebody in the text. Type of one that these look like black folk to y'all.
They do look like some modern Negroes today. Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
Who else? Y'all agree?
They do. He said, "Wow!" Right now, we have there's an NBA player, right?
I don't need NBA player. I live in Detroit. I live in Metro Detroit. Okay. Dearborn is one of the largest populations, if not the largest population of what? First, Indian people.
Yeah, Indian
as
people.
Well as. But listen.
Nobody else click on. I'm not bringing nobody else in.
I live in a part of the country that has a very large Middle Eastern population in Dearborn as well as Hamtramck.
Yes,
so we have one of the largest population in the.
I'm very familiar.
We have one of the large pop. Yeah, they're very so in the whole entire United States. So I've seen many that look very like that I would not say are Negro. Just because we see them a lot every day, just going to, like I said, I don't want to stereotype, but certain businesses that they are at or run, they look very similar to this.
Yeah, they look similar to that. And are you going to?
They don't look Negro though.
Well, listen. This is what I'm saying. What is your definition of Negro?
Perfect example. Negro would be, Anthony Edwards in NBA. That's a Negro.
And so he would be an Negro, but what is his name? Blake Griffin wouldn't be a Negro.
Yeah, he'll be a Negro too, but he has a certain phenotype as well. This doesn't fit that phenotype.
But is he not a Negro?
Yes, he's a fair-skinned Negro. Yes.
Okay. Does he look like the gentleman in the NBA you just named, the previous gentleman?
I mean, I would say based off of like skin complexion, no.
But
I would say in classification they are.
Exactly. So they both can be determined as a Negro. So does Blake Griffin identify as a Negro?
Yes.
He does. Does he look like the people in that picture?
No.
He looks more fairer than they do, correct?
Yeah, but they don't look
So
Negro
based
either.
on
Because like
hold on, but based on what
based
you
on
just
phenotype
said,
of hair texture also plays a role as well.
yeah, look at Blake Griffin's hair texture. Would he not have the same or similar hair texture as those gentlemen in that picture?
I can't assume because Blake Griffin does have a beard.
You live in Detroit. You seen Blake Griffin.
I've seen him, yeah, but he doesn't have. I
So
mean, I'll
you
say
know he
compared to
doesn't.
this
You
picture,
know he does not have the kinky hair that most people who identify as people of African descent would normally have, based on his phenotype. But he still classifies as a Negro. Why? Because he has what? A black father.
I got you.
That's
I'm
all I'm
saying
saying.
specifically, I
We
get you,
can't
but I'm
do it
saying
in any way. That's why I say
but
across. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
but I'm saying like when I look at these images, the first thing that comes to mind is someone I've like a Middle Easterner or those in I'll say Asia Minor. Like it's not speaking specifically to like I don't see West African when I see these images.
I understand. Would they be more comparable to an Ethiopian?
I would say that would be an easier connection. Yes, I would say it would make more comparable because their phenotype is slightly different from at least what I've seen.
So would they be considered black?
If we're talking specifically, like I said, we just look at black.
Yeah, would you call them?
I mean,
black?
that's now we're using two different. I'm using a modern term. I'm saying Negro. Now,
okay.
Negro, I would say
considered Negro.
It's very now like comparing these two. I would say the Ethiopian. I'll say is relatively hard. Because, like I said, if we're going to use like more West African features, more broader noses and things like that, I would say it'll be kind of harder to make that comparison based off comparing it to West Africans. Because a lot of people are saying like Nipsey Hussle, but Nipsey
exactly.
But Nipsey Hussle's phenotype does not match with a lot of West African features just on the surface. Just looking at him, he does not match the normal classification like an Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, but
he does not fit that same classification.
Yeah, but Nipsey Hussle looks more like an Arab
because based off his region. That's what I'm saying. Now we're talking about regional phenotype,
saying.
but that's the point though.
Ethnicity, right?
But that's the point though. These people are in a certain part of the region, so their complexion may be of a certain caliber, of a certain like visibility, like you can see. But in terms of who they are not considered Negro.
But how will we know that? Do we know who their fathers were?
But I'm glad you said that. Even within understanding who their fathers are, what are we looking at? It's like saying we can't because we're changing the argument. But no, so we're changing the argument now from the picture to now fathership.
Could we be like looking to father? No. I'm just saying, even if their father could be considered Negro or their mothers, because I'm not one that
we don't know.
You just right. I'm just saying on both sides.
Don't know that.
If their mother is a Negro or their father could be a Negro with any type of admixture, could they still be classified as Negro?
Could be classified, yeah, based off what we're looking at. Mind you, it's based off what, like I said, we're looking at a picture.
Yes.
You're adding in context. You're adding in context.
Agree.
That of course will change it based on, let's say, looking at the picture and assuming what we're looking at a picture and who we see today. Like I said, that's what we're doing. We're living in a modern age and we see people that are from different ethnicities.
Right.
I'm saying we're looking at this picture. I don't see West African. I see more.
Yeah. So what I don't. So the only way to really determine is to find out their lineage. Correct. And
I'm fine with that. And that's kind of what I guess.
But where is this?
And by the time we get down to what Dante was reading,
in light of what Dante
it gives us that lineage.
In light, all right. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to play Dante. So Elder, you agree with what Dante said? There's no problem with what he's saying, right?
No, I don't disagree with what Dante is saying as far as the lineage and the possibility of those people of Jews and Israelites being in those areas of Angad, because I follow Dana Marnichi's work as well. But what we can't say absolutely that these people are, simply because we know some of those people, Israelites and Jews, were in those lands. we can't make definitive statements like that. That's my only pushback against
Okay.
Dante.
All right. Hold on, brother Leo.
Can I-
Do me a
can I-
favor.
can-
Go back.
can I
Hold on,
play
don't
this
say
real
nothing,
quick?
Leo. Don't say nothing, please, brother Leo.
All
Go
right.
back and
All right.
cue up what Dante was saying and play that again and tell us why you have a problem with it. Go ahead, Garfield. I'm gonna give you a couple of y'all relax for a minute. Let Garfield. Garfield, you got 5 minutes.
Well, I don't know why we arguing. Peace and love to everybody, by the way. And I didn't make Bruce curse. Bruce curse because whenever you're lying and you get caught in a lie, that's what happened. You know, you throw a stone in the pig's pen, the one that squeal get hit. And for him to drop the F-bomb on your channel, I said you'd expect that from me. I'm the one should be cussing.
And you boy folk. Bruce said he apologized.
Yeah, he apologized.
Come on here, publicly apologized, but everybody else, they're like, yo, we done with Bruce. He say the same stuff over and over again, and you know, Bruce, my friend, but boy, folk feel some type of way about that.
You know what I feel though, and it's silly that we have this color conversation, right? And I'm let me if I may, let me just.
If you put your screen up, you pull your screen for 5 minutes, and you're gonna get out of here. You're gonna sit down.
Yeah, I'm gonna share my screen just to play this race game for a second because it's a game. These guys don't hold to none of this race stuff, and then we using terms like Negro and Black. And these terms is we need to just be done away with all these terms.
And then my man Bruce got the nerve to come up in here telling Kobe, yo, you gotta be a convert. Because I'm like, boy,
I got him real good. I got him real good.
Israel thing. I ain't gonna lie, I feel some type of way.
Yeah, I got him real good. Yeah.
Pull your screen up, and then I'm gonna let.
I defended Kobe, although Kobe was acting a little funny yesterday. But I mean, I'll get back to Kobe another time.
Yeah, get him later on. Leo, you have time, or should I let?
Let me just share this. Let me just share this real quick.
Hold on, because Kobe.
Yeah, he can share it. He can share it. He
Okay,
can share it. He can share it. I got a couple more. I gotta get ready for Bible class. That's all. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm mute myself, y'all.
I wanna. Let's play this game for a little bit, right?
Now, nobody talking. You talking. You got the floor.
Right,
People, this ain't Clubhouse. Y'all had a Clubhouse spirit yesterday.
Yeah, look at this now. This is white Jewish men took black women to create mulatto. The mulattoes, as stated, were better suited to the air due to being mixed. If they were already black, they would have no issue acclimating to the climate, right? Barbo speak on the Jewish mulattoes in Sao Tome. The slaves came from the mainland Africa as well as Angola, so they would mix with the men and the women. The people from Angola who were Africans would come to Sao Tome and sleep with the people over there, you know, and mate and have children. Lancados were often Jews and are described as white. They are also called New Christians. So if you look up here, generally speaking, the Lancados were more likely to have been victims of social oppression in Portugal than vicious men. A significant portion of the Lancados were victims of another kind of oppression, anti-Semitism. Large numbers of whites in the Cape Verde Islands and on the coast were either gente de nacio or Christios Novos, which is New Christians. That is to say, either Jews or forcible apostates to Christianity. A report of 1544 refers to a multitude of New Christians being present in Cape Verde Islands. At the beginning of the 17th century, the traffic of Portuguese Jews to Cape Verde and the Upper Guinea coast seems to have increased, many of them arriving via Flanders. So again, and by the way, too, I don't agree with them using the term white to describe, but what happened is this is from the writer's perspective. So they are using terminology that's very confusing. Descendants of Jewish men and African women mulattoes, now more swarthy still on the Senegambian coast. After further mixing with black women, these mulattoes became a more swarthy race. Anyway, moving on. I noticed Dante and more Orthodox more actually inspired me to put this together today. Migrations and settlements of the Spanish Jews. If you look at this family, at this map, you see everywhere where they went when they left. If you notice, most of the people that left, the Jews that left, Sephardic Jews that left out of Spain, they actually ended up in North Africa. I've never heard Dante say, well, if you go to Tunisia or Algeria, you'll see our brothers and sisters. No, because he knows once he starts looking at those type of folks, those descendants from the Sephardic Jews, he's going to run into trouble with a color complex. He's going to see people who look like Kobe. So he's going to be upset. They aren't true Jews because of their skin complexion. So then you run into a problem. But The thing about Spanish Jews, you know, they were painted.
What's the problem with people that look like Covey? This is what's
That's the problem. That's the problem.
Yo, I am scared of this thing.
If you look at this, look at this now. If you look in Yugoslavia, right? This is where some of them ended up. They say scattered throughout the earth, right? So if they're scattered into Italy and France and Rome and Yugoslavia, how comes I don't see anyone talking about the Jews that live in these areas? Since you're saying you were scattered into Turkey, Istanbul, into Slovakia, near the Czech Republic, how comes I don't see you guys making videos about these Sephardic Jews that you're connected to going into these regions? Because guess what? They live there today, and they still run around, and they have the same image, and they don't look like. Now, this is from the 13th century, right? Look at this. This is the 1200s. This is an image depicting Jews playing chess. Now, we will all jump out the window and say, these can't be Jews because of their skin complexion. But these are Jews in Spain. Let's take a look at another picture. A Jew and a Muslim playing chess in the 13th century. Al-Andalus. Where's that at? In Madrid. 13th century. Can't be a Jew. His complexion don't fit it. It don't fit. Observing the Havdalah ritual in Spain, 14th century, in the 1300s. So these are part of the Sephardic family before they got exiled. They're documenting, painting their images of themselves. Look at this now. This is the Lisbon massacre, 1506, when they killed off a number of Jews, the new Christians. This is what they look like. It's not me. This is what they look like. Interior of the Portuguese synagogue. I heard that the Jews were taken to Amsterdam. How did they look? This is the synagogue. There's somebody in 1680 that made a painting of it back in the days. The execution of Mariana de Carabajal in Mexico City, daughter of Francisco Núñez de Carabajal in 1601. What did that person look like? Is she dark enough for you? Image of a cantor reading in the Passover, 14th century Barcelona, Haggadah. Now, are these your people? Based on skin tone. It can be your people, but once you see the skin tone, they can't be your people no more. This is how silly it gets. This is the 14th century Spain. Again, are these the descendants of supposedly Jacob, Isaac, and Abraham? Are David and Solomon? Are these the descendants of Israelites? Skin tone, does the skin tone match? I would like folks to show me the images, all these images of what they think a Jew should look like. Expelled from a city in Europe, Sarajevo, the Haggadah, 14th century Hebrew manuscript from Spain. So all these Jews are living in Spain. Very interesting. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. But I will say, I think we should stop using Negro and black and all these things and call these people who they are. Call them for what they are. Whatever they're claiming, find out which culture they claim they come from and say it is what it is. You're from Jamaica, I'm a Jamaican American, because these terms back in those days, black, white, I'm actually rereading Hybrid Hate right now as you speak. When I found out your show was on, I jumped on, but I was here reading over because I'm trying to get what they're not getting. That, a matter of fact, in one part in this book, Tudor Prophet said there's no Jews, there's no such thing as a black Jew in Europe. You know, he was talking about a certain. Then he talked about David Nahasi.
Wait, Tudor Prophet said what?
Yeah, I could read it. I could put it on the screen and let you see it. But the point is, if those folks are feeling, and as a matter of fact, let me read exactly what it says. But people got to realize, when you say the black Jews, he's pushing an argument that when they use black is more of a class thing or more of how they are in society, more than they actually how they look. So a Jew could be called black, especially when Hitler used the whole Negroid parasite thing, because he's trying to say they're mixed, they're like mongrels, they're mixed with black people. So you can't trust them, they're really black. And then what happened is the term black was used to denigrate people or say, hey, you're the lower class. So I'm going to start attaching the Jews towards the blacks. So I mean, it is what it is. Hold on, let me find a quote for you right now by Tudor Prophet.
Hey, Brian, can you share my screen real quick? Take your time, Garfield, if you can.
You ready? You ready?
Yeah, I mean, you want me to go to the Dante video, or you want me to share?
Go ahead. I got the screen up.
Okay, cool. So I just want to read this real quick while Garfield got that. Tell me when you're ready, Garfield. I'm still reading. Like I said, I'm reading around. This is page 270. So it's about 60 or 70 pages up.
Quick
it's
question.
Talking about
quick
yes,
question.
Sir.
Not to stop you in what you're doing. Why did you start reading this? Because I joined the show late. What was the purpose of you reading this book originally?
For the video Berean was showing was from Dante. He was reviewing this source and going over the Nebuchadnezzar mention of Jews being scattered throughout different portions of the world, mainly over in Asia. So that's what he was connected to, I think, to the Cochin Jews. So I wanted to go look at the source myself. So I started reviewing the whole chapter.
And I wanted you to cue it up to the and why you originally had that problem. You heard something, you was like, stop right there, and you jumped on.
Yes, sir.
Do you think the Cochin Jews, let me ask this to Elder Yara, do you think the Cochin Jews are converts? Or you think that they're legitimately go back to the ancient Israelites?
I think they legitimately go back to the ancient Israelites, but I do believe that they're an admixture. Like just to backtrack a little bit on what you were showing on how they were depicted in medieval times, 13th century, 14th century, 16th century. I do believe that those people are Jews.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
You're gonna get some hate mail now.
No, I do believe that those people are Jews, because what we see, there's a nuance of Judaism that occurs around 600 or so CE, that these people they are Jews.
Yeah, I think from the 300s, the 3rd century, you said Jews started in Spain and Portugal. That's recorded. There's documented. There's actually graves from even the 2nd century BC, I think, in France.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. That you start to see the versions of that.
So now the reason why I bring that up, and I think what happened is, like, I was on Clubhouse this morning with IUIC. I go in their rooms. People scared to talk to 1,000 people, but I go in their rooms and fight with them all the time. But I don't go in there in battle mode. I go in there to, like, just have a conversation. And what I think influenced a lot of my mindset against a lot of Israelites is the One West teachings. And I think I look at all people. Like when I met Yara, I thought he was a One Wester. When I hear more talk, I'm like, look at this damn One Wester, you know. But I didn't know there was different people other than One Westers out there. So now that I know that, I have to approach everybody individually and see where their stance is. My issue is, and I'm not surprised with what you said about the Sephardic Jews having light brown tones or whatever. I'm not surprised by that, because I know who you are. I know who you are and what you stand for. I think that we have a lot of different people adding to the conversation that's messing it up for everybody. And I think Dante is one of that person that injects a lot of stuff because he sounds so proper. He has the Brooklyn magic. He sounds convincing. So when you hear him talk and he's pronouncing these words properly and, oh, yes, well, if you look at such and such and da-da-da-da, and you're like, wow, he sounds clean. You know, he sound like he's telling the truth. You know, he sounds just as good as Dr. York. You know, when Dr. York is teaching, not to compare Dante to Dr. York, I'm just talking about putting out as a presentation to sound believable. And I think if each individual take away your personal holdings for 1 second and just review what Leo is doing right now, why don't you take the time to do what he's doing and see if what Dante is saying is actually true? And I think you're going to be surprised at what the results are. I yield.
Appreciate that, Garfield. And that's literally what I did. Like, I heard him talking, and I'll play the clip after this.
Hey, Leo, before you go any further,
sir.
also, are you going to talk about Afghanistan?
Yes, sir.
There's a part in my book. Give me 30 seconds. Let me just read this real quick. Native traditions in Afghanistan identifies them with the lost tribes. The tradition states that they were banished by King Nebuchadnezzar into the mountains of Gur. A few Afghan nobles claim descent over 47 generations to King Saul. So that's something that's already out there with the Afghans as far as a tradition. Don't know if it's true. There's also a tradition with Bin Laden and all that craziness. But there is a tradition with Afghanistan as far as being a lost tribe.
Yes, sir. And that's kind of what is interesting, because from reading this source, just reading what Dante is saying, they're making a similar claim. But I think what's interesting is that we jump down to the 300s when Dante's reviewing it, because I'll show it in a second. But like how it's speaking to like the Afghan law and what they're doing, they brought home at the origin of Judaism, and then it says right here, direct quote, this is what they are saying. The Afghans, or they're calling the Afghans look like Jews. Now, however you want to take that, go ahead. They say they are descendants from the Jews. So they're using this as a direct quote. So I'm still scrolling through this, and then I notice another mention here. Like I said, I'm just reading through the source, just trying to understand. Like before I get to the part Dante is going through, I wanted to at least read a little bit, couple pages up, and I started at the beginning of this chapter about the lost tribes. So I was like, okay, so if this is what they're talking about the Afghans, I didn't see that mentioned earlier in Dante's video. But yet in this one, they're talking about Afghans all throughout here. You see right here, it's going to say, I think it's this next part. Yeah, this is next part. So I think it's 275 for sure, where it starts talking, because going through the Hebrew, it's talking about the different regions. They said, now listen to this: isolated in his mountains, whatever that means. The Afghan, so the Afghan person, so his interpreted right there. And now you see it said the Hebrew aspect and claim. So it's talking context of what the Afghan is connected to the Hebrews. In countenance and complexion is equally unlike the Indian. Now I'm like, hold on. Okay. And the Tiberian and the Persian and the Tartar, by whom he is surrounded. But the physiognomy, or I can't pronounce that right now, which is thus foreign from all around him, finds its prototype in the most marked physiognomy of the whole human family, that of the Jews. So I'm like, okay, so what is that? So they're saying that that's what that is different from those around them. I'm like, okay. Struck by the strong contrast, the strange identity of the feature, we naturally ask, who are they? He answers, we are B'nai Israel. We may refuse our belief because we may refuse to believe anything, but the skepticism cannot change the physical characteristics of the nations. Skepticism cannot unmake the countenance of the Jew. And then I was like, okay, I'm still reading. And it says the Israelite names of Afghan tribes or localities, already noticed, taken in the inseparable connection with the national claim to the Israelite origin, are significantly collaborative of that claim itself. Although the nomenclature of Afghanistan, however, as thus far examined into the early biblical together beyond the usage of the Mohammedan nations, it does not include the name or names of any of the lost tribes of Israel. I was like, okay, so it don't include any of them. And then when you go to the next page, it's interesting because this is what the tribes they said they're a part of. It says right here, and it's a little hard to read this part. Derivative stands in scripture as the representative of the whole 10 tribes, and which itself the common synonym for two of those tribes, Ephraim and Manasseh. So they're saying the connection here is that they're saying they may not name the specific tribes, but they're more of like summarizing it in these two tribes. But they're going to say the names in which they are referenced. The reader will anticipate my return to the Afghan tribe dominated Euhophasai. Sorry if it's spelling that wrong, but it's saying the tribe of Joseph. Now we know that's not a like little tribe. So it's like, okay, so it speaks to say obviously and familiar. However, it as the scriptural fact ought to be, it may be apprehended that by many it may not be borne in mind that the tribe of Joseph is the scriptural equivalent for the two half tribes of Ephraim and Manasseh, but appropriated preemptively in the apocalypse. So they're actually saying they're using the title, the tribe of Joseph, and they're trying to connect it possibly to Ephraim and Manasseh, but this is in the apocalypse. So it's like, so what tribes are they technically saying they're descended of? So what is the tribe of Joseph? And that's kind of how I had a couple questions I had looking at this. But then my biggest thing was like talking about the countenance earlier. It said it don't look like any of the others. But then if we go to like Dante does, if you go look at other sources, what countenance is this?
Oh, you didn't
It doesn't
cue it up.
speak
Let
to
me
it.
cue it up. Let me cue it
Oh,
up.
I got it right here. It's right here. It's right here. I got it right here. So we can go to this part right here. Here we go.
To Iberia. Iberia is Spain and Portugal. Give me one if you've heard that. Give me two if you've never heard that before.
Sorry.
All right. So however familiar to others it was to me a new and strange thought that the conquest of Nebuchadnezzar thus embraced opposite quarters of the globe. The quoting Jewish history, however, affirmed this as a fact. And I turned to the lights of European research. Shout out to European research. Y'all know I be over here with the white bottles of medicine. I be using all this European research because they wrote it all down. This is the equivalent of somebody snitching on themselves in modern day by recording all their criminal activity. How they did it back then, they had books and pens and paper where they wrote down all their criminal activity. Now people just film it. So here we go. This part right here is good. This last page and a half I'm about to read. Just pay close attention. Let's see. Let me read this last. It says, the coaching Jewish history, however, affirmed this as a fact, and I turned to the lights of European research to confirm or confute it, or refute, as we would say today. I was not long in discovering the proper sources of information. The brilliant historical episode of Court Gebelin in the 8th volume of his ponderous etymological work entitled Monde Primitif at once opened and exhausted the subject by a most happy concurrence and combination of evidences. It is there made to appear that Nebuchadnezzar, while his army lay before Tyre, a siege surpassing in duration even that of Troy, if you guys know about the Trojan War, for it is said to have lasted for 13 years, sent forth expeditions by sea and land to sweep the Phoenician colonies along the coast of Africa. So Nebuchadnezzar sent his armies all the way to the coast of Africa to get rid of the Phoenicians. Interesting stuff here. And to conquer and crush their remotest settlements in Spain. So it's likely the North African, let me see if I have it on this map right here. Likely Nebuchadnezzar sent them up this way to the North African coast. We're going to see Morocco. Let me pull up a world map. All right, so here we go. This is Spain and Portugal, the Iberian Peninsula. For those that don't know, this is going to be the North Africa area. And then you're going to have Sao Tome and Principe roughly in here. And then you're going to have black Jews all scattered in here. Now, the Nebuchadnezzar thing is super important because Nebuchadnezzar is going to have his seat of power here. But it appears his reign stretched over to this way. I believe this is India.
That's where I was asking. So he's talking about the extent of Nebuchadnezzar's reign, but the source, what is this based on? Because that's what my question was, like, where are they getting this from? Like, is the source of this, is this their lore? Like, is this just myth that they've passed down, like oral tradition? What is the proof of that they're saying that all these claims are happening? That's what I'm not sure on.
Okay. I mean, we know that. I mean, as far as Nebuchadnezzar's reign and his deportation of the Israelites, I mean, we have things like the Nabonidus cylinder. I'm sorry, like the Nabonidus cylinder. We have a lot of sources that tell us that they were sent up into those areas. So now I'm hearing him when he says up into North Africa or in even some parts in Morocco. If you take the tribes of Manasseh and Ephraim, one thing about them, if you talk about their continents, just to backtrack a little bit, we know that even according to scripture, they have an admixture of Israelite and Egyptian blood. So if you're talking about their continents and their phenotype, I wouldn't even expect them to even look like any of the other tribes. If you're talking about the tribes of Joseph, of Ephraim and Manasseh, I wouldn't even expect that. I would expect them to be of a much different hue, and a much different phenotype than some of the other tribes, simply because of that Egyptian admixture that they would have had from their mother.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry because we're dealing with Elder. So you believe that the Inquisition was the slave trade?
I don't believe that the Inquisition was the slave trade, but I do believe that if you talk about the transatlantic slave trade, no. But as far as the Arabic slave trade, I think we would find a lot. We would find a lot of those tribes, especially the tribe of Manasseh, would have been a part of the. Now, if you're talking about Judah and Reuben and Simeon and Levi, that's a little bit more difficult to ascertain, because by that time you have there's no pure-blooded Israelite to look for during those times. I just don't see that you'll find a pure-blooded Israelite, someone that would be an Israelite without admixture. Even when we talk about the Locato Jews or the Luango Jews, we see these are people of admixture, but they are Jewish descent. Even the conversos, I think that Garfield was mentioning, these are people who were understood to be Jews or of a Jewish background, but being converted to Christianity, not people being of some other belief system and being converted to Judaism or Jews. That's not what a converso is. That's a person that was considered to be a Jew converted to Christianity. So, so it's difficult. I agree with Dante in some aspects, where we can follow these people when it comes to these specific captivities and where these people were being dispersed to. But I also agree with Garfield, and I agree with you, Leo, as well. If I'm understanding that, you just can't determine who these people are. That's why I'm a full proponent and believer in dealing with Isaiah chapter 56 on who exactly can consider themselves to be an Israelite. And I think that's what that is. People who join themselves to the law and decide to follow the law of the Most High. And you see the same thing in the Gospels. I don't see any difference there. So as far
and
as
I'm with you. Yeah, that's
Can I chime in for 1 second, my brother Leo, if I may, sir?
Go right ahead, bro. Go right ahead.
One of the things that you said a while ago, where you read from what Dante played, is that Nebuchadnezzar had like exploration to certain areas. Now we do have his chronicles and records of where he's traveled and his primary sources. We don't have everything, but from what we have, I don't think we can confirm of him going certain areas that Dante just mentioned. Now, as far as Afghanistan, people got to realize where Afghanistan is. It's actually where the Egyptians would buy what's called galena, the blue paint. They would get it from Afghanistan.
That's a good point.
And it's right there beside Iraq or Sumer or whatever niche name you want to use. So I'm saying we gotta look at the context of that. So it's not impossible for people to be there, but as far as the actual tribes, I mean, you believers could argue about that. I don't want to get into that part. As far as the Luango Jews, let me read something for 20 seconds from what's his name book. The German from Tudor Parfit's book, page 233. The German Luango expedition and the work of Adolf Bastian, Paul Gusfet, Julius Falkenstein, and Edward Peschel-Loesch, as well as the descriptions of the community by the German scholars Frederick Ratzel and Richard Andre, had provided Nazi theorists with a mass of material on the Black Jews of Luango. They extracted from this material that they were converts and therefore supposedly had some potentially Jewish thelic characteristics, but no discernible Jewish racial characteristics. If they had any Jewish blood, it had been so diluted by Negro blood that it was barely, if at all, obvious. The following year, 1944, Der Jude al Weltparasit was issued to the Wehrmacht in the event, therefore, that German soldiers looking for Jews to murder in the towns, forests, or villages of Poland or the Baltic states encountered any Falasha, Beni Israel, or Black Jews of Luango, they were to be left alone. I don't want to read the other part, but as far as the Luango Jews, it's still out. It's still out on who these people are, whether they're converts or actually bloodline Jews. They're still debating it in academia today. All right, but for what I know, most people think that they are actually mixed with Africans and possibly converts and so forth. But hey, it is what it is. But they were left there, and they if they said they could find some still in the 1900s or in the that means they were still around.
All right, I want to finish playing this. You want to say something else, Leo? I want to finish playing this video here.
All right, I'll keep going. I'll play it.
Okay.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the map is a little weirdly shaped on this one. But anyway, Nebuchadnezzar's whole conquest went all the way to here and along the coast of Africa. I'm not sure how much of this coast of Africa, but we're going to keep reading and see what it says. All right, and to conquer and crush the remotest settlements in Spain. The historical fact is attested by the obvious policy of such a measure. It was the part of every conqueror to weaken a commercial power at the extremities while he struck himself at the heart. The transaction, noticed incidentally by Strabo and discussed critically by Court Gebelin, is related simply and historically to the Cochin manuscript. Check out Dr. Claudius Buchanan if you're not familiar with that. According to this record, listen to this, Nebuchadnezzar, from before Tyre, sent a fleet and army along the Phoenician settlements in Africa to Spain under the command of one of his generals, an Ionian prince named Phorus or Pyrrhus. With this expedition, he embarked with their own consent, not as captives, but as immigrants, a large body of Jews and Israelites, of the tribes of Judah, Benjamin, of Simeon, and the Levites, aka the southern kingdom. Now, you guys have heard me say before that the southern kingdom was Judah, Benjamin, and Levi with a little bit of Simeon sprinkled in. There were little bits of other tribes sprinkled in, not just Simeon, but there were little bits of other tribes. I'm not talking about in mass. I'm talking about families here and there, maybe 4, 5, 6 families of this tribe or that tribe or whatever. They were sprinkled into the southern kingdom because everything in history is not cut and dry. It wasn't just, all right, we're Benjamin, Judah, Levi, we're going over here, you other guys go over there. It was, no, we have connections to these people and we are more associated with these people, so we're going to stay over here. We're going to go with them. Or we believe what they're doing is right, they're following God, so we're going to go this way, and other people say we're going to go this way. So you have Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. Remember, this is published by written by Charles Forster, published 1854. And one more time, I'm going to read this. According to this record, Nebuchadnezzar, from before Tyre, sent a fleet and army along the Phoenician settlements in Africa to Spain under the command of one of his generals, an Ionian prince named Firaz or Pyrrhus. With this expedition, he embarked with their own consent. This was not slavery, not as captives, but as immigrants, a large body of Jews and Israelites. That could mean the southern and northern kingdom. Technically, Israelites, Simeon would fall under Israelites. Benjamin, Levi, and Judah would be the Jews, if we're getting technical with it, which I'm not sure if the author is. Of the tribes of Judah, Benjamin, Simeon, and Levites, for the purpose of settling them in the south of Spain, obviously with maritime and commercial views. Now, this statement so far is Jewish history only and is to be treated with the reserve and to be treated with the reserve attaching by general consent of the learned to everything considered rabbinical. So now the Jews are in possession in Cochin of a history that says Nebuchadnezzar did not put these people into slavery, but they immigrated voluntarily to Spain. It was the tribes of Judah, Benjamin, Levi, and Simeon. This is important because once again, we come over to Hannah Adams. Hannah Adams published or purchased in 1840. This book purchased in 1840. I got to confirm the publication date. The history of the Jews from the destruction of Jerusalem to the present time. She covers the Spanish Inquisition. And I'm going to start right here. And I'm going to correct something that I've been saying. Shout out to the person that pointed something out for me to look at from a different perspective. So now I'm going to read this down to this paragraph right here. So I'm going to read this one page. And many of you have heard it before, but I'm going to give you a little bit of different context. You heard.
Grace and peace, Elder. We I'm not sure how much you've been following because you have so much going on. The people seem to like that that Passover teaching. We're dealing with something that's been troubling to a lot of people. And we've heard you say that you believe that the original Israelites were the darker hue, but white bottle, go to your church, black bottle, you don't have a problem. You believe in the white bottle. Converts, it's not a problem. But for these people in this community, it's a big problem. You heard Bruce carrying on, Holy Ghost Bruce. You got to get the Holy Ghost Bruce. You heard him carrying on, cuss out to my Bruce, sick of these folk. And he's telling Covey he want Covey to be a convert, but he want to be original. I just want to bring you up to date on everything that's going on. I'm disgusted. These folk in deep denial dealing with, when we start bringing out DNA, these folk in deep denial want to go to prophecy. They want to go to anything to tear down light-skinned folk, make everybody dark-skinned. It's a tier system here. Dark like me, you okay. Brown skin like Farrakhan and them, you okay. But light skin like Covey and you, y'all got to go sit down somewhere. And then forget them other folk with them two curls on the side of their head. They ain't nothing but pure devils. And I've been dealing with this so long. This is how come I say I do not believe. That's how I wanted to hear from you, because I believe that I met you for a reason. But to be honest, you're one of the few Israelites that I know that don't cuss, don't drink, don't smoke, don't fornicate, don't talk to broads in the street, don't got baby mamas all over the country since you've been involved in ministry. So I said it could be somebody to save. I believe you saved. Let me tell y'all something. One day, I'm working on a truck with Ella Green. I hate to tell all the business. I said, man, it's a dumpster right here. We on another job. I'm like, man, this truck is dirty. Let's throw all the stuff in the dumpster. Let's throw the stuff from the truck in the dumpster. He can't sleep at night. If he too sanctified to throw some stuff in somebody's dumpster, I'm telling y'all right now, I'm like, Lord have mercy. I don't even know what to say. But I said that to say that I know I've been around Elder morning, noon, and night. I know Elder living right. I know a few Israelites. I know a few Israelites that really, really trying to live right. But most Israelites, they get to cussing and carrying on, and they justify the cussing. Who told you MF was a cuss? Who told you smoking trees was a cuss? Who told you living with a broad was a cuss? I mean, is sin. This black power got me worried. This is black supremacy, Elder. I don't know if a lot of these people saved. I hear my man, and I'm telling y'all, Bruce is peeps. I got some folk in here, anything jump off and I hit them, they peeps. Ella one of them, Bruce one of them. But I can't lie. This thing is supremacy. I hear the Holy Trinity. You can't put your mouth on Dante, can't put your mouth on Teyu, and you can't put your mouth on Benaiah Israel. He lifts them up more than God. They are the Trinity. Then you got the First Lady. I feel bad that he tried to make Covey. He gonna make Covey a convert. And then they all fight converts. They get the blessing and all that. It's just years and years. I had it up to here. I'm getting ready going to. I got to go sit down and get my mind right. And I think this is a good time to do it. Would you like to say anything before we continue with this? That's how come I was pressed, because I'm feeling some type of way in my spirit. That's how come I was pressed to ask you, is this awakening in your opinion is of God? You said you got to look at individual people. I don't know. We've been through a lot of Israelites on here. 99% of the awakening want to tear down the church. 99% of the awakening don't like white folk. 99% of the awakening want slavery. Go ahead, Elder. And on top of that, ain't keeping the feast. Kobe drove 1,000 miles. Hold on, who is this right here? Walgreens. Go ahead. There's always something. This hello? Hello? The pharmacy. Go ahead, Ella. I'll mute myself.
Yeah, shalom to everybody. Shalom to Elder Beran and the gentleman. Look like that's Brother Garfield. Look like Leo, the spookism thing there. Shalom to everyone. Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom. This is still the Sabbath. About to go out in a few. Yeah, man, I tell you, y'all, this I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't even know the words to say, man. I thank God so much for how, I came to understand and believe, and even possibly I'm an Israelite, I'm a Jew. Y'all know my story. I say it every so often. I say it and I share it. I shared a little bit today. I think I did. When we was on earlier on our live, but I don't know. In my mind, it should not have to come to, I didn't hear it live. What Bruce had done, and
Bruce get ready to come on right now. He's calling me. I'm talking to pharmacy, and he's calling me. He getting ready to jump on right now. I'm glad you keep going out. I'm bringing him on now.
And y'all know I don't say names. I try not to say names, but you know what he said. It was shared with me, and prayerfully he's gonna come on and clear and apologize for that. And apologize. And he's a grown man. I'm not his leader. He don't have to answer to me or none of that. So I'm not telling him this. I'm not telling him what to do. See. This is the difference in, I guess, a community or social media type ministry than a physical building. And I believe we here are trying to approach the Berean community like you would approach a physical building. And I believe that's what we're trying to do here. And so in a physical building, you know, like I'm a pastor, I'm a leader of a physical building and have a physical building. And there are certain things that I will and will not allow. There are certain things I will and will not approve. And if you can't adhere to my leadership, then maybe I'm not the pastor for you. Maybe I'm not the pastor. Maybe somebody else in another part of the city, another part of the state, or somewhere, that God will take you over there and let that particular person pastor you. Because if you can't come here and trust my leadership, that means you're not coming in shalom. That means you're not coming fully persuaded that I am one that to lead you. But I know on social media, I can't help but try to approach this community like that, because that's my calling. But I know on social media, it's different, and I'm learning that coming out here. I've been out here 3 years on Berean now, going on 4 years. It's different, and you got people, we don't really know each other. Now me and Berean, you know, he just shared about me, you know, what he see me do. I didn't know he gonna sit here and share about the trash can thing. You know, and I didn't do that in front of him just so he can sit there and see me acting. That's how I am. He can tell you. Me hung out many times. He, you know, and it is what it is. But that's why I said some time ago. I know I came up here and y'all call yourself watching me. No, God got me watching some of y'all. Now, some of y'all may feel like I can't watch because I'm an Israelite, because I'm a Jew, baby. But you got to talk to God about that, because I'm going to tell you right now. I'm talking about on both sides. Israel side and non-Israel side. Some of y'all try to come up here and watch me, especially when I first started coming on, seeing if you can do this. And no, God got me watching some of y'all, and I'm serious that there is some concerns on both sides. But I ain't trying to get into all that right now. But I think I do see Elder Bruce, and prayerfully Elder Bruce has come up here.
Yeah. Hey.
Go ahead, Elder.
Let's hear him out. Dunamis, you're not saying nothing. It's quiet time for you. You making folk cuss. Dunamis not saying a word. Dunamis, you're not butting in. When you're speak, you gonna speak. Go ahead, Bruce.
Praise the Most High Yah and the Son Yeshua HaMashiach. Hallelujah. Hey, Leo. Hey, Brother Garfield. Brother Dunamis. Elder Green. Hey, I heard a couple of things. Now, here's where I'm at, and here's what I would like to say to the community. During our heated debate yesterday, I used a curse word, and shortly after that, I apologized, and then I apologized again. So here's the thing: I want to come on here and tell the community I apologize again, but I'm not infallible. I'm a work in progress. I want to apologize again if I offended, and I'm sure I did. I offended some people, but here's the reality of who I am and who my background is. My background, I've been in the military. I've always been serving the public, and over the last 30 years or so, you know, I've been in the police, the law enforcement community. And there's a lot of people who don't realize there's a lot of saved people in the law enforcement. There's an abundance of Hebrew Israelite police, or particularly in the Detroit area, that they don't share. I've been the detective trooper for the Michigan State Police. I was on the fugitive team, and with the FBI, Detroit Police Department, and so we went after the hardcore criminals, those people who, there's a lot of people that come on here thinking they're tough, and even some of them have went to prison, but we went after the hardcore criminals. When I was on the team, we went after the truly hardcore people who don't want to give up, who have slaughtered people, who have raped women, who have so forth. So I came up different from a lot of you all. Not making no excuse for what happened yesterday. I'm just telling you a little background that you all probably don't know. So I've been a detective, seen a lot of murder, a lot of rapes, a lot of child abuse, robberies, chased people from Detroit into Ohio, high-speed chase. I've dealt with hardened criminals, and you know what? God, the Most High Yah, Yeshua HaMashiach, always put a hedge of protection around me. So that's my background. And when I hear people saying they're tough, and I just say, yeah, okay, all right. When I dealt with hardened gangs who say they're tough and make threats, then we say, okay, all right, you got your gang, but law enforcement gang is, so to speak, quote unquote, is a lot larger and have a lot more firepower and won't stop. And they have allies from everything. So my experience, my life, my profession have always been from the military into law enforcement. I have always dealt with hardened criminals, and I've been blessed. The Lord have put a hedge of protection around me, and so I have been known to curse, even saved, being and that's some verbiage. Some criminals, that's the only thing they understand. But I do know this. There's no excuse for me using that and that curse word. And for people who don't know, yesterday we were in a heated, and I said that's a effing lie, and I shouldn't have said that, But that doesn't take away from my salvation. What it does, it's a poor witness, and it causes the enemies of God to blaspheme, which I don't like. Because it's not a person who's been saved, have not cursed, including people on here and in the pulpit. And if they had, it's a very small percentage since they've been saved. But that doesn't take it away from their salvation. What I come to say to the public here and to the listening, I was wrong, and I apologize for that. But I'm fallible. And I've been on this platform for I think 2 years. So I don't have a history of cursing. I don't have a history, but I do have a history of getting upset. So if I offended you all, that's who I am. That's how I am. That's my background. And I know plenty of people who have saying, well, that's sometimes that verbiage comes out because that's the element in it. And sometimes flat out, it's no excuse, but it comes out as being human. When we're in this earthen vessel, you're gonna fall. But I do know this: when I do curse, it's because I'm in my flesh. When I do curse, I know I have to fast so I can overcome my flesh. And when I do fast, and sometimes it's hard to fast in the different situations I am. So I'm not one who curse all the time. So, and I'll let you all continue in a minute, but I just want to let you all know that it's not something that I regularly do. And you all know who've been there for 2 years. It's just something that I don't regularly do. So I apologize. I was in the flesh. I asked the Most High Yah and Yeshua for forgiveness. So I ask you guys forgiveness for cursing, because I know some Christians, they won't understand what I'm talking about. They don't understand my background. They never, I've been in 3 shootings and so forth, because I'm kind of hardened. It may not seem like I'm kind of hardened, but at the same time, I have the spirit of the living God living in me, and so I'm not. I don't dislike anybody in here, but sometimes we get emotional, and sometimes we're in the flesh. I was in the flesh, so I got to fast because I know when I'm in the flesh. I know when I'm carnal, I got to fast. That's the only way you can defeat the flesh. You can defeat. I mean, you can cater to your spiritual man other than your fleshly man. So I just want to let you all know that, if and I'm gonna tell you before, I won't. I'm gonna try to the best of my ability to never do that again on this platform. And if you all don't want me on here, then I'll move on. But I'll move on in life and carry on. But I just want to let you all know I'm fallible, and then I apologize for it. I don't have I don't have any ills towards any of you all. So Leo, Dunamis, Elder Green, Brother Garfield, that's where I'm at. So you all heard it, and the listening audience. Okay.
You
All
good
right,
with me,
thank
bro.
you. Come on.
What you say, Garfield?
You good with me, bro? Always. Good
Yeah.
with me.
Yeah, come on, Dunamis.
Yeah, and yeah, you good, Bruce. You good.
Yeah.
With me now, Berean is the authority. But he's the absolute authority. But I'm cool with that, Berean.
No, grace and peace. Shabbat shalom. Chad Jamal Pasak. Elder Green.
I got
Yeah, so for me, Bruce, I remember a while back we were playing a video with dealing with the orphans that went to Sao Tome, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you're talking about how sad it was. Y'all talking down, like we're like belittling the whole experience that went to so-called blacks, right? From your perspective, would have been not a video, right? Then Bruce, earlier in that live stream yesterday, you were saying you had no issue with the converts, but for us to present information that we've seen that majority of the Jews in the first century were converts, it was just strange that why it riled you up so much for that to be said when you say you had no issue with the converts, and there was converts who fought and died in those wars, those Judea wars. Rabbi Akiva was he hanged? Well, he was a heretic. He proclaimed Bar Kava the Messiah, but Rabbi Akiva is a convert himself, who led the Jewish tradition after the fall of the temple.
Temple, yeah. Mm-hmm. Hey, doing them.
No, and it ain't got no issue with Bruce. So with yesterday, all forgiven. Ain't no issue, right? But it's just Bruce. You're saying you have no issue with the converts, and we hear this not just from you, other people, but folks get riled up when it comes to the converts.
I want to know if I want to see what Bruce got to say on that. They don't like converts in here. They're on nothing but black power in here.
Bloodline
only. Nothing but converts. This community don't like no converts. They want bloodline to be above everybody. This is what they want.
Well,
they don't want no DNA. Y'all gonna get DNA if y'all stay on this channel. Y'all gonna get DNA. And as soon as something disagree with them,
sure,
they want to get to running the nonsense instead of talking about it.
Well, I spoke about the converts yesterday, and like I said, hey, COVID, as far as COVID, and I said it, and I preface my comment with all due respect to COVID. It's just what I believe, and based on what I've studied. I said, listen, COVID, I believe the original Israelites were black. I believe they mixed only with Hamites, and then later on, I said, listen, I believe COVID's ancestors, based on history and based on historical sources, that his people, because based on history and other sources, that I believe they were converts. But I did say, if you all can recall, if COVID's ancestors, who he can trace back, follow the laws, statutes of commandments according to the Torah, they are Israel. Did I not say that, Dunamis?
Bruce, you say that,
but wait a minute, wait. Hold on. Did I not say that? Let's just.
Yes, Bruce, you said that. Yes.
Yeah, right. So I don't have a problem with converts, because a convert is Israel. And the only distinction I said, Brother brother Garfield, brother Dunamis, and Elder Green, is that they're just not bloodline. They're Israel. They're just not bloodline.
Okay.
But that's my understanding. I don't have no problem with a convert. If you converted to we'll just say true Judaism, if you converted to true Judaism according to the law, statutes, and commandments, then you are Israel. And I believe Kobe's ancestors are converts. And if they came into Judaism according to Torah, then they're Israel. But they're just converts.
And Elder Green, can I real quick with that? You see how you say Kobe's a convert? I know issue with converts. Kobe traced back his family as far as he could trace back, right? If I were to ask Bruce, do you descend from converts or bloodline? And how do you know? He goes, yes, I'm bloodline. We actually said, what ship? How far can you trace back? How do you know? And it goes back to, well, the ancient Israelites were black. I'm black. My ancestors went through slavery. We the people.
Okay.
And so it's like the converts are nothing, but he don't want to say I'm a convert too.
Yeah.
No, I just said converts are Israel.
Brother.
Okay,
Please,
go ahead.
Please,
And
no,
don't
I
talk
didn't.
me over. I want to hear Elder. I want to hear what Elder got to say. It ain't gonna be no that clubhouse spirit. We bind that up today. Y'all don't get to talk. You're Dunamis. You don't get to cutting folk off.
Yeah.
I'm
not gonna be on long, so I didn't jump on. I didn't jump on for that. Y'all know, y'all can have that subject right there. Because at the end of the day, I'm gonna tell you, at the end of the day, I still got the same stance, and I'm even tell you this, Bruce, and I ain't throwing this at no curveball against you or for you or whatever. At the end of the day, I believe I don't care even the Orthodox conservative one in the land, out of the land. I believe all of us that call themselves Jews or Israelites is doing it by faith. I'm gonna just tell you, I don't care the saved and the unsaved. It's, in my opinion, is by faith, because ain't nobody going over there and did no digging directly. Watch my wording. Specifically. Now, don't get it twisted. Now, we do know that there are some graves over there. Hebron. We believe that Abraham. But now you can't just go pull up Abraham, because now Abraham won't know Jew. Abraham won't know Israelite. So now you can't even work with Abraham's bone. So at the end of the day, all this, in my mind, it just ain't gonna register in my head, because in my personal opinion, I won't even dare try to prove. Now I have a certain blood type. I have a certain blood type that I knew I had since a little boy. You know, it's called the G6PD and all that kind of stuff, and they kind of link that over there and all that kind of stuff. But even with all that right there, I don't get into the blood thing. I just mentioned that because my from a little boy, you know, there's certain things I can eat and cannot eat and all that kind of stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But I can't prove it. And I don't think, me personally, nobody can prove concretely whether you light bottle, brown bottle, what other kind of bottle. That's me. Now I guess we can get close to the area or get as close in the vicinity as possible. That's not my answer. But now, going back to the convert part, I very well could be a convert. I don't know. I know one thing. We better leave here with Yeshua, Jesus. That's what I do know. That's the fact right there. But now, going back to the convert subject, we read this verse many times. And the Bible speaks for itself. Exodus chapter 12, verse 49. Exodus chapter 12, verse 49. And I remember, I think the very first time I came on Berean, I think it was, shout out to Pastor Mike. I don't mind saying his name. You know, we're cool like that. I think Pastor Mike man asked me, or Berean asked me, I don't know, somebody asked me about the stranger, the proselyte, and God-fearers. I think that's how, and I began to share this passage here, and it's the same thing 4 years ago when I shared it. It don't change today. Watch this. Exodus 12:49. One law, one Torah, or one instruction shall be to him that is homeborn, whatever that look like, whatever that is, whatever that blood type, don't know. Me. That's me. And the stranger that sojourns among. Now that stranger there, that's why you got to do a word search, because everywhere in the Old Testament, the stranger ain't the same Hebrew word. They're different Hebrew words. I shared that on show number 1. And it's amazing to me how 4 years later, we going through the same thing. That tells me somebody just they don't want to. Some people just stuck, and they just stuck right there. That ain't me. We said this 4 years ago. That word stranger there is the word that means a proselyte. So you can interpret or translate make a translation, and there are some that will actually have the word proselyte there, that sojourns among you. So now what that tells us, what God says right there in his word, is the sojourn and the proselyte have the same instruction. Have this. Now, if somebody from that point put their own spin on it, because some of the Israelites did, and some of the Israelites put their own tradition, that's them adding something that God said is one law or one instruction that's going to be for the sojourner. For the homeborn, that means direct blood, whatever that look like. And y'all say haplogroup, be this and be, I don't know none of, and I ain't trying to be funny. That's above my pay grade. Whatever that blood type is right there, I don't know. But whatever it is, God says that if somebody, because see, what that proselyte is saying, I'm going to tell you what that proselyte is saying, if I may put in my own words. That proselyte is saying, it's almost like, if I may use this example, I know people take stuff and take special stuff I say and go twist it up and make little videos and do whatever. It's almost like this. Whenever I go be to God, and like that smart lady say, don't hear what I'm not saying. Okay. When I counsel a couple, now understand how I interpret this proselyte subject here that God is talking about right here. This is how I understand it. Okay. Like this. When I counsel a couple that's about to get married, okay, I require 3 sessions, at minimum 3 sessions. Now, in that session, I begin to teach like this. That woman, man, that woman love you so much. She trusts you so much. She loves you so much. She trusts you so much. She is just so, and it should be go both ways. But my point is, she loves you, trusts you, and just is so connected and covenant with you, a desire to be so much that she's willing to erase her last name, and put your last name there. So basically, the way I teach this is, of course, she can't erase her history, but basically what she is saying is, in so many words, she's willing to erase, don't take this the wrong way when I mean what I'm saying, that much of her history to put you there by putting your last name there. That's how much she, when I think about this person who says, I want to proselyte and become like Israel, in my mind, I look at a person that's saying, you know what? I am erasing. Glory be to God. Hallelujah. It is a sensitive subject. This person is saying that I am erasing, basically, and you can't do this literally, but understand what I'm trying to present. I am erasing my background. I am erasing my history. I am erasing whatever I traditionally do and traditionally observe, that I want to be Israel. I want to be Israel. And what God says, when somebody do that, is one law, meaning one instruction, because now they are both Israel. Both Israel. Now, that's where I believe God looks at it and the way he presents it.
Now, if somebody come afterwards, that's Israel, and traditionally put their spin on it, put their additives or subtraction to it, that's them adding to what I believe God then gave for that person who took that serious step. So that trickles over to today. Now, of course, we know that none of this don't save nobody, blood or proselyte, convert, if you ain't got Christ. Because none of that don't heal I'm going to tell you this clearly. None of that don't mean a hill of beans, proselyte or blood, if you ain't got Yeshua. Because the proselyte going to hell and the blood going to hell if you ain't got Jesus the Christ. Period. Take that to the bank. But trying to deal with this proselyte subject, it is serious. Now, according to history, and I know, Bruce, you are in history, I don't know if you ever heard of my and of Talun, or Taron. Now, here we go. Samaya and Haftarah received. Now, I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna read this, and I know it's long, but I'm about to wrap it up. I'm gonna read out of what's called the Perkei Avot. Perkei Avot. That means the saying of the Father. Now, this right here is touching on this subject. Here we go. Shamaya and Avitalion receive, watch this now, receive the tradition from them. And I'm going to all that part. Now, from Yahubian ben Tabad. Now, this person lived, Yahubian Tabad, or Tebei, lived around about the 1st century BCE. This is before Christ. We know that. Okay. I'm trying to hurry up here. And Shemiah and Simon ben Sanak, this person lived around about 120 BCE to 40 CE. This was being said. Watch this now. Shemaiah was lived 1st century BCE. This is before Christ. Shemaiah and Avtalion, this person lived late 1st century BC. So both of these people here I'm about to name, or I just named, this is in your history, Bruce, because you are Israelite. This is what your history book tell you. These two people, and many more, but in this source right here, somebody go pull it up, Perkei Avot, okay? On page 33, it says, Shemaiah and Avtalion were Nasi. That means the president, like myself, Nasi, and Bet-Din, or the Bet-Din, and Av of the Bet-Din. The Bet-Din is a Jewish court, okay? So they was the Nazis and presidents in the Bet-Din, Jewish court. Now, mind you, this is all before Christ, So I don't mind reading their commentary and what they're going to say, as long as it's according to Torah and according to God's will, because they didn't live, that I know of, to reject Christ. So that's another whole subject. Well, here we go. So that's why I say sometimes, you go into the Mishnah Talmud, you got to look at the dates, who's writing when they're writing it. But that's another whole. Y'all know how I told that before. Okay. Shemaiah and Abdullah were Nasi and Ab-Bet-Din, respectively, toward the end of the Hasmonean, Hasmonean era. At the beginning of King Herod's reign. Here we go. Watch this, Bruce. They were descendants of the Assyrian king Sennacherib. And you find that Ketim 57b, that's the Talmud, and also and Mishnah. So you find this information that they were descendants of Assyrian king Sennacherib. Okay, watch this now. Rambam and Rav suggest that they themselves were converts. They were converts to Judaism. Maharel objects. Now, this one thing about the Mishnah and Talmud, one rabbi may say this, you may have another rabbi that totally objects back and forth. Okay, watch this. Maharel objects. Since a convert may not serve as Nasi or Bet-Din. So he's trying to object because he feel like that a convert cannot serve as on the Bet-Din. Now, this is traditions later from when we read in Exodus chapter 12. That's my whole point. Later on, they start coming up with their own tradition, so forth, so forth. I think somebody's playing.
Elder, this is going in one ear and out the other. Talmud and all of that stuff, not the black folk.
Well,
not the black folk in here. Nothing but Bible. Nothing but Bible.
well, Elder,
These people are.
I'm not trying to teach nobody no Talmud. I'm not trying to teach nobody no mystery. I'm not trying to do none of that. I'm going back to the BCs. This is the BCs dealing with converts that converted to Judaism even before Christ. And I'm almost finished. Suggest that they themselves were converts. Marcel objects, since a convert may not serve as Nasi Abba. Okay, and he got the sources of Haros 1:4. Rather, he said they were descendants. Rather, he said they were descendants of converts, but were themselves born of a Jewish mother. That's his commentary. Megan Ubbo suggests, it's another point. Watch this. Okay. Those are the fake people to them. The little hat. Well, I see what Professor Cole is saying there. Well, all I can say, they can call them the little hats. I'm almost there. He said, rather, he said they were descendants of converts, but were themselves born from a Jewish mother. We know that's another whole subject. Here's another point here. Megan Abos suggests that Shammai and Avtalion were appointed, watch this, were appointed to the great Sanhedrin, even though they were converts. Even though they were converts. This is the great Sanhedrin. This is all BC, before Christ came. Okay? Since no one else of their stature was available, i.e., the rule excluding converts applies only where there is suitable alternative. So now, I'm only sharing this, Bruce. You knew that. You may have already read that. I'm not sure. But in all seriousness, when the Most High said that one who proselyte become like born blood one, when I learned that, when I understood that, from that point on, I don't care which way they come, I got to approach them like that. I got to treat them like that. Because at the end of the day, in this day and time we living right now, anyway, it's hard to prove, in my opinion, who's directly blood. Like I said, I could be very well a convert. I mean, that's why I say I believe it by faith. And I believe the faith thing is for everybody. That's right. Go ahead.
Okay, so and I'll let you go, Dunamis. I agree in the final analysis. In this, I'll use the word dispensation. You know, a lot of people don't want to hear about dispensation, but in this age of grace, kingdom of grace, it don't matter if you bloodline or not. It don't matter if you Christian or Israelite. You still must be born of the water and spirit to come to Jesus Christ to receive everlasting life. And like I said, everything that you said, I don't have no problem with. Here's what I was trying to get people to understand, and I got frustrated because they weren't hearing me. It's just historical sources that show, the biblical narrative shows that Israel only mixed with Hamites. And then later on, they mixed with other people. But the original 12 tribes, if you look from Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and the other Old Testament patriarchs and kings, they only mixed with Hamite people, Canaanites, and so forth. And I said, the people who don't understand that there's a bloodline and then there's converts or proselytes. Once a person like Ruth, that's why I love the book of Ruth and what she said when she was talking to Naomi, when she returned there, and she said, wherever you goeth, I go, and where thou lodgest, I lodge. And she said, thy people should be my people, and thy God, my God. Well, thou die, I will die with you. So that was powerful. So if a convert coming to Israel, according to the law, statutes, and commandments, that person is Israel. I'm sorry, and I don't care if Israelites don't like it. I don't care if the camps don't like it. Tough. I'm sorry. And that's just the bottom line. They're Israel. But I still think there's a distinction between bloodline, like, you know, the who were, I believe, with the original. That's just my understanding. That's my understanding of historical, secular history, and biblical history. So I don't have no problem with that. They're Israel. They're blood. They're Israel.
Okay, let me
And
ask
once you become adopted in, adopted in there, and came unto the face, you're Israel.
Okay.
And you were afforded every right as that because you're Israel.
And
That's Bible.
You made that clear. So now, I guess I'm about to ask you the question that everybody been asking for all these 4 years, but I ain't gonna get up in this okie doke. Not me. I ain't gonna, but I guess because me and you just talking right now, and I don't get in this stuff. So, but you say the blood. So let me ask you now. You mentioned blood, the blood. Now, how? No, hit my heart, brother. You know. If anybody, I don't get any kind of comment. You already know that about me. But how do you prove the blood? How?
Well, it's just
Give me direct. Hold on, Bruce. Give me direction now. Please be specific, because I ain't got all night. How do you prove? I'm just being straight to the point, man.
Yeah.
How? Because you said blood. How do you prove that?
There's a number of ways I determine if a person is Israel.
No, you said blood. How?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm getting to.
Okay.
So I believe number one, you have to fit the curses of Deuteronomy 28. That's just what I believe. So you don't have to accept it, but I believe your people group have to fit the curses. I believe that if you decide to use the science of DNA, and you can trace your back to the lineage of the Ashanti or the Lemba or the Igbo tribes, then yeah, you can trace that back. But no matter all that, it's about faith, just like you said. And the bottom line is, with the science or the curses, it's everything about faith. Just like the Christian salvation, everything's about faith. And that's, so that's wisdom, what you're saying. But with the addition of the historical narrative, with the addition of the curses that fit a certain group of people, that's how I determine who is Israel. That's just me.
Okay. Let me.
Elder Green, all Israel was on slave ships.
You asking me that?
Ethiopian Jews, all Israelites were on slave ships.
You asking Bruce that?
I'm
just Judah. I think Judah was on a slave ship because they're the one that was shipped to the four corners of the earth. It was Judah that was prophesied.
Elder Green, you don't even talk to us. Go ahead, Elder Green. Go ahead, ask him what you was getting ready to ask him after hearing how he knows. I want to see what Elder Green say.
Y'all ain't gonna get me on this stuff here. Well, okay. Well, I gotta applaud him. He did wrap that last thing up with the faith, because that's where I'm at. Honestly, that's where I'm at. So now let me ask you this, Elder Bruce. Like, say for instance, if you got they are absolutely bloodline by faith. Okay. Thank you, Professor Cole. Now let's say for instance, now me personally, I've shared this from day one on the show. Me personally, I believe that the original Israelites were people of color. Me personally, I believe that. Now, I've always said that, no big. Now, what color? That's another whole subject, but I believe that people of color. Now, follow my chain of thought, okay? As that original bunch right there begin to diaspora or disperse out, we of course don't know where everybody went. We don't know. I understand you saying only mixed with Ham. Okay. I'm not saying they didn't. But my point is, when they diaspora out, disperse out, we don't know exactly where everybody went. That's almost impossible to follow that. Okay. Now, once they start intermingling and intermarrying with people that's non-Israel, would it be safe? Now, I'm not the blood guy. Trust and believe. I'm not that Hapla stuff. I don't know how that Hapla stuff works. That phenotype, that stuff is above my pay grade. I ain't trying to be funny. But in a simple way, in my mind, I look at it like this. Once they left that land, traveling wherever they went as that blood Israel, and they intermingle with different shades, different colors, different women, different men, all this kind of stuff. Because that happened. I know that happened for a fact. So now, is it fair to say that blood just started going different locations, or what? Walk me through that part.
I think I think that's why a people group has to fit what Messiah said would happen to them. That's why it's all inclusive. You have to put when Messiah said you'll be led captive into all nations. If your ancestors weren't led captive, and the curses of Deuteronomy 20, those curses, in Deuteronomy 68, it said this will be a sign that who the people are, and the sign and that sign only fit the Negro. It doesn't fit those Khazarian, Ashkenazi folks over there in the land.
I'm not naming
To
them.
me, I'm just saying to me. Now you may say, I think it does, and I'm like, okay, we disagree. I guess we'll see when Mashiach comes.
Okay, look.
So I believe it's the
curses, right?
it's the curses, and if the curses line up with the biblical prophecy, and if you can use science, but in the final analysis, you have to have faith in the biblical narrative, which is the curses. You have to have faith that your people it's all about faith. But however, there are secular history that says who Israel were, they described what they look like, the Portuguese and the Spanish people, and they only and you got to put everything together. You just can't take one thing. You got to put everything together and look at the picture and say, that's Israel.
Okay, Paul.
And that's what I do.
Okay. Here we go. Now I let you talk, right? I ain't okay. Now watch this. Now let's say if you got a light complected person, not dark or not brown skin or whatever, black, dark, brown skin, but let's say if we are in a panel or in a room or in a discussion with a light complected person that's calling themselves Israel, and they can show you in their family line or in their ancestry those curses that you're bringing about and talking about. What do you say about that?
Well, then I'll have some more. Like if they were let's say if they were white and they said they were Israel, then I'll have other questions. Did your people? Where did your people? Hold on.
Hold on. No.
Well, let me finish.
No. Bruce, you ain't get ready. Rule of the green. We all
I ain't trying to rule everything. We're talking.
We all know, but you overtalk. You tend to overtalk people.
No.
We want to get some clarity in there. You ain't gonna overtalk him, and you ain't gonna mention the Trinity on here.
The Trinity. Go ahead, Elder Green.
Maria, you messing me up, Maria.
Go ahead. I'm be quiet. I want to hear what you gonna ask him, because he said, now if they were white, go ahead from right there.
Now you just look at what you said though. You said you zero in on that, but as soon as I said if they're white, now and they fit everything you said, now you about to add another line of questioning. You don't realize you just did that, but now you're about to add another line of interrogation now, because now they don't fit those curses that you talked about, but now you got to go another angle to see that's the interesting part, because you didn't mention that at first.
Yes, I did. Okay. What I was saying, I don't know if you understood what I was saying. I said you have to put the totality of everything together. It's just not phenotype.
Tell me what you define as the totality.
The totality is phenotype too. You got to take the scriptures.
What does that mean?
Phenotype means what you look like, because those Ashkenazi, Khazar folks in the land today, with their phenotype, with the hook noses and so forth, long hook noses, that looks like Caucasian folks. Okay, now when I say totality, I say you take the scriptures, you take Revelations 2:9, 3:9, who says there's a people that's call themselves are Jews and are not. So that's one. So you take the curses of Deuteronomy 28. Who fit those curses? What people group fit those curses?
Okay, Paul.
When Messiah, and hold on, I'm just going into totality. So I take everything in, in the exile. So if you were scattered to all, if your people were scattered to the four corners of earth, and not only that, you got to take the prophecies. You know, if your people weren't in no ancestry to slavery, who had some traces back to bondage, captivity, during the transatlantic slave trade. If you can't reconcile that there's a historical narrative from historians, secular, who said that the Spain and Portuguese Jews were on the west coast of Africa, and from there, that's when the transatlantic slave trade, that's when the Inquisition, the transatlantic slave trade was part of the Inquisition.
Okay.
You know, and so it's not just what your skin color look like. It's what historical history says. It's the transatlantic slave trade. It's what the Catholic Church did in their papal bulls. It's what a people group suffered throughout this whole globe. And so it's not just one thing. And then if you want to put the science part in there, if you could trace that, so it's not just one thing. You can say, I traced my family tree back there. Okay, were your people put in ships? Were your people in slavery in America, Brazil, Haiti, Jamaican islands, the Caribbean islands, or Europe, or China, or India, as slaves? You know, do they fit the curses and the prophecies to come? You know, you just can't say I can trace the, you know, because Messiah said there's a people who call themselves Jews and they are not.
Okay, now, I'll let you talk, Bruce. I'll let you talk. I ain't gonna lie. This is clear why I don't get this stuff. This is clear why I don't get this stuff. Because you may not realize it, but you just, I don't know that I'm not no theologian, I'm not no counselor, no therapist, but you mentioned the same thing over and over again, but use different words for the same thing. So but one thing I do want to go, my phone I can't go it. One thing now, one thing I do want to mention, going back to a biblical verse, Revelations, I believe in context, that was talking to the Jews of that day. Now I know that there's a duality in scripture. I do know that there's some scripture has a duality in prophecy. I understand that. But when I read that Revelation, that's talking to the Jews of that day and ain't talking about 2024, you know, unless somebody want to have that duality pertaining to that. So I wouldn't even use that verse right there. But now, going back to what you said, I took a note. You said phenotype and what they look like, okay? Remember I gave the example, once they left Israel, diaspora and dispersed, and came into other people groups, other complexions. Can we agree that I guess this word phenotype is going to change? Can we agree to that?
I would see. Here's the thing.
Yes and no.
I agree. Well, partially, because you know, because of the rapes, because like this modern day, we mixing with everybody.
Bruce. Okay.
But just hear what I'm saying, because there's a lot of historical sources that said that, like several sources that Dante said, those folks, like the Black Khazarians, they did not mix with the white Khazarians, because we were all over the earth. We did not mix. Israel did not mix with other groups. Later on.
Bruce,
okay, go ahead.
That's not. And now, I'm gonna be gonna hang out here for a minute. I'm gonna do. Trust me. I'm gonna give you space. So if I say something, you know, I'm not gonna talk long and not give you space back. So when I jump in, I'm not jumping just trying to stop you. I'm gonna be courteous to you. That I'm gonna do that. Trust, I'm gonna do that. Okay. I'm just trying to make sure I can follow you, because if you already know, you get up in there. I ain't that over. You start. I can't remember. So I had to get my dry erase board out to try to remember something saying, because you started going down this list. So now I'm still stuck back with I'm stuck back before raping, before all of that. I'm stuck back when they left Israel and they diaspora. For those who know what I'm talking about, diaspora means spread outside the land of Israel, the physical land of Israel. And they came in contact with different people, different complexions, different, all that kind of stuff. Can we safely say that I guess you say phenotype? I don't even know these words like that. I just wrote it down, and I hope your definition is right. That their phenotype changed or begin to change. Is that fair to say?
Well, yeah. If you mix,
Yes or no?
yes. I mean, well, in some cases, if you mix with a different race, yeah, your phenotype, which simply means the description of what you are, whether you do African American, big nose, nappy hair, big lips. That's phenotype.
Okay.
Describing what you look.
Okay. So is it fair to say it's possible to have two people standing in front of you that are blood Israel but don't have the same phenotype?
If it's is there yeah, it's a possibility, yes.
Okay. Now we working. Now, if those two people that don't look exactly the same, one of maybe lighter complected, one of maybe darker complected, whatever. If both of them can present a history that said that fits in your explanation of what you're looking for, and I'm talking about Bruce's explanation now, your specific explanation for yourself. If you got these two people, because in all fairness to the subject, you, Bruce, got to examine both people the same way. It'd be unfair for you to examine the lighter complected like that, and you let the darker complected one. And I'm not saying you're doing that. But it'd be so unfair. So, but now if both of these people, and if you do your interrogation for both of them, if both of them pass your interrogation, and you're a detective, so you know how to interrogate, you split them up, and all that kind of, you know how to do it. If both of them can give you in their history or their family line what you're looking for, is it fair to say that you're looking at two Israelites, but not the same complexion, but they're blood Israel? Can you say that?
I don't just use phenotype. I just don't. I use the totality of the. You got to have a. If you.
No, that's what. That's what I meant by when I said. Well, hear me out. When I said according to your interrogation. So right now, everything you about to list, you got to list it right now.
Okay. So here's the thing. So for instance, you get a brother who said, "I can trace my history back," like Kobe does. You know.
Don't mention no name. We not
okay.
No name.
Okay. So if a let's just say it like that, if an Asian, if a Caucasian, or a Native American, light-skinned Native American say they're Israel, then and I can trace my thing back. Okay. Can you trace your ancestors enduring the curses of Deuteronomy 28? Because the Bible says that those people who are his will fit the curses.
Okay. And
in other words, of people, not one or two people, not one or two, but a nation. It's about a people group. It's a nation. So one person can say, "Yeah, I trace mine to that." Okay, did your grandfather go on those ships? Did your grandfather endure chattel slavery? Did your grandfather endure discrimination and oppression and so forth? Did your ancestors experience being thrown in the thrown in the alligators and being hung and your body parts? And so it's not just what a person looks like. It's, do you fit the curses of Deuteronomy 28? Do you fit the curses of what Jesus said before he left, when he said that you will be scattered into all nations? So it's a totality of, and then if you have a historical, so it's not just phenotype. In other words, not how you look on the outer shell. It's whether or not you fit the entire curses, and you can bring in DNA.
No,
But
we're
you,
not talking about DNA. We're not talking about, okay.
yeah, yeah. Okay, so it's the totality of everything who I determine who is Israel.
Okay, now, what if you have that person in front of you that is of another complexion other than black, dark, or whatever, and you interrogate them like that? That's what I meant earlier about your line of questioning. Whichever question you use, you should make sure you use the same one for all people, not just all people. And if that person passed your interrogation, then what? Can you call them Israel?
Well, I would, if your family endured what I call Israel.
See, that's a struggle.
What? No. Well, that's what I'm saying. If they fit the curses of Deuteronomy 28, if they endured what we know the people group, which I say the Negro endured, and your ancestors can be traced back.
I'm not naming nobody. I'm not
naming. But you have to fit. You have to fit what happened to them in Spain and Portugal, what happened on the west coast of Africa, and you can trace it that you were in captivity as described in Deuteronomy 28, as described in by the Mashiach, who said what happened to them. And the thing is, if your ancestors fit the historical narrative, because black folks can produce light-skinned folks, lighter than you.
Bruce, I understand. Bruce, okay. But was everybody on the ship Israel?
Majority of the people on those ships are Israel.
Okay.
You might have had some Hamites mixed in there, but the majority of them were Israel. So that's who they targeted.
So we can agree that everybody on the ship was Israel, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying the majority of them were Israel.
Okay. However, we can agree that everybody wants Israel, right?
Right.
Okay. So now that means that somebody that wants Israel up there experienced those curses.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, would it be wrong or right for somebody to approach that person because they was on that ship and they experienced those curses? Would it be wrong or right for somebody to approach that person and tell them they're Israel?
Say that again, because I don't want to misunderstand you, what you were saying. Say it again.
Okay. We agree that on that ship, everybody wants Israel, but on that ship, everybody experienced the same curses, the same punishment, the same treatment. Now,
okay,
would it be right or wrong because that other person who is not Israel on the boat, on the ship, for somebody who is Israel to approach that person and say, look, you Israel, because you was on this boat, because you was beaten with a whip, with a chain, and would that be wrong or right? Is that a hard question, Bruce?
No, I know it's not. No, a person just can't, just because a person got caught up in the slave trade, got captured and put on the ship, and they might have been for a Canaanite, but mistaken as a Canaanite, and they endured all the slavery and all the curses. They're still not Israel. They're still not Israel, because they just got caught up in the slave trade, because the colonizer, the oppressors, they were looking more so. They targeted Jews, but they may have got some Hamites mixed into the slave trade. So even though they came over here in this country and experienced chattel slavery, they're still not Israel. They just got caught up in there because of mistaken identity.
I got you.
How?
No. When I say I got you, I don't mean like I got you like shot, like Bruce say shots, but I don't mean I got you like I got you, like I caught you in a lie.
Like you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
got
you.
Yeah.
So I'm only mentioning that because everyone who experienced those curses, we can agree they're not Israel. But now we also gotta agree, or no, I'm asking you. I ain't gonna say got you. I ain't put my thought in your mind. If you got somebody before you that has fit those curses, or has passed your line of questioning in your interrogation, and they are not of the complexion of the dark brown or whatever complexion, would it be fair to say, because they fit everything that you mapped out in your description, but they are of a different complexion because they, in past history, came in contact with somebody, complexion started to change, that word phenotype and all this kind of stuff started to change. Would it be fair to say at the end of the day, you could have a 3-day interrogation, you can have a 7-day interrogation, however it is you interrogate them, and every time you come and ask them the same exact question, this will be you, because next person may not do all that, but I'm talking about you, my brother Bruce, and they pass your interrogation, though they don't look like some of the ones across the other side of the world, but a different complexion, different phenotype, different all of that. Would it be fair to say, because they passed your interrogation, that you would be looking at an Israelite?
Well, see, that's hard to say, because here's my, and I'll tell you why. Because a person can be very light skinned, or we say doggone near white. And I'm submitting to you that the majority, 98% of the folks who were put in those ships like sardines were Negroes, thick nose, nappy hair, long skull shape, and so forth. So if a person who's telling me that they're number one, I don't think there's a person like a Hispanic person or a white person wouldn't be mistaken as a Israelite, because they were dark black, nappy head, big nose, big thick lips, long elongated head, skulls, and so that it would be suspect for a what straight hair white person with no features of Israel to be Israel. It would be hard. It would be hard. It would be hard for people to accept that they were Israel, because they, number one, let's face it, if Brother Berean had his wife, had a baby, and Brother Berean came in the hospital, as dark as he is, and next thing you know, he got some blonde hair, blue-eyed child laying in her lap. People, his parents, his parents and his siblings will be like, that ain't your child.
But is that possible? Can somebody black like me have a blonde, light-skinned baby with blue eyes, Bruce?
It's possible, but it's an anomaly.
But it's
so you see what I'm saying? It's possible because we populated the earth. We the first man. Well, it's an anomaly. It is not the norm. It's an abnormality.
Go ahead, Elder Green. Elder Green, this is what I'm doing.
Because
you're gonna make Bruce cuss. Elder Green.
No, I'm not gonna cuss again, Elder Green. Hey, Elder Green, tell Bree to hush up. I ain't gonna.
Elder Green, you tell me from talking to Bruce. You tell me you believe in converts. You tell me what you think about this, what you're hearing, Elder Green.
I'm gonna tell you, Elder Berean. I'm gonna tell you, I'm no therapist, and I ain't trying to diagnose but that's
and a lot of Israelites believe what Bruce is saying. This is the doctrine that's being preached in the awakening.
But what I don't think Bruce realized, and he's a smart guy. He's a learned. I know he's
that's
smart.
What hurts me.
Yeah. But I think I don't think he see himself changing it. It's like somebody gonna always add something in there to try because I just can't receive it. I just so it's like you just add, and this how I'm looking, Bruce. I ain't trying to say this, but this how it's like someone just add this. I gotta add that. I gotta because no matter which way, I ain't gonna believe this. I ain't gonna receive this. So I'm gonna throw that part in there. 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 That is interesting. I can't wrap my mind around that. I can't
So,
wrap
let me ask you this.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you don't believe there's a bloodline of Israel that besides the converts, just bloodline?
Bruce,
Let me ask you, do you believe there's a bloodline?
Bruce, if there is a bloodline, I don't have a clue how to prove it.
Okay. All right, cool. And so I submit to you that the bloodline of Israel were Negroes. All the historical data that's showing that what they look like, who they were dark, black, they described them as Negroes. They look like Egyptians, they look like Hamites.
You have no argument. Okay, Bruce.
Okay, no, okay. So here's the thing.
You have no argument.
So there's a people.
You have no argument with me with believing that the original sons of Jacob, I personally believe that I don't believe they look like me. I ain't gonna lie. I've always taught and still believe to this day that they were people of color. Now,
right.
But now, I know that those brothers, they traveled, and their seed traveled and came in contact. And I ain't even talking about converts at this point. I'm just talking about the blood thing now. The convert thing, as soon as even before they traveled and dispersed out, if somebody came along back then and convert, they just as is the blood. That's what the Bible say. But now I'm going back to the blood part. Now see the convert thing is just as strong biblically as the blood. That what God says. I can't. I'm not even gonna try to mess with that. I'm trying to deal now with the blood part. The blood part, when they begin to move out and get involved with different ones and this and that, that feature started to change. So
okay, my point is this. Elder Green.
No, wait, hold on, Bruce. So we know your point. He know where you're
No. We talking about the bloodline now. So Elder Green, Brother Berean, what I'm saying is the historical narrative. Hold on. The historical secular accounts from all these different writers who are put out saying they only mix within their own race. And you may have a few who was, because we're stiff-necked people who matter went out, but it did not start the mixing until well after slavery was ended. In other words, there wasn't a wholesale mixing of I'll just say it like that, of white folks mixing with Negroes in slavery. Because number one, the slaves will be killed, the white woman will be ostracized. Now you may have some men who who raped and went into black women, but as far as a people group in mass numbers, that didn't happen. So the Negroes, the black folks, the ones who look like Israel as described in the Bible, and as they mix with Hamites, still have the same phenotype, looking like Negroes. That's just what I believe. And the secular history attests to that they only mix within themselves. So but one more thing.
This is the awakening. Everybody that came on the slave ships, they're Israelites. This is the awakening. White folk fake, Covey, light-skinned folk fake. We know they converts based on their skin color. Go ahead, Dunamis. You've been quiet.
Yes, because Elder Green, I know. During the Judean Wars, 70 AD, 132, were there converts who fought and were taken as slaves and scattered amongst the world with the bloodline Israelites who fought as well?
Yes.
That's history, right?
Yes.
That's plain. There's no conspiracy. There's nothing to it.
No conspiracy. That's none of that. There's no conspiracy. That's history. Yes.
The leader, Rabbi Akiva, was a convert himself.
This is amazing, man.
So now, because I thought that's why I said yesterday when I said majority of Jews in the first century were converts. Bruce said, how can that be when 70 AD Israel was scattered to the four corners of the world? So you have converts going through the curses, right? Then Elder Green, when someone converts and their children, right? Are they? Do they ever stop being a Jew or Israelite?
No.
So
Not
even
Brother
in the
Jonas.
first century, Bruce, brother Bruce. Let me
No,
ask this.
Bruce, he was quiet. He was quiet.
Let Dumas roll, Bruce. Me and you.
Okay. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
In the first century, for those converts that accepted Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior, did they stop being Jews just because they became Christians?
Are you talking to me?
No, not you, bro.
Oh, okay.
Elder
Oh, yeah,
Green.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, those converts who accepted Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior, those converts who were there in Acts 2, those converts who all scattered around in Jerusalem, Judea, did they stop being Jews? Did they stop being Israelites just because they accepted Jesus Christ, the Lord and Savior?
Now, I've heard this kind of come up on Maria's show. Now, me personally, I don't think that they stopped being Jews, but I think I heard
not in terms of practices, but they were still considered Jews even if they accepted Jesus. You're a Christian. Oh no, so you're a Gentile now.
Right. They still remain Jews. Yes.
Okay, because that's where that goes. That Fervent Church is gonna bring it up and say stop. Because that's the old covenant. Once they set the new covenant and the old covenant has gone away, so they revert back to being Gentiles. And so that goes into part of this whole to where Elder Green can testify. You've seen it. I fought hard for the convert, and there's a reason why.
I see.
Bruce can't even say that there were converts on the ship who went through the curses. It's just bloodline, and that would be an easier rationale to say than to say no. And now with Abraham, even if we get Abraham's bone, yes, it would trace back to other group. But Elder Green, if Myrtle has four sons, right?
Mm-hmm.
They never knew the dad. Myrtle died, right? They can't necessarily trace back to see who their father is, but can they at least trace back to see if they're all brothers and sisters, full brothers, same father, same mother.
Right, yeah.
With DNA.
Right, yeah.
With that, they folks throw that out. They don't want to do DNA to see, okay, are we related at least, to see if we're cousins, to see if we're of a closer descendant than Noah. Folks don't want to do that. It's just curses. But I've been saying for a long time, the curses of Deuteronomy 28 is not a viable model to see who Israel is. Right. The Egyptians were scattered in Scripture, and the Egyptians were black, right, Bruce? So you have another black group that's scattered throughout the world. So what do? Folks are saying, "Oh, it's only Israel that's scattered, and you can't. It's a nation has to be scattered. It can't be one or two of the tribes." There were multiple nations, tribes on those ships. So you're going to tell me that all those different, the Yoruba, Wolof, Igbo, Ashanti, all those tribes are just Israelites. They have no difference. This is what the white man did when he came to the continent. He just broad brushed everyone to say, y'all are just this. Then with the whole narrative, there are Israelites on the African continent who say they're Israelites that never left on slave ships, never going to the curses of the transatlantic slave trade. Then folks are going to talk about Iberia. Kobe went back and traced back folks in Iberia. What do we see from the paintings? A lighter skin, a lighter hue. And these same Jews that are trying to trace back to, they're rabbinic. And they're going to say, no, that's demonic. They don't know what. But these are the folks that trace them back, so it's just strange all around. I don't want to complicate it, but this is what we're dealing with.
Elder Green, matter of fact, Elder Green, look at your jack. This is the awakening that we're talking about. Arguing for hours and hours who came on the slave ships, how you could prove somebody's Israel based on going in slavery, black people, Puerto Rican people, and just madness.
Now, and can I say, Elder Green, you and me have talked in person, and I said it before. Well, you said, whether it be Rabbi Wardo, whether it be Rabbi Snyder, Ashkenazi, Sephardic, Kobe showed a source that said the Sephardic Jews couldn't trace themselves back to Jacob. They just didn't know.
No one, from what I've seen, there were mad converts fighting I'm gonna be
Yeah,
quiet.
no
Go
one
ahead,
can
Jimmy.
show him on whatever side of the spectrum they go back to Jacob. No one, without a definitive doubt. And so now it's all
Agree,
been,
witness with that.
and that's why I talk about the ecclesial definition, right? So where it's bloodline and convert, and folks can't show who. Folks without a shadow of doubt can't show who the bloodline is.
I don't, Dunamis. I don't want to put words in Elder Green's mouth, but I want to hear him say some of this is nonsense. What he heard Bruce saying, some of this is nonsense. You got to say it. You can't stand here and let him think he making sense. Some of it is nonsense.
I got 2 scriptures I want y'all to pull up. Elder Berean.
Dunamis, that's good. Pull up your screen. No matter y'all, we already know what he's gonna do. Let's take a vote. Elder Green, let's take a vote on Bruce. I know he apologized, and y'all know I love him. Let's take a vote on Bruce. We got to take Bruce every 5th Sunday like communion. We can't do Bruce. I'm not paying for this food. We can't do this. I cannot continue in this with Bruce on every day. I can't.
Well, listen. Well, you know, that's a good communion every 5th Sunday. But pull up Deuteronomy 28 and 45 and 46, Dunamis.
Oh man, I don't see your screen. Garfield even laugh on that one. That's how we got to do it.
Pull up Deuteronomy 28.
Dunamis, I don't even hear you.
Dunamis.
Is Dunamis? Let me hear this phone. Dunamis, you there?
I'm sorry, my computer froze up for a second. Hold on.
Oh,
okay. I got 2 scriptures I want you to bring up.
Elder, and tell them the truth how you understand these scriptures.
And Elder Green, you know this is what happens? Elder Green, folks say y'all don't want to do history. We go to history, then we gotta run scripture. Then we go to scripture. Folks say, okay, y'all don't want to deal with prophecy. We deal with prophecy, folks get upset. Okay, y'all don't want to deal with the law. We deal with the law, folks get upset. So everything we've gone to, everything they brought to us, we've gone to, and they've gotten upset. And the whole standpoint is,
I don't see a screen yet. Garfield got to get on here and pull up the scripture.
Oh man, I'm sorry. All right, let me pull my screen
because he come on. Garfield want to terrorize Bruce, and I don't want too many people at one time to make it. You know, you already know his mouth like loose bowels. He'll slip out. We don't want him to slip a F. Come on, Garfield. No,
right.
Garfield. Y'all gonna make Bruce cuss because he's trying to teach Elder Green through scripture. Just hold on.
No.
Teach him through scripture. Because Elder Green don't even know this part of the awakening. He don't understand this part, so Bruce just want to bring clarity to him.
Okay.
Are you bringing to my screen?
No,
I don't even see it yet. Oh, there it is. Oh, my bad. Deuteronomy 28. Listen to this. I want
28, 45 through 46. Make it larger so the people can see it.
Oh, you see when he's ready to teach Elder Green? The teaching anointing on him right now.
I can't teach Elder Green anything because Elder Green is an elder of Israel. All I can do is share with him. So iron sharpens iron.
I hope you let him sharpen you up a little bit because you're better nice right now.
All right, hold on.
I mean myself.
Why you got that up there, dude? You got this old bootleg Bible.
Hold on.
We gotta buy Dunamis. We gotta buy Dunamis the logos for Christmas, y'all.
All right, y'all see my screen?
Hey, speak. And that Berean ain't telling me to do this, y'all.
Yeah, I know.
In the chat, what I'm about to say, I know this might split the room. But Berean ain't telling me to do this. But y'all can love on Berean with a first fruit offering tomorrow. A nice little first fruit offering.
Like believing in the you see that? You see that? Talk to Mello.
Bruce, the Bruce first fruits. Now I know you got a different. I know you got. I know you got.
Don't take that screen down.
And Bruce, when I say that jokingly to you. I know you got your own little pocket calendar, Bruce, but.
Yeah, we different in the calendar thing, man.
Bruce,
right? Deuteronomy, man, not Exodus.
No, Bruce, real quick. Ezekiel 30-26, and I will scatter the Egyptians among the nations, and disperse them among the countries, and they'll know I'm the Lord. So, Bruce, that hasn't happened yet. The Egyptians weren't scattered.
I got to read the entire context of what you're talking about. I just can't comment on one verse in that because that could be talking about the judge. Oh, excuse me. I can't comment on just that one verse. I got to leave the context of that for me to
we're gonna get it. That's that we're gonna get back to that.
Okay, okay, hold on. But okay. Watch this now. See, this how you land some planes. Now, Dunamis just asked you a question, right?
Right.
And now that don't mean you got to comment on it. But can we at least look at the simple reading of the verse? You know what I'm talking about?
We can, but not without context.
Okay,
because
I got you. I'm with you. And I know we don't want to get long drawn out looking at the whole passage, but the simple reading of the verse, can we at least agree on the simple reading of the verse?
The Bible. I mean, that verse is scripture, but I just want to know before I can say what that means. I need to know what the context was. And what the context is for them making that statement, because that could be talking about the Egyptians after the Exodus, or it could be talking about another period. So I won't comment on as to what that is talking about.
Oh, say it again. That could be talking about.
The scattering of Egyptian among the nations, that could be talking about during the Exodus, or it could be a later time. It could be future too, but that's why I need to know the context if I read it.
And you see, let me put one more thing.
I will scatter the Egyptians. Are you talking about after the Exodus? Hold on, bro, you're losing me now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm not. How can I comment on something that I don't read the entire context?
I want folks just to see what's going on, right? Thank. I don't know if it's Elder Barrow.
Okay, so you
hold on, Bruce. Hold on, Bruce.
I'm gonna forget what I wanted to talk about. So you keep going.
Real quick.
Hey, Bruce, you gotta write it down.
Yeah, I know it, man. That's what I'm saying. I'm forgetting now. I ain't no young folks.
Real quick, Bruce.
Doctrine.
Hey, Elder Green, these young folks don't understand, man. If we don't get it out, man, it's gone. I'll be forgetting.
Bruce, Moses is 120 years old. It says, eyesight didn't pale, nor did he lose strength. That's Bible.
Oh, Lord. Now
that's your kinsman.
Now watch, I gotta hang out with Bruce on that. You gotta read that in context.
Exactly.
Hey, Dunamis, you should have used that verse, right?
That's right. Okay, so go to Deuteronomy 28, start at 45.
Man, KJV, right, Bruce?
Yeah.
All right, got to be KJV.
Yeah, 45, 45.
45. Bruce, so with the blessings, do you ever say that's on you right now? That you have the blessings? You're blessing the field, they're coming and going?
Well, let me finish with this because that's a lot of it.
Ask me that question.
Ed, agree. Do you have the blessings on you?
Yes, I do. Absolutely. I ain't walking no curse. Oh.
This joy I have.
The
world can't take it away. This joy I have.
Oh, no.
After all that I've been through.
I ain't gonna stutter. I ain't gonna hesitate. Ain't no curse over here. No, sir.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Now let's get back to the mode. We victims. Go ahead, Bruce. Victim.
Okay, so Dunamis, you before you went on that long speech about Israel and how can you determine that the Bible tells you how? Because verse 45 it says, moreover, 45. Moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee, talking to Israel, and shall and all these, moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee, and overtake thee till thou be destroyed. Talking about the nation of Israel, not just one person, because thou hearken not unto the voice of the Lord thy God to keep his commandments and his statutes, which he commanded. And they, talking about the curses, This is how you're going to determine who Israel shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever.
Nope.
Yep. Yes, sir. That's what those curses are going to be. Now, and hold on, wait. Let me explain what I'm saying is.
I ain't walking in no curse. No.
This is for, listen, this is for Israel, and that will be a sign upon there. Now, you give me one or two people who could say, I can trace my people. That if you can't trace a people group to fit Deuteronomy 28 and the curses, I'm sorry, I just, based on scripture, you don't fit the curses. Now, one more, let's go to Revelations.
Now, Bruce, it's interesting you went to one verse and you said the other person you need context, but this one you don't need context.
No. I went above so you can get the context.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I went above so you can get the context. Because those curses will come upon thee and pursue thee and overtake thee, and it'll be up on you. That's how you know who the people are. That's one of the clues. So let's go to Revelation chapter 1.
Now, as you go there, like I said earlier, let's say if you sitting in front of somebody that's of another complexion, and they can show you everything you about to bring out in Deuteronomy and Revelation, where you say you're looking at an Israelite Jewish in front of you.
Okay. All right.
It's a question. Just go ahead. You can answer it and then go to Revelation verse.
All right, hold on for a minute. Let me
with that
get on the screen. Yeah. Let me get on the screen so I can try to pontificate. I can pontificate on it. Hold on, let me try to. I don't know if y'all can see me or not.
Bruce got his Hasidic head on. He got his Orthodox head on.
So here's the thing. I want you all to go to. Are you on 19 and 1 and 19? No, 1 and 17. We'll start at 17.
Okay.
And this is what I disagree with Elder Greenwood, respectfully, because I believe Revelations 2 and 9 and 3 and 9 is talking about a future. It was a present and a present and a future event. So you're at 17.
Yes, Bruce.
So
okay.
How you disagree with me on that then? I said that.
Hold on, because you said you don't believe Revelations 2 and 9 and 3 and 9 pertains to right now.
I said that some people approach it like with a duality in scripture.
Oh, okay. Well, then I stand corrected.
Wait.
So, and when I saw him, I fell at his feet as dead, and he laid his right hand upon me, saying unto me, fear not, I am the first and the last. So y'all know that's Yahuwah. That's Yeshua. I am he that liveth and was dead, and behold, I am alive forevermore. Amen. And have the keys of hell and death. Now, verse 19 is important because that's how you, I believe this is how you decipher or understand the book of Revelations. So write these things which thou have seen, and thou things which are present,
yes,
and the things which shall be hereafter, metanota, after these things. So you understand the book of Revelation, you have to write these things which you have seen, and the things which are present day, and the things which shall be hereafter. So he's telling them that you have to write these things for that. You know, the things that you have seen in the past, the things which are present day, and the things which shall be hereafter. Then he goes into the 7 churches of Asia Minor, the mystery of the stars, what thou sawest in my right hand, and the 7 golden candlesticks, the 7 stars are the angels of the churches. And then he goes into the message to the 7 churches. So the messages to the angels of the churches are future. present and future. Okay, so the message to the church at Ephesus, in other words, you're going to show conditions of the church then and conditions of the church in the latter days. Okay, and the condition of, I'll put it this way for the Israelites who don't like that, for the believers. Okay, so that's, and then you go to 2 and 9. I know thy works, Revelations 2 and 9. You there? So this is after those things. Write these things that you should see hereafter. And that's talking about the message to the, then he goes into the message to the 7 churches, because he's telling you to write these things which you have seen, which are present, which you're looking at now, and which things will be hereafter, metatola, okay, in the Greek. So it's a future thing. So it wasn't just talking about then, it's talking about then and in the future. I know thy works, thy tribulation, thy poverty, but thou art rich. I know thy blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. Fear none of those things which thou shalt suffer, and behold, the devil shall cast some of you in prison, which, you know, what happened then and now, shall cast some of you in prison, that you may be tried, and you shall have tribulation 10 days. Be thou faithful unto death, and I will give thee a crown. So he's talking future stuff. So those people in the land now are future. Now, and he that overcometh shall not be hurt in the second death. Go to Revelations 3 and 9.
Can I ask this question while you go?
Yes.
Okay. So now, in that context back then, those Jews present, had they rejected or received Christ?
Those Jews in the message to the 7 churches,
Mm-hmm.
they received Christ because they were in the church.
No, the Synagogue of Satan. The one that was Synagogue of Satan. Did they, the one that's called Synagogue of Satan, did they reject or they receive Christ?
Some, I believe it was a mixture.
No. Back then.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I'm
talking about during the time that he gave the message. Is that what you're speaking of?
Yes. During the time that he's calling these Jews the Synagogue of Satan, are these believing or non-believing Jews?
Well, basically, he's talking to those who had the title, because they're still in the synagogue. Because remember, the Gentiles haven't came in yet. He was talking to Jews.
Okay. Well, are they believing or non-believing Jews?
I think it's both.
Okay. Why would he call a believing Jew the Synagogue of Satan?
No. I think he's talking to both unbelievers and for those who overcome. But because the message, he have every condemnation for that the angel of the church was to give the message to the folks, and those who overcome. The only church that simply in the book of Revelations that did not have any condemnation was the church of Philadelphia. So there was sin inside the church. You know, he condemned them for what their actions were, but he said, if you overcome, this is what I would do for you, and this will happen. You see what I'm saying? So there's both.
I don't think I understand my question. Okay. So you don't think, now I'm gonna tell you right now, I believe the Synagogue of Satan that's in that context is talking about Jews of that day that rejected Christ. You don't believe that?
No, but I read you the context of what he was saying. He said, write these things. He said, write these things that you have seen, the things which that present times, and which shall be hereafter, thereafter, metatoma, things will be hereafter. So the message of the church, 7 churches, was for then, are, and for after, thereafter, in the future. So it's like when you said it was a double fulfillment or a double meaning.
Okay.
So I think it was from there.
Okay.
And I think it's from here in the future.
Okay. Watch it. Now let's hang out with the there first. The there first. Do they believe in Jesus Christ?
Well, yeah. It was a message to the church, the angel of the church, to deliver to the folks in Ephesus.
So you interpreting that letter that written there in that time, and you saying that it trickled over to this time, but you're saying that letter is to a synagogue of believers?
I'm saying this one particular letter, the message to the church of Ephesus, were for the people in Ephesus, and then you have the other 6 churches. The only
I don't think you follow. I don't think you follow. Now,
are you there?
Yeah. Now I believe.
Are you there?
I can hear you.
Okay. I don't lost the communication because somebody called in, so it's hard for me to hear y'all now. So
I can hear you. I can.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Okay,
the scripture says, "Write these things which thou shalt have seen," like in the past, and the things which are their time, John's time, and the things which shall be hereafter. Now, the mystery of the 7 churches was a present day truth as it relates to John, who is writing it, and it's a future thing. And so it's both. And I believe Revelations 2:9 and 3:9 is talking about a people who say they are Jews and are not. Revelations 3:9. Dude, let's go to 3:9.
I'm at 3:9, Bruce.
Okay, I can barely hear y'all. Okay.
You have to
Behold,
change the settings, Bruce. You have to change the settings and StreamYard. Go to the settings and then audio.
I can't do that. I'll mess up everything. I ain't as sharp as y'all young folks. Hold on. I'm gonna try it. Hold on.
Elder Green.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Let me see something.
Elder Green, why he's getting set up in the meantime?
Well, anyway, I'm just gonna go from here because it's hard for me to hear you all. So anyway, so Revelations 3:9, right before you get to the church of Philadelphia, and to the angel of the church of Sardis, these things saith he that has 7 spirits. Be watchful. Remember those things. There are a few things that I have. Hold on. I have a few things against you. The same shall be clothed in white raiment, and I will blot out the name out of the book of life, but I will confess his name before thee. So in 9, it says, behold, and then it goes into the church of Philadelphia, and it says, behold, I will make them the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them come and worship before thy feet. They have not come and worship before our feet yet, because that's all future. And to make them know that I have loved thee. That's all future. So those people in the land today fits the synagogue of Satan, because he said he's going to make them come and worship before thy feet. It's the people that's over there now. Because thou have kept the word of my patience, I also will keep thee from the hour of temptation, which shall come upon all the world, and try them that dwell on the earth. That's future. That's now. And so Elder Green, that's future. That's now. And so that synagogue of Satan does fit those folks in the land, right? Those folks in the land.
Let's go back to verse number 7. Let's go back to verse number 7. Now I normally don't go and work with Revelation like this. I don't really go into conversation like this. I really don't. But I'm gonna hang out here just for reading that tonight. Let's go to verse number 7. Verse number 7 say, and to the angel of the church in Philippi write, these things says he that is holy, he that is true, he that hath the key of David, I mean authority, he that openeth and no man shutteth, and shutteth and no man openeth. Verse 8, I know thy works. Context, so I can see it coming to the church of Philippi. Philippians. It would like to me. I could be wrong. Verse 8, I know thy works. Behold, I have set before thee an open door, and no man can shut it, for thou hast a little strength, and has kept my word. This don't look like a people right here in this context that and it's the church of Philadelphia. Philadelphia, and it may be safe to say that's a mixed congregation of Jew and Gentile. No problem with me there. Okay, here we go. For thou hast a little strength, this Philadelphia church that may be mixed with both, no problem with there, but he's applauding them to a certain degree, and has kept my word, that don't sound negative, and has not denied my name. That definitely ain't negative. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan. Now, this is like a different set of people right here. This is like a different set of people right here that verse 9 going to. Okay?
Right.
Behold, I will make them now, but remember that the context here, he's talking to now. So are you the church of Philippi? Now, if you want to spiritualize the text, now I can jump in the spiritual realm. I can easily do that. Now, I'm not trying to say you trying to spiritualize and make you spiritual Philadelphia, but the context here that I'm seeing, the context. Now, like I said, I know I'm to get a revelation like this, but we're gonna work with it for right now. And I got to go look into it to make sure that my flow is correct. Because see, what you got to do, I know the Bible now in chronological order and all that kind of stuff, so you got to go into a little bit more deeper. But right now, just simple reading, simple plain reading, it says the church of Philadelphia was in question. It said, verse 8, I know thy works, so I can't help but interpret that to mean Philadelphia. Behold, I have set before thee, I can't help but interpret that to be Philadelphia, an open door, and no man can shut it. For thou, I can't help but interpret that to be Philadelphia, has a little strength. So it sounds like this church of Philadelphia has a little strength. I mean, seems like they're doing pretty good to me. May not be.
In other words, they holding on because of the persecution, but continue.
Okay, here we go. Now, this ain't saying a bunch of believing Jews. This ain't saying a bunch of believing Israelites. This saying the church that could be fairly be a mixture, in all fairness, okay, strength, and has kept my word, that's a plus, and has not denied me. Behold, I will make them, now you like to talk to a different group. That's what I said earlier. I don't think these people here in this verse 9 at that time believed in Jesus Christ. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan. Now,
okay,
he's telling this to this church. Behold,
right, but he's talking about them. Think of what it was saying. Who worship in the synagogues? The Jews.
I'm not arguing that, but he's telling his audience of that current time, it appears, Philadelphia, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews. This is negative to me, and are not. That's a negative thing right there. But do lie, that ain't good. Behold, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet. Now, the proper context of thy feet, I can't help but think it's Philadelphia. I could be wrong. But before thy feet, and to know that I have loved thee. Sound like the thee there goes back to the Philadelphia. Now, if you're trying to make Israel the Philadelphia church,
well, you know what I'm saying?
Huh?
I'm saying is he's talking to his called out congregation, the set apart ones.
Okay, now
he's saying you have a little strength, okay, and you have kept my word and have not denied my name.
Yeah, is it
that name again? Okay, so now then he says, behold.
Hold on. Is it fair to say that this Philadelphia church is a church that we need to investigate who's inside that church?
Yeah, but hold on.
Okay. So we can midrash. We can midrash and find out what is this Philadelphia church made of, because the context here, he's talking to this church. Is that fair?
He's talking to the Philadelphia church. Yeah, it's self-explanatory. Yeah.
Okay. So
now
I think it's safe to say, what is the makeup of that church at that time? Okay, but now the Jews that's being talked about in verse 9, I can't, and I don't want to put nothing in the verse, but it don't look like these Jews here are in right standing with God at this point, in my opinion. That means
now, the church or those Jews that's in the synagogue.
No, those Jews right here in this context.
Right. So that's why I read Revelations 1:19 first, because he says, write these things which you have seen, the things that are, and things that should be hereafter. So here, the hereafter, if you look at what is saying in verse 8, he's talking about the believing believers, the congregation. Right. Then he says, behold, I will, that not that he's done it, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. I will make them come and worship before thy feet. That has not happened yet. But it's and so those who are of the synagogue of Satan is future tense. It correlates to who is in the land right now. Who's worshiping in the synagogue now? They are the synagogue of Satan, those folks in the land. And so he will make them, he said, I will make them worship before thy feet and know that I have loved thee, because thou have kept the word of my patience. I will also keep thee from the hour of temptation. So I see he's talking to his believers there who got a little strength, but he's telling them to hold on, because you're not denying my word and my name. But behold them, he's talking about them of the synagogue of Satan. Who worship in the synagogue? Who's the ones claiming to be Jews? They fit this description because it's future from what here. Because I read you Revelations 1:19, the things that you have seen, the things which are, and the things which shall be hereafter.
Go back and read verse 8 again, and I'm gonna give you time. Go back and read verse 8 again and explain how that carries over to verse 9. Take your time and read. Matter of fact, go back to verse 7. Go back to verse 7 and explain how that carries over to verse 9.
Okay. The verse 7 is he's talking to the angel of the church or the congregation in Philadelphia. He says, these things I say, who that is holy, he that is true, he that has the key of David, he that opens and no man shall shut up, and shutteth and no man can open it. And that's for believers. Okay. And he's saying, look, he said, this is the only church that he really doesn't have any condemnation for. Okay. Because this is the true believers, but they got very little strength. They barely holding on, but they still keeping his word, and they have not denied. He said, my name.
Okay.
So Yeshua, Jesus, Yahweh Shai. You with me so far?
What's the name of that church?
That's the Church of Philadelphia.
Okay, continue. Go ahead.
Okay. Behold, which behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews.
No. Go back to verse 8. You skip verse 8. Go back to verse 8.
I just read it.
No. You read verse 7. Go back to verse 8.
I know thy works.
Okay, who's the thy there?
The church, the congregation,
the
believers.
By what name?
He's talking to the angel of the Church of Philadelphia.
Okay,
and he's talking in the wider scope, he's talking about all believers.
No, okay. Right now we're doing a simple exegesis of the plain reading. Okay?
Right, and I'm trying to get you there.
So I know thy. Who's the thy there?
He's talking about the church.
What by name?
Because it's one body.
Okay, but hold on. The context, he's talking directly to who though?
The context, he's talking to the Church of Philadelphia.
Okay, go ahead, continue.
Right, and the church. Who is the Church of Philadelphia? The Church of Philadelphia he's talking to the angel of the church in Philadelphia.
I'm with that, but continue. Go verse 8.
Okay, and so he's giving that message to the angels, to the congregation, the body of Christ.
Okay, now, hold,
so this message is not only for the Church of Philadelphia, but it's for all the churches.
Bruce. Proper context. We got to stay with
that context. Is context, but you don't think the church, this message, you don't think the message to the seven church represent church history and it applies to all the churches and the degradation and the sin in the church.
I understand what you're trying to say. I understand. Read verse 8.
You keep stopping me.
No,
okay. I know thy works, behold, have set forth an open door, and no man can shut it, for thou hast little strength. Talking about the body of Christ at Philadelphia. Okay, and has kept my word and has not denied my name. And then he says, behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan. So that's outside the church.
I have no problem with that. I'm with that.
Right. So who worship in the synagogue, Elder Green?
Today, if you want to bring it to today, I'm gonna ask you. If you want to bring this to today, you got black Jews that worship in the synagogue and white Jews that worship in synagogue that don't believe in Jesus Christ. So now, if you want to apply it to today, I would say that both of those groups, black and white, that don't got Jesus Christ, can be brought into this verse today if you want to do that.
Okay, I don't have no problem with that. But the overall, but it's a people. It's a them. It's a people. It's a people who is the synagogue who are saying they are Jews and they are not, but they're lying. And that's why most Hebrew Israelites, not just camps, but Hebrew Israelites, were saying they are not the people of the book. They have no bloodline. They are converts. And so, this is one of the scriptures of many to make us believe they are not the people of the book, and it doesn't line up with historical history in terms for the Israelites, and they don't line up with the curses. Because if they lined it up, if their soldiering lined up with the prophecies, then there will be no war there. They will be there in peace. And the scripture says when the Mashiach comes, he's going to regather them and put them back in the land, and there will be peace. And Israel won't study war anymore. And Ephraim won't war with Judah, and Judah won't war against Ephraim. So they are not the people.
Okay, Bruce.
And those people are white folks claiming to be Jews, but are Ashkenazi Khazar Jews who are nothing more than European. They are not bloodline.
All I'm trying to do is get us to read this verse in context. The context is clearly talking about the Church of Philadelphia. You can't get around that. It's talking Church of Philadelphia.
Hey, Elder Green, real quick, just for clarity, when is Revelation written?
Oh Lord,
I know this.
What is 59, something like that? 59. I can't fact check me on that.
Okay.
59. When you think? When is it? You know? You asked me. You know?
Well, no. There's two views. There's a later view, 90, earlier view, right before the temple falls, right?
Yeah. Right.
So, if it's an earlier view, which I think Bruce is holding to, Elder Green, would it be Christians, Messianics, going to those synagogues?
No. Now, me personally, like I said, I don't get.
I know, yeah.
But to answer your question, where Bruce go?
His connection.
Oh, to answer your question, like I said, I don't get into Revelation I don't get in like this. But
at this point, it's early on, 60. There will still be some interaction.
Oh yeah.
So if he's saying this is the Synagogue of Satan, he's discrediting one, those who could be bloodline, and then two.
Exactly.
Messianics who are still congregating amongst non-Messianics.
You see, and to your point right there, what's happening here is I believe that this group in number 9 is those ones that was amongst the believing Jews. See that I think in John, and someone that left from amongst them, and they had what's called the Antichrist spirit. Either you're for Christ or you're against Christ. So it was some Jews that couldn't hold to the message, that couldn't receive the message, and they left from amongst the other believing Israelite believing Jews, and they was called ones having the not Antichrist, but the Antichrist spirit. I believe that this here is a good portion of those groups like that in verse 9. They call themselves Jews, but they are not. And that's back then. See, that's the sad thing, how you going to take this verse, not you, how somebody would take this verse, and we just reading the plain reading, and the proper context tell us it's Philadelphia. You can't get around that. You can't get around that. The context is talking to the Church of Philadelphia and saying that some way this group going to come, whether it be back then they did it, or future in the resurrection, however, I don't know, I'm saying, or future when Messiah come back, but unless the Israelites are some kind of way Philadelphia. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. And then two, Elder Green. Brian, if you can drop the link. But if to base the whole standpoint of being an Israelite on the curses and suffering, what is that?
I can't
Do Jews being a Jew based on the Holocaust, based off the expulsions in Europe, the Ashkenazi? Or is that something secondary to who they are?
Yeah, I would say second. Yeah, I would definitely say second that I know of and that I travel with.
Because in terms of Jews, Ethiopian Jews, they talk about the trials that Jews went through, but they don't say, well, you're not philosophy if you didn't go through this. And then the whole standpoint, if Bruce accepts a convert, now there might be some geopolitical issues with the state of Israel. There's nothing. That's another conversation, right?
Yeah.
But if folks are saying they want a land where they can worship how they want to keep their customs, right? Are folks keeping folks out of the Holy Land?
No, not that I know of.
There's tons of Messianics, tons of Christians who travel to the Holy Land to worship.
Yeah.
So,
but you know, but yeah. To answer your question, yes.
And then I know some folks can say, well, we don't have a nation. You have Haiti. You have many nations run by descendants of slaves.
Yeah.
You have African nations who claim to be Israelites, who run and rule and have power.
Yeah.
So it seems like as much as they want to say dispersed throughout the whole world and curses, it comes back to a certain group. And this is, to me, I could be wrong. This is very similar to Black Power talk saying we want to have a country of our own. We want to secede, have our own land. The government's going to give us land here and all that kind of stuff. Pan-Africanism, Marcus Garvey, we're going to leave. We're going to get land for ourselves so we can have self-governance. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
But there's a source that we read that talked about how how there were so-called blacks who amongst Jewish communities, right? And they were jealous of the Jews, how they were able to raise themselves up. And this ain't me praising no one, but it's interesting that was the source that was presented, and folks say that means nothing. So now, what do we do?
Deuternonomy?
Because now the whole standpoint, like Edwin, let me play something for you real quick.
Go ahead.
Well, because now by Bruce standard,
I hope Bruce come back. Edwin, he probably stepped away. Edwin, tell Bruce to come back. I want Bruce to come back.
Now,
and what is this?
Now we got one that's lava lot of hue, one that got a little melanin, and Elder Green. It's always funny. Bruce ain't about 1 or 2 shades darker than you. I'm darker than Bruce, and Bruce talking all this Black Power talk. Like, Bruce passed the paper bag test. Bruce passed the look like he jet black. Come on, what do we?
Yeah. Something happened to him. I ain't gonna lie. Something happened to me. Something happened
within a fair use. So these are two. Let's see which one's the Israelite by Bruce standard.
And that's a good question. That woman to come back. Tell him. Tell Berea, tell him come on back. This is good. We building pretty good.
And they're also something else. Something. These pretty teens are best friends, and they're also something else. Something that may surprise you.
We're twins.
Believe it or not, they're twins.
Wow. Yeah, we're twins. We're same twin sisters. Same dad.
You heard right. They have the same mom and dad. What are the odds that one would be black and one white?
A lot of people are just in shock.
Lucy and Maria Aylmer live in Gloucester, England. Maria has a caramel complexion, brown eyes, and thick curly black hair. Lucy has pale white skin, ginger red hair, blue eyes, and freckles. Most people have the same reaction when they hear they are twins.
They say, how did it happen? We don't believe you.
So, how did it happen? Their mom, Donna, is half black and half white. The twins' dad, Vince, is white. The couple was thrilled when a sonogram revealed they were expecting twins.
Wow, look at that.
Bruce gonna say, the daddy white. So that black girl, she not Israel. But Bruce will see her on the street and tell her, you're a daughter of the Most High. You know the curses that was on
you. You be finding stuff, dude. That's an excellent example right there. That right there.
Shout out to Rome. It was Rome that sent this. Shout out to Rome.
That's an excellent. See that. Where Bruce? Tell Bruce come back now. See that right there. That's an excellent example right there. That right there. That's an excellent example right there. Come on, man. You can't send that to me. I want that.
It's in the. I was putting in the back chat. But shout out to Rome.
Shout out to Rome. That's an excellent example, right? Play that again. Play that video again.
Let's run it back. All right.
These pretty teens are best friends, and they're also something else. Something that may surprise you.
We're twins.
Believe it or not, they're twins.
Yep, we're twins. We're same twin sisters. Same dad.
You heard right. They have the same mom and dad. What are the odds that one would be black and one white?
A lot of people are just in shock.
Lucy and Maria Aylmer live in Gloucester, England. Maria has a caramel complexion, brown eyes, and thick curly black hair. Lucy has pale white skin, ginger red hair, blue eyes, and freckles. Most people have the same reaction when they hear they are twins.
They say, how did it happen? We don't believe you.
So, how did it happen? Their mom, Donna, is half black and half white. The twins' dad, Vince, is white. The couple was thrilled when a sonogram revealed they were expecting twins.
I just cried. It was shock.
Mom did a double take when she delivered one black and one white baby.
I'm so glad Mom dressed us in such cute little outfits.
Mom dressed her adorable twin daughters in matching outfits, just like twins everywhere. But by age 10, Lucy says,
Elder Green, you see, that's where the mom messed up, because that's indoctrination right there. You see how it has a crown on both their heads? She should have put a crown on the darker skin one, because to let the dark skin one know that she's royal.
Oh, my God. But now I understand your point. Now watch it. Now walking down, let's say for instance, them two, not them right there, but the two grown girls, young ladies rather, walking down the street and came in contact with some camp, and the camp don't know that they sisters, blood sisters. They may look at that the more melanated one and call her Israel, you Israel, and not knowing that her sister's standing right there beside her and call her. See, that's a good example, right? That's a good example, right?
And we've seen there's videos like that. We have folks on the street corner saying, you know what you are? You're an Israelite. Well, my dad's white. Oh, that's why you can't accept the doctrine. And then folks tell them, well, I don't know if Israel, I can't trace back to my father, his father's a Negro. Well, just live like you Israel. Okay, all right. Bruce about to jump back on.
Yeah.
And so, and up next, bro, you said the whole standpoint with Israelites is about not having a sense of a self-governance. Jamaica allowed for Jews to worship how they wanted to, right? So are there nations run by descendants of slaves that have autonomy that folks can go to, worship how they want to? Are there African nations run by Israelites? We got to make it plain. What exactly is it to worship by as you want to? Autonomy, governance. What is the whole point? A land of our own? To do what?
All right, here he is right here. Here he is.
All right.
All right, so Bruce,
now,
which one's Israel? Which one was Israel? Which one's not?
Did you see that video, Bruce?
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay, how we now don't explain away the video. Now don't do that now. Just explain how you know some of them would have been approached if they were walking down some of these streets. Now let's be fair. That's
good. Come on, that's good question right there.
If them two are walking down the street and about to pass some camp, you tell me how do you think that would have worked out?
They would have called the sister Israel. They would have called the white woman Esau.
So what would prevent you from doing the same thing?
Because I got these facts right now. Because listen, my father, Berean, is darker than you, but my mom is not a white woman. She's a light-skinned black woman. And consequently, my gene pool was constructed from my mom, but my father is darker than you. So but when you have a white man as the father, you know, she's still part of Japheth or Esau, because we go by the father, not the mate, not the woman.
But hold on.
Yeah, all right, go ahead. I want to hear this. I want to hear all of this.
Okay, now we just had a perfect example right there with this white man and this black lady producing these two twins that look totally opposite. One like a straight up white girl and one like a black girl. Now, let's say, for instance, if you had a black man with this white lady and they produced the same kind of twins, and you look at them eyeball to eyeball. And let's say, for instance, if that black girl, if that black man was an Israelite and he got this white lady, and they produced these same kind of twins like we just saw, and both of them one of them look straight up white and one look straight up black. Is that white one there Israel?
Well, I don't.
No. Straight answer.
No, because you're gonna listen to me.
No. I'm giving you. See, I want straight answer. I said I've been.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I can't talk if you're going to interrupt me, Elder Green.
Yeah, we don't want no long drawn out. Listen,
see.
I'm gonna say one more again.
I heard you, but I just want to explain it to you.
I'm gonna make sure I'm hearing myself right. Hold on, okay? Let's take this black man who's Israel, and he married this white lady, who's white lady. They produced two twins that turned out just like them two girls right there. One of them looked straight up white, and one of them looked straight up black. Are both of them still Israel?
Yes.
Okay.
Why? You got a problem with that?
Nope.
Because listen, Elder Green, I don't do what the current.
Bruce, hold on. Didn't
Wait a minute. Let me talk to Elder Green for a second. Let me explain. Dunamis, stop it, man. I'm trying to address Elder Green.
Hold on, dude.
I don't go by what these current Jews they think the lineage is through the mom. I submit, from my understanding right now, this is my understanding right now, it comes from the father.
We're not talking about none of that.
I know, that's the only way you can go by. That's the only way you can become Israel is through the father. It's not through the mom.
Bruce. Okay, the example I just gave right now, you don't think that some black Hebrew Israelite brother got a hold of some white lady?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Of course, man.
Okay. And do you think out of that union it could produce what we just saw on this screen right here?
Black folks, as Sister Deborah and her husband in their Whited Out series showed that yes, that's Israel. We can produce any shade through our lineage.
And they still
all I'm saying,
and they
huh?
still blood, right?
Yeah.
So what's the problem?
Ain't no problem. Okay. But the father has to be Israel, black. But if it's Japheth who's the father, then the mother doesn't carry it. It's the father. That's all I'm saying. Hold on for a minute.
Okay. But as he coming back, so it's clear. He said himself. Now he may go back and dress it up. I don't know, but he said himself that one that clearly looked like a white person, they still Israel. But that word you phenotype, whatever that was, looked totally different. That's why it's a faith thing, because you can have somebody standing in front of you that could be clearly Israel and don't look like the person that's standing right beside him.
Here's my point towards it. You talking about anomalies. I'm talking about a nation. The nation is dark black. Israel is black. You can have situations like that, but that's like 0.01%.
Okay,
Wait a minute, hold on, Elder Green. And then during that time of slavery, that was not on a regular basis.
Okay.
Even before slavery, that was not on a regular basis because the history said they only mixed within themselves in Egypt and in Spain and Portugal.
Okay,
so what you're talking about is not the norm.
Okay, here we go. Okay, watch it. Pause. Okay, pause. Now, like I said earlier, I'm not talking about the ships. I'm not talking about slaves. I'm asking you on an individual basis. I'm not looking at the slave ship. I'm not looking at chattel slavery. I'm not looking at that. That's not my zero of attention. My zero attention is if you have a case like I just gave, and I gained the idea from that video, Dunamis, with basically that's kind of what I was basically saying way back with the Exodus and people going out and migrating, doing this, doing that. You at least said that person is still Israel, even though they look totally opposite. So now, I'm not talking about a slave trade. Let's bring it home to like our immediate community, our immediate person that believe that they're Israel. You can't concretely say that they are not because of the slave, because not all Israel was put on slave ships. Not all of Israel was put on old boats.
No, it was Judah. Judah was put on the boats.
Okay. Hold on. Let's get at the Judah then. Okay. I give you that. No, okay. I'm not saying I agree, but I'm just trying to say let's get at the Judah then. But let's say that. But I'm not saying it was. I'm just saying we can at least agree that all Israel did not get on the boats. So what about those Israel that did not get on the boat and they wind up becoming that complexion like we just saw? Are they still Israel?
Well, that's what I've been trying to get you to understand, Elder Green. That's the anomaly. That is not the norm. The nation of Israel, the nation of Israel, they were dark, black, tawny.
But are they?
Yes, I told you. If the father was Israel, dark skinned, then whatever offspring he had, that child is Israel.
Okay.
Because of the father. I don't go through the mother.
Okay. Now.
That's my understanding right now.
Okay.
Now, if the Lord showed me different, then I will recant.
Okay. Now, let's say, for instance, if that union with that black male Israelite father, let's say, for instance, if he got with this white non-Israelite lady and they birthed a young man that came out looking like that white lady right there in that video, is that Israel in front that came out?
Yes, because black folks. Yes, because black folks can produce any color on the spectrum because we are the first.
Watch this. Now let's say if he go and marry another straight up white lady. If he go and he marry another straight up white lady, and they produce a child, is that child Israel?
Well, I think it's like 3 or 4 generations. Hold on, wait a minute. Listen to me out. I heard you out. Just listen to me. I think it's like it's called bronchiamento when you white out the gene pool. You could do that. That's what the colonizers and the white supremacists have done. If after 3 and 4 generations, if you are whited out of the gene pool, then you become white. I'm sorry, you're not Israel. If it's the example you gave, if a black man produce a white child who looked like that white woman, right? And that child married a white woman, and then that child of that people married a white person, and then that child married a white person. They done white it out. It's called bronchiamento. They whited out the gene pool.
Paul. Now, what if before they got to that point, they went back and married somebody of dark complexion? Before they got to hold on. Whatever that lineup is, whatever that space of time is, before they got to whatever that end point is, you just said right there, they wind up marrying back inside. Then what?
Well, see, there's a whole lot of hypotheticals right there. But here's my whole point of the crux of the matter. The majority of Israel coming out of the transatlantic were black, and there was a lot of mixing. But the bottom line is the gene pool comes through the father, not through the matriarch. It's through the patriarch, the man. And the majority of Israel were black, dark-skinned, curly, nappy hair, wide noses, thick lips, and then you will have some that have maybe European features, but that doesn't mean they're not Israel.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you. That's all. That's fine. Now, I don't need that to help me, or I don't need your approval, but at least you fair. At least I heard you say it. So now, if we have some that's a part of this community that feel by faith that they fall in that community, not proselyte converted, but fall in that category, can it be fair to address that one like that? Watch my wording. That one. Because we know and we saying it's not some of the popular, but at least, you know what I'm saying, because we do agree is a faith walk for all of us, but that one that feel as though that he may or she may have came in that way, is it fair that we can approach at least that one like that? Is that fair? Let's be fair. Let's be fair.
Well, I listen, there's anomalies in certain situations, but I'm talking about a people group.
Okay,
I'm talking about I'm talking about the people who are called Negroes, black. Those are the people of the book, not no anomalies that could happen. What if this happened, and all these different scenarios and hypotheticals? But the people of Israel has a bloodline, and they were dark-skinned black folks.
Bruce.
That's all I'm saying.
Bruce.
That's all I'm saying.
Bruce, I have no problem with saying the written Israel people color, but can we be fair? I'm not talking about the slave ship. What I'm talking about is that black brother that would have left traveling where he traveled, coming in contact with different people. Is it fair to say the blood began to move? And also, is it fair to say that the color change would have started? I don't think it don't take nothing away, and not that I'm trying to make you say it, but
no. I know, and I'm not being fair, and I'm saying abnormalities or anomalies or certain particular situations doesn't take away from the people in America, Brazil, and all over the world. They were dark-skinned, tawny black folks, and they were persecuted, and they fit the other thing. And here's another thing too: you have to fit more than just phenotype. As I said earlier, you have to have your descendants had to be on those slave ships, and you had to receive the curses of Deuteronomy 28, and you had to be your ancestor had to be scattered. So it's not just phenotype; it's a totality of everything. So like those folks over there in the land right now, they can bring up history and say all this other stuff, but they still don't fit the curses. They still don't fit the prophecies.
Yeah, okay. With that, all that being said, is it fair to say, Bruce? It's fair to say that there is a possibility that somebody of a lighter complexion, is it fair to say it's a possibility somewhere down the road, maybe not the norm, maybe not a popular thing, or the main thing, slave ship or no slave ship, is it fair to say that there's possible, or it could be possible, that someone could be blood Israel of a lighter complexion?
Yeah, this is possible because the father is black. Okay,
that's fair.
Good.
That's fair. Okay,
it's possible, but the people group, the masses of black folks, Negroes, are dark-skinned, brown-skinned people who look like the folks who came out of Egypt, who mixed with Hamites. And so those folks over there in the land today, they don't look like us. Their phenotype don't look like us. You know, it's just like Brother Berean. Brother Berean or Brother Dunamis. If Dunamis had a child, and he came out looking like a blonde-haired, blue-eyed person, people are gonna be like, okay, that's your child? We gonna see. You know, and so it has to be history.
Right.
Everything had to be in a certain context, and anomalies, abnormalities, and other things has to be put in this proper context. That's all I'm saying.
I want to be fair too, because I don't like saying names. And I do appreciate that you know, trying to be as much of a stretch as it may be for you, you're trying to be fair with your answer, saying there is a possibility. Because the other day I heard on the show, the gentleman, I won't say his name, but he was up there with some other gentlemen. They were talking about the same subject matter. And I don't watch every show and I don't see everyone, but I think I did hear this one gentleman that come up every so often. I won't say name. He did mention something about, okay, kind of approaching like you approach it when he said that there could be possibly an Israelite or a Jew, on the ship.
Okay, let me ask you this. This is very important.
Mhm.
Do you believe the scriptures, that's the prophecies that said he's going to regather his people and put them back in the land?
Oh yeah, now you talking about Ezekiel. Now talking about Ezekiel, the dry bones.
And Isaiah and Joel and Zechariah.
Yeah, I believe that.
Okay, good. So the bottom line is, the Most High knows who his people are, and those people who are in the land today don't fit his people, because it would be a sign and a wonder to the rest of the world. Because we call monkey, we call coons, we call nigger, we call everything else under the sun. Those folks have not been sent into captivity. The only thing that has happened to them and that was a local thing, a continent thing, was the Holocaust, in which I respect for them going through it, and I have respect for the families who are descendants of them, but they still don't fit the curses. That one event, which is 6 million, don't talk about a whole people group from around the world. So that's why they don't fit the curses. Not only that, they do fit the curse. They do fit the prophecy that the Synagogue of Satan, because they worship in a synagogue, and they say they're Jews and they're not.
Okay, let me ask you this. Now, what about the black Jews in the land that don't believe in Jesus Christ?
Well, I believe that even those they see. Then we have to go into what we believe. Huh?
They're not the synagogue. I'm talking the black Jews in the land, in the synagogue that don't believe in Jesus Christ. They not synagogue of Satan.
They're synagogue of Satan.
That's fair.
They're the synagogue of Satan too.
That's fair.
Hey, Esau has mixed with Japheth, or the white man, and they have mixed with Hamites. So Esau can still be a Hamite or any other people group.
Amen.
So Esau, but in the latter days, and when the Mashiach come, Esau is going to be running the world, but it only fits the Caucasian people of today. So that's why people call Esau the white man, because right now, Esau is the white man today. When he comes back, he's coming back to destroy those nations who put his people, the apple of his eye, into captivity. And the people that put his people into captivity are the Caucasian white people who are called Esau, and he's coming back to destroy Esau. But that's what the scripture says. So people don't see that. They can't put the correlation and the pieces together. So Esau is the white man, and with some mixture of every other people group.
Yeah.
But it's not. That's just what I see in the scriptures.
Bruce, you're not even gonna get me.
All right,
one brother up here about Edom, the Esau stuff. So you ain't gonna get me over that. But I do appreciate that, and it's not that anybody needed Bruce approval, because nobody needs Bruce approval. But at the same time, you are part of this community, and people really love you and appreciate you, and and I know I do, I know Berean do, a lot of people do, and not that anybody trying to change your mind or change your view, but I can at least say that unless you change your mind after this show, and at least you gave that because the other day I heard a young man basically say, that had a view that I guess that won't nobody up there, but in his explanation he said, but basically anything's possible, and when I heard him say that, I said that was a wise answer, because anything is possible. Anything.
like certain situation like you described, or what that video that Dunamis put up. Yeah, that can happen, but that's not even 0.1% of the people of Israel. That's a rare case. That's not even 1% of the population of Israel. So the majority of Israel is dark, black, tawny. You know, it is not. They don't fit the color of those folks that's in the land today. That's all I'm saying. All right, y'all. Listen, I gotta go. It's 8 o'clock. I gotta eat. And
all right, Bruce, man.
It was good dialogue. Thanks for the dialogue.
Good deal.
And people who heard me get in my flesh, I'm fasting after tonight. And so because hey, listen, anybody who been came up in the church or came up born again, if you were attached to a congregation who had a pastor who really taught you about the Bible and about killing your flesh, killing your natural man. One of the things that the Bible talks about is fasting. And sometimes when you get too carnal, I know for me what I got to do when I get in a carnal state, I have to fast, and I kill my flesh, and I allow the spirit man to take over more. So the other day, when you get emotional and you're going back and forth, you get into the flesh, and then you say things that you don't need to say, or you're like, oh Lord, let me repent. Let me apologize to people that heard me say that. And like I said, I got to fast. I know I got to fast because when I get quick, Elder Green, when I get quick tempered, or I'm quick, or I'm snapping at somebody, or I say things, or I may curse, then I know I'm in the flesh. I got to fast. I got to bring my spiritual man up. It's about the Holy Spirit. A lot of people don't understand that. At least see when I'm in the muck and the mire, I know how to get back in the Lord. I got to pray, I got to study, and I got to fast. People don't know how important it is to fast, man. That's how you control your members. You got to pray. Yeah, you got to pray and you got to fast. A lot of people can't deal with fasting. And I know some people got medical issues that they can't because they have to eat with their medicine and everything. But for the most part, people have to fast when they're in the flesh. And I'm honest. I'm honest enough to tell people that I was in the flesh, and I was I'm in a carnal state, so I know I got to get back to where I need to, and get closer to it, and that's what the scripture tells us to do, So yeah, and fasting,
and that's good.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna take a seat because I consider you. I'm no authority in this community, but I consider you an elder. And I know you would agree that you know it's already. I know Berea don't mind me saying this because it is. It's already kind of rough for Israel in this community. You see what I'm saying? And then for one like yourself as an elder, then when you go off, because when you go off like that, it don't help. You know what I'm saying? It don't help. You see where I'm coming from? You agree? It don't help because it throws off your witness. You know what I'm saying? It throws off.
Exactly.
So,
and call the enemies of God to blaspheme. Because they say, "Oh, you supposed to be at church. You supposed to be saved. You supposed to be Israel. How you know?" And when they know in reality, they get in the same state and they end up making the same sin as everybody else. That's why we're in these earthen vessels, and we have to just be honest enough to say, okay, yeah, I messed up. I gotta get myself together, and I know how to do it by prayer, fasting, and get into His Word. And I'm talking about a real fast. I ain't talking about just not eating, not eating meat. I'm talking about, like a fast. And when you kill the man that's spoken of in Romans, and you allow the Spirit to take over, and then you are allowed the Holy Spirit to take over, and you build up your most holy faith, as the Scripture says.
Amen.
Through fasting and prayer. Yeah.
Amen. That's good.
Hey, well, Bruce, before you go, for you and Elder Green,
no, let him go. Let him go. Dude.
Not There's one quick thing.
Dude was trying to get me in the flesh again.
No, Bruce. If I were to say to you next year in Jerusalem, Bruce, does that mean anything to you? Next year in Jerusalem.
What about it? What that mean?
Praise next year in Jerusalem.
I don't understand where you go. I don't understand what you say.
Next year in Jerusalem.
What about it?
Dunamis.
Elder Green.
Elder Green, what he talking about? What he talking about?
I'm talking about Bruce. That comes from.
Let Bruce go. Move on to the let Bruce go. We appreciate.
Elder Green, bring that down. Because that comes from a Sephardic Jew in the 10th century. It's for a rabbi. Break that down. What does that mean? If I would say to next year in Jerusalem, Passover and then Seder, Yom Kippur. What does that mean to say next year in Jerusalem?
Basically saying, let me kind of do this.
Let nothing go.
The dunamis done Berean done rubbed off and you dunamis. Berean done rubbed off.
It's a simple phrase.
What it mean though? What it mean?
Hold on. Here we go. The dunamis out of Berean done rubbed off when you can you like start stuff too. Berean hey, okay, I'm gonna hold this up, Bruce.
Okay.
Hold it up like that.
Okay.
And that's the last page right there.
What that say? Okay. What that say? Not you is next year in Jerusalem. Oh, so what that mean? What they saying? Give me a brief thing. What that mean? Like
I held this up first. This is the Passover. See, we celebrated Passover last night.
Okay.
And we went through the program, the Seder. And at the end of the Seder, traditionally, it says, basically, let us meet again, come back again
in Jerusalem. It's like a prayer, it's a blessing.
Oh, okay. Well, all right.
Next year in Jerusalem will be there and that kind of stuff. And then for Bruce, next year in Jerusalem, Messiah might come next year.
Hold on, Dunamis. You know he got his own calendar though.
Yeah, that's right. Because I don't celebrate. Celebrate Passover for 2 weeks from now.
I know, but Bruce.
Yes, 2 weeks from now, Elder Green, huh?
But Bruce, you should understand the phrase. This is your culture. Next year,
yeah, but I ain't understand that. That's bourbon. Listen, I admit that certain things. I don't know everything. I ain't listen. I don't have a sharp mind.
Your Moray doesn't know that, Bruce. Your Moray didn't break that down to you. Your teachers didn't break down next year in Jerusalem.
I've never heard that term. That term like that. I'm sorry. I'm being honest. That's what. Hey, Elder Green, I ain't gonna lie. I'm just saying, like, break it down to me.
So, but not Israel. Pastor
what about
Kelly, no one has broken down.
No, they're not my pastors. They're not my mores. They just Bereans in the faith.
So
why can't Dunamis let stuff go, Elder Green?
So we want our culture back. We want our culture back. We want to go back to Spain and Iberia. This comes from a Sephardic rabbi, if not mistaken.
Okay. All right. Hey, one more thing, and I'm gone. Elder Green, I know you're breaking down the Passover, but I put in the text. I think you missed it about the Passover, and I wanted you to bring up about the second Passover. A lot of people are not aware that if they miss the first Passover because of touching a dead body, or they're on a faraway trip, there's a second Passover, and it occurs in the second month, right after the month of Nisan or B. Am I right?
Yeah, it's called the Pasach Shani. The Shani Pasach.
Yeah.
The second Passover.
Yeah. So.
Hold on. Well, why you say I missed it? What? See, why
I didn't hear you. I must have missed it because I didn't hear you bring that up.
Okay.
When you were teaching on Passover.
Okay, but because I didn't bring it up, that don't mean I missed it.
No. I'm talking about sharing that. No, not missing it like that. Like sharing it with other people.
I got you.
Yeah.
I've done that a couple times at Bedford Shul. We've done it at Bedford Shul when someone for some reason didn't make like the one yesterday. I've done it a couple times in the past where we met a month later, like a month from now, and we practice that at Bedford Shul.
Yeah. So I wasn't saying that you missed it like you were trying. No, a lot of people are not aware of that because I talked to an Israelite the other day. We're like, "What are you talking about? Show me this." And I showed them. They were like, "You know what? I missed that." A lot of people just, I'm sure if Israelites missed it, some Christians may not have heard of it. Yeah. So I just wanted to say, hey, break that down to just give a brief explanation of that because a lot of people, Elder Green, they're not aware of it. But I'm sure I know you being being Amore, I know you know. I wasn't saying that you didn't. I was just saying I was just wanted you to bring that out and just comment on it.
It's a perfect picture of the grace of God. It's
Right.
a perfect picture of the grace of God. Great God. God always is a God. How you say? He's a God of what? A second chance.
And a God of provision.
A God of provision. He always been like that. He's always been like that. Always be like that. You know, we'll be like that. You know, so yeah, that's a perfect example of that. Absolutely.
Yes, sir. All right, family, I gotta go. Shalom, and hey, thank you. I think you guys I think each and every one of you. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Hey, Bruce, can I come over?
Bye. I gotta start putting y'all out. What Darnell want? What Darnell want?
I just want
Darnell.
Oh look, they're gonna.
Hey, you know what? I just wanted to say happy high holy day to Brother Beran, Dunamis, and Brother Nasi Green.
Shalom, sir.
You know that's my friend right there, Beran.
You know who this is? You know who this is, right, Evergreen?
Yeah. Matter of fact, I met him through you, Beran.
This is Adam was the serpent. This the Adam was the serpent preacher.
Yeah. We had to talk about that.
All right.
Yeah, but I just wanted to say hello to you all. I'm not gonna stay on the channel. And I wanted to speak peace to you, Beran, because I know, we ended our YouTube relationship abruptly, but I still listen to you. I think you're a very interesting person, and I love. All right, and I love everybody that you bring on there. So I like the dialogue, and I just wanted to tell you I appreciate you. I appreciate what you do.
I appreciate you too, brother. And you can always come back. We just don't want to. I don't want to share that. I don't think that thing should be shared.
Yeah,
we already doing a lot with this awakening.
Yeah.
So that's a whole other.
I told my wife that I scared y'all.
Yeah, worried. He worried. He worried you, Evergreen, or you not worried?
Well, I have talked to the gentleman, and we've talked great length, and we're gonna continue our conversation. But I feel comfortable saying that. Now I didn't know he was gonna jump up here, but I don't think he's coming up here trying to push that for me. I don't think he's trying to do that.
I don't believe so either. Okay, that's a good thing. All right, hold on. Come on, Garfield. What Garfield want?
No, I was gonna say to Dunamis, hey, peace and love to the serpent teacher. By the way, I don't know if we've ever spoken before, but peace and love to you. Elder Green, I don't know. I was gonna ask the brother, Bruce, if your skin tone is a problem for him as far as you claiming to be an Israelite. I was gonna ask him that.
Hey, Adam, call him right back. Bruce is up back on. Call him right back.
Come on, Bruce.
I think Garfield's
I could see if Bruce was my complexion. He got the nerve to be talking about COVID, and he's just one shade.
One shade. Hey, Dunamis,
unbelievable.
When you make the claim about converts, I think it's good for people to understand where you're coming from, especially when it comes to rituals and far as holy days, because the holy days changed literally when the temple was destroyed. Because most of the rituals and holy days were celebrated within the temple or surrounding the temple, based on the Old Testament. So now when they practice it, they're practicing a different version that was created by the spiritual leaders at the time. So technically, everybody who follows those rituals are converts, technically. Because they have now converted into a new form of celebrating the holy days. They're now under a different covenant. Not a covenant. I wouldn't say covenant, but different.
A new system.
Type of,
but for them, Bruce don't want to hear that. Bruce don't want to hear that history. That's not
hold on.
Bruce history.
Hold on. Let me.
Bruce, don't feed in that, Bruce. Bruce, don't feed in that.
I ain't listening to Dunamis. I'm talking to my brother, to Garfield. Hey, Garfield. Believe it or not, man, I got some photos of myself, because you can tell a melanated person, man. A lot of melanated people darken up when that sun hit them, because it's like in your DNA, brother. So anyway, what about Malcolm X? Y'all don't tell me nothing about light-skinned folks.
Malcolm X, hold on a second. Malcolm X's mother was an extreme mulatto child.
So she was extremely light skinned. So he was
Right.
called Red because, of course, he got a lot of that from his mom.
Yeah. So them people talking about, well, you light skinned, you don't qualify. Well, so dismiss any light skinned person who fought for black folks all over the world. That's just ignorant. That's just ignorant talking about a light skinned black folk.
Bruce, look at this. Look at this though. If you look at Muhammad Ali, Martin Luther King, you look at Rick Kittles, look at Marcus Garvey, you're talking about dark-skinned people who have Europeans within their lineage as men. Their paternal line is European. So although they look dark-skinned like Garvey, his family lineage goes back to Europe. Genealogy-wise, Michael Jackson too. So genealogical-wise, those are what you call, in the camp doctrine, they would not be Israelites because they have a lineage of their fathers or their father's father's father being white. So the skin tone don't make a difference. So look at Marcus Garvey. He's darker than Berean.
Well, you got to be a melanated person. And when you, I'm just saying, Garfield. All I'm saying is,
but don't go back on what we established now.
No. We established. You got a melanated person. Listen, I got photos, and I can show you later on in the show. Don't be talking about I'm a shade lighter than Kobe. Elder Green a shade lighter than Kobe. Not me.
Bruce, you using cake sauce,
Hold on one second, Dunamis. Hey, Bruce.
Listen, I'm joking, Garfield. I'm joking.
I know you are, beloved. Hey, let me ask you this: Would you say you said that melanated? You know that all humans have melanin, right? All humans have melanin. So
I'm talking about non-melanated people.
No, there's no such thing as non-melanated people. That's that pseudo Afrocentric community talk. You don't need to go there. Leave that alone.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just saying
less melanin. They have less melanin than probably me and you. But I don't know about you, but I don't know about me and Berean. But I know. You should have never showed your face.
Hey.
And I ain't got no hope.
Hey, brother Garfield, when we get back to the kingdom and the Lord come and get us, and you in there with us, because you're gonna come around, I ain't even worried about it.
Yeah, bro.
Okay.
Hey, listen, Elder Green, I ain't worried about it. They all gonna come around. They be like, you know what, them Israelites, they were right. They were the people. They are the people.
You know what? I'm gonna say like Fidel Castro, man. If them wicked people are in the kingdom, I don't want to be there. That's all I'm gonna say. If they wicked people is in the kingdom, I don't want to be there.
Yeah, they gonna.
If Jeffrey Dahmer is in the kingdom, I don't want to be there.
Hey, but I tell you what now, real talk.
Brother Garfield, now hold on, Brother Garfield, because now if they repent and got it right for they took their last. Now I wasn't there when they took their last breath. And that's if they them people you just named right there. I'm not a history guy, so I don't know if they're dead or alive. I don't know, but if they are dead, but if they repented and got it right before they took their last breath, then they're gonna wake up in the kingdom.
But I don't believe they did. They busting hell wide open.
Jeffrey Dahmer allegedly did. Jeffrey Dahmer actually allegedly did.
Okay. Yeah, who was that guy? Who was he again?
He was the one in Milwaukee, I think, that was killing black people and eating them, cutting their heads off and eating them and all type of craziness. Black people eating black people.
Yeah, he was having a smorgasbord.
Bruce, wasn't there black killing Atlanta, taking up young black boys and killing them? And in Detroit, how many black men the BMF kill and kidnap and all kinds of stuff?
Yep.
Don't talk about BMF, man. That's my people.
Who's BMF?
Black Mafia killer. Black Mafia family. Hey, joking, Dunamis. Hey, y'all, listen, I gotta go. I got a long.
All right. Is there anything else, Elder Green, you'd like to share?
No, I think it's been great. It's been great. I would just say everybody that don't have no problem with doing it, love on Berean with a first gift, a first fruit. I know somebody they may take that the wrong way because they think it's the law and all, but that definitely he's worthy of being loved on financially. Thank God for all the ones that do support him
But I encourage you to continue to support him, and perhaps Berean gonna do his job by taking care of his health and eating properly as best he can, and all that good stuff. So,
thank you, Fervent Charity. Thank you, brother. We appreciate that.
I'm out. Shalom. I'm out, y'all.
All right, Dunamis. Is there anything else y'all would like to discuss? Did y'all finish the video?
Well, yeah. So I missed the first part. So was it proven that there are slaves on the Israelites on the slave ship?
Ask the chat. Ask them. I don't know. Was it proven, Fervent Charity? Garfield, ain't nobody talking to you. Was it proven? Was it proven, Fervent Charity? Or y'all want to play this other video right here? Because y'all don't anything. Y'all don't want to accept nothing. This is the problem right here. Hold on a minute.
Hold on, Bree. Who's y'all? Like the Christians or the Israelites? Who?
The Christians. The Israelites already believe, and they're gonna believe, and they're gonna believe. Is it beyond a shadow of doubt? And then Bruce added to the case? Oh, he missed it. Play it again. Play the whole thing straight. It's only 20 minutes. Let me close.
I don't know the video. What video?
I don't know. Dante played the video. I think it's maybe from 2 days ago. The 20-minute one is newest videos. It's only 20 minutes long.
Like the Inquisition, that one?
Yes, correct. It's proven, Red Letter. It's proven that the Inquisition was the slave trade. They just disguised.
Wow.
That's still, ain't it?
Wow.
And then,
That's
and then
isn't that Benai Israel's theory though? Yeah, he talks about the people, the Sephardic Jews, and all that stuff. I think these people are just reaching, man. They're just reaching.
And the slave trade was the last Inquisition.
Ali
What
Muhammad
do you say
said
about that, Red Letter?
Ali Muhammad said the slave trade happened in reverse. Dane Calloway said the same thing.
That we were here.
Oof. I don't know, man. I don't know how we do it, Bereen. I'll be on Clubhouse in Biblical Smoke. They got over 1,000 people listening. I'm in there battling with them on stage. And you know what? It's sad that people just hold to these things, man. It's crazy. It's crazy.
I gotta be honest, Jay, the producer said you can't even have. It's sad that you gotta have Bible study. You can't have Bible study with black folk without talking about blackness and the color of Jesus and all this other stuff. 2,000, 3,700 in the Bible study. I was in Noah Jones Live the other day. He had 294 people in there. I go to the other guy's channel. The other guy got 1,100.
They talking that color stuff, right?
The nations know it's our time. Oh God, they love that. Oh God, they love that. And I'm looking at the super chats. I'm like, wow, they want to hear. They want to be affirmed.
Hey, Barry, do you know a pastor named Pastor Cunningham?
No, Cunningham? No,
yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah, he went on the stage today and he told them, he cussed them out. Literally told them F you on stage. And it was like, yeah, we was like,
oh no, you gotta pull that up. You gotta pull that up.
Yeah, he told him F you on stage, and they started going in on the Christians. They want to know who invited them and all that stuff. Yeah, on Clubhouse, they had like 900 people in the chat, man. And he jumped on stage and they asked him if he ever heard of the Israelites before. He said, I heard of the Hebrew Israelites. And he sounded real calm. He had the Brooklyn magic. He was smooth and everything. And then
what happened? What pissed him?
He went to Titus 2:11, and they asked him to break it down. What does it mean or something? And he just went off and told him F you. Literally F you. Literally F you. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yep. I'm gonna find it. They said they're gonna clip it, so I'm gonna see if I find it.
Send me the clip. Yeah,
this YouTube.
This is all signs of it. More pastors worldly and doing club stuff in the church, and this is all signs. But the Bible talk about that. But listen to some of this. I don't know how much time Garfield got. Let that thing play.
I got time. Right. My Knicks ain't playing, so I got time.
Listen on We're Red Letter.
I mean, if Garfield's time is the Knicks not playing, he got all year.
And nobody's saying nothing.
Get out of here.
Type of one if y'all think that Inquisition is the slave trade on the low. Go ahead, fair use.
Peace.
All right, so now This right here is the one primeval language. This is published. This is the original book from the collection of Oxford. Is published 1854, so it's published after the text I'm reading. And now I've read this before, but I'm going to read a couple of things from here because it's going to give us context to the rest of what's about to come up. Well, in general, it's going to give us some context for those that don't believe that this Judah has anything to do with Israel. To begin with, the country of the Khazar Tartars, to which the Israelites with certainty are known to have migrated. We saw this from Eldad the Danite as well in 880 AD. He also says that the tribe of Manasseh and Simeon are living among the Khazars in the Caucasus Mountains. It says, so they say they know. Now, this is interesting. They are known to have migrated there. This whole theory of the lost tribes, people knew exactly where the lost tribes were. This is about the 10 lost tribes, by the way. And as I mentioned before, the 10 lost tribes are Israel, and then you have Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, who are the southern kingdom. We're going to come back to that. Judah, Benjamin, and Levi are the southern kingdom, the kingdom of Judah. This is mostly for the new people. So they knew they migrated there. It says, and from whence it has been clearly shown they must have passed into Afghanistan and India. You have black Jews in Afghanistan and India. It is expressly stated by Ibn Hukal himself, an eyewitness of the fact that there were two distinct branches or castes of the Khazars, the one white and the other black. So we have the black and white Khazars. Go watch my video about the black Khazars. I have a couple videos up. Now here, in a region colonized by Israelite tribes, is the very same phenomenon which is found at the present day in the black Jews and white Jews of Malabar. I covered this in the last video about how they did not mix. The white ones and the black ones didn't mix, but people are saying, well, Jews are all colored. They're all related. Well, why won't they mix with each other if they're all related and they're all colors? Why don't the black Jews
I'm sorry.
mix with the
So
white
it was
Jews?
segregation back then?
It says Mr. Elephant.
It was segregation back then. The blacks and the whites didn't mix, or all the black ones knew the white ones was fake.
That's crazy.
No,
He made
that's
that.
what I know. I know what. I'm sorry. Good. I said that in plain. I'll take it.
And then also the whole thing with DNA. Was it Yeshua saying his DNA goes against that narrative? But you got to trust
them. Got some of them folks in there. Find Dante DNA too. We're gonna play that. Find that Garfield. Find that. We're gonna play it. We're gonna listen to that. We're not ready, Brew. We're more at. Play that. Find that too. But let this play. There was a video. Did he come on and do it, or it was one of his, or did he do a video specifically showing his DNA and talking about it?
I'm not aware of that.
I think it was a video, and then Yeshua played that video.
All right. Go ahead. Keep going for you.
Elphinstone's work supplies a fresh example of the same character and contrast in a case still more nearly in point, that of one of the tribes of Afghanistan, the Nasrs. In their persons, they are small, black, and ugly. We find the Nasrs enjoying the same liberty with most of the other Afghans, that the Nasrs are Afghans and therefore, like the black Jews, claim to be B'nai Israel or sons of Israel, may safely be rested on their own strenuous assertions. The contrast in countenance and color is the only difficulty, a difficulty certainly not to be set in the balance against the national tradition of any tribe of Afghan race, although Mr. Elphinstone himself has not escaped its influence upon his judgment, observing though they speak Pashto and strenuously maintain their descent from Afghans, their features and appearance certainly indicate a race distinct from that nation. But whatever changes time and climate conjoined may produce in national physiognomy, there is another cause of change far more powerful than both, which in the present question has been strangely overlooked. I mean intermarriages with other races. Now we know from the book of Nehemiah, y'all read the book of Nehemiah if you haven't, that such foreign alliances were not unusual among the Jews after captivity. And as Manasseh had become a Tartar horde, seated, as we have seen in the country of the Khazars, that's the Caucasus Mountains, it may justly be inferred that they indulged in a similar latitude, intermarrying with their female slaves. Now, this is going to be important right here. Or contracting marriages with the black Khazars mentioned by Ibn Hukal. Why were they contracting marriages with the black Khazars and not the white ones? The subject at large and the point in hand receive curious light from a single expression in the Cochin manuscript. It's talking about Cochin, India, Dr. Claudius Buchanan. Whence it would appear both that the tribe of Manasseh had become tawny or black, and that this tribe had settled in Malabar. This is India.
How did it? What if they became tawny and black?
You see, with the Conchin Jews or Cochin Jews or whatever, what people need to ask, are those people converts or are they not converts? And they would separate them and call them black or white. There's a lot, but a lot of this stuff, remember, these are authors who are actually making up stuff as they go based on traditions that they heard about. It don't necessarily have to be factual. So when Dante is reading these sources, he got to understand the root of these sources. He's just going into Google and say, hey, let me find something, and then I'm going to read the book and act like I did some deep research. And all he's doing is just putting black Jews in the Google search and find these old books from whatever. And these books are not actual science. Even when he mentions Eldad the Danite, he got to remember Eldad the Danite only visited some places, so he can't be a primary source for people living in the so-called Khazar region. He can't be a witness for that. He didn't go there. So they say that Jews, he must have heard something, but I mean, come on, Eldad the Danite lied about a lot of things. He tried to trick the whole people like he never knew the rabbinic, he didn't have a rabbinic roots. And that's what he had. And that they tracked down where he's from based on the type of Hebrew he spoke. He was from like an era where Arabs were. So people got to look at the sources that you're reading and dig deep. You're going to find sources saying black Jews, white Jews. That's why when I was reading earlier, I said, when it says white Jews, I don't like it, because when it says white, we don't know what they mean. It says that the Lancados or Portuguese Jews was white. I don't think they're literally saying that they're white. They may have classified them as white because of their skin tone, but they weren't white like how we look at white folks today. So we just got to be careful with the sources that people use.
Yeah, and then too, now with this source, is it talking about Jewry worldwide or a certain region of Jews? So if it's just talking about a certain region, the Cochin and all that kind of stuff, and not Jewry worldwide, what do we do? Because the Cochin Jews, that's India. Khazars, that's Eastern Europe.
Yep. But that's the confusion. Listen to Dante, though. That's the confusion.
That's like me saying, in America, in the South, blacks and whites didn't mix. So in America, there's no interracial people? No. Is that how that works?
Mm-hmm.
Read that.
You're right.
Read that right there.
You must research books of old when there's no need to lie about heritage of oh my.
Well, no. The Israelites, they got a revelation you don't got. Stop playing with these smart folk. They done researched it. Y'all haven't researched it. How do you? I only got a few questions. We've been going over them Jews in India, how they were involved in the slave trade too. They were there for 1,000 years.
And they
forget
Aliyah back to Israel.
Forget them. So we've seen enough books for people that knew that the black people were Israel, and the black people were Israel, and they knew it. We've seen enough of that research that they weren't just grabbing black folk, just grabbing anybody they could grab for slavery. They were grabbing specifically Israel. Name the top 2 or 3 books so I can buy right now, and we can read that this week. Michi, Gideon, name them, y'all. Name them. I'm asking y'all to name them so we can go over the source and believe what y'all believe. Because all of y'all tell us to go do the research. What somebody just said to Garfield, she said, just prove it. Who? What Garfield just said?
I think Eldad the Danite lying and.
Oh yeah, was it that? She said, let me see, ain't that Google? What she said?
Or maybe maybe the Google search thing.
Yeah, all he does, but you see it on his sources though. He gives it away. He shows it on his videos.
Talking about
He shows
the highlighted right now, the purple, and it had the search bars open at the side.
Yeah, that's what he does all the time. It's nothing new. We see what he does.
Oh man, we can't even go over this stuff. Look at Russell Higgins. We can't
Has
even
anyone checked Garfield's sources? If not, why? Garfield, do we have permission to read your book on the channel?
Do we have a what?
Do we have permission? We can read your book on the channel?
Yeah, all the time. Anytime.
But his book got to do with what we want to prove. Black folk came over here. This has been the charge. Black folk came over here. Dunamis. We're not going nowhere else. We're not doing for the rest of the year. Black folk came over here on slave ships. For the 6 years straight, we going over that. We got to find where the real Jerusalem is. Oh Lord, Father, let me be quiet.
And then
everything ain't nothing right no more. Real Jerusalem ain't Jerusalem. Ain't nothing right.
And Bree, you're on the video you're playing from Unpack, the Jewish site. Now, mind you, we know there's a Jewish lean and at times propaganda, right? But then when the videos are playing talking about DNA, that's when folks want to look into sources and what people are saying to show that there's a conspiracy. But with these things, when folks look into Equiano, when folks look into the Parfait, when folks look into the authors and the resources, y'all just don't want y'all don't want black folks to be Jews. Y'all hate your own. You have self-hatred. Y'all don't want information to come out. Y'all trying to stop the awakening. What's the standard for methodology?
The only thing Dante did was prove we been to was black Jews. So that ain't the beef. Maybe Sister Cherry and them ain't know that.
Yeah, that's where
we knew that. That's not the beef. Is these 400 years and all these folk that came over here was Israel. Lining up with what y'all claim of these prophecies and Stephen was wrong in Acts 7. That's where we are. And we're going to be there until we come to conclusion. Now, y'all steer us. Russell Higgins, y'all steer us and show us where to go. Go ahead. Play the video. Let me find Dante DNA.
I said someone said the boats, Bree.
Huh?
The boats.
What boats?
I guess the ships. But the ship logs don't help. And then we look at the last.
Did Garfield read some of the slave names? I'm not going to California, and I'm not going for that nonsense Benaiah talking about. I'm not going for that nonsense.
But they went back to the continent. They didn't make it to the New World, though.
Yeah, that's another thing too, Bereen. The 822 people that had the name Yah never came over here.
Garfield.
And it was after 1821 when the slave trade was already done.
Israelites say that, and you're the only one saying something opposite. Prove that, Garfield. One thing at a time. Prove that.
Do you want me to pull it up?
Pull it up.
All right.
Pull it up while Doom was doing that, and I'm looking for that DNA thing.
Give me 2 minutes.
We're gonna spend our time here, Israel. The church is in darkness. The bishops and them is listening. They in darkness. This is your chance. This is your chance.
And then brings, if we're going
to want y'all coming on here cussing, y'all done did the research. Y'all are the ones with the wisdom, the revelation. Y'all ain't eating no pork. The Spirit is poured out on y'all. Show the wicked church.
Yeah.
I don't want my family and all my bishop friends to die in a nonsense, thinking they Gentiles. So y'all help us. Any wisdom, anything. We ain't even asking y'all to buy the book. I told y'all Christians books. I'm copying Christians copying these books for me. Sister Christian all the day, even Israel said, oh yeah, I got the 400-year book. I got Undeniable 1 and 2. I said, oh, I got to get that. I ain't playing with y'all. I'm not playing with y'all. Then y'all want to come up here and start talking all crazy. Other dude talking about, oh, they don't want to get into that. Well, we don't want to get into y'all. I done tailored this channel for y'all. I'm finna start talking greasy. I done tailored this channel. So y'all better get to talk about these books. Y'all better get to bringing this stuff out. Y'all say play dumb. Everything y'all send me, I play. Come on, you go. If you don't put him out, go ahead, play it. So what's the suggestion? Tell me the books. He said, Adam, back. You back in here. 6 years and counting.
I also got to be
every source we look at them light-skinned folk there, and Bruce gonna come cussing Covey, and Covey done traced his more. I'll put bread on. I ain't got no bread. I'll go buy some. Y'all know I get to quick hit somebody jack. I'll put bread on it. I put bread that Kobe could trace is better than Bruce. Y'all running y'all mouth. Beefing. We're fervent charity at beefing. Oh, no, bloodline is something just for bloodline because the converts ain't there now. Beefing. Months. I know we're out in that. I no longer support Berean TV. I'm surprised Christians even support. Because this is a whole Israelite channel. This is a whole Israelite researching channel. It's a Christian channel, but it's a whole, whatever Israel say we do. Except them camps. Y'all know I don't like them camps. Let me show y'all Nathaniel on that horse and ask y'all if the prophets came in on the Passover on a horse. Cussing and smoking weed and fireworks. But no, not them. These are the smart ones, the non-campers. Ain't nobody crazy enough to go over to the camps and the rape doctrine. So we're going to deal with these smart ones. That's Dante and them. That's you non-campers. We're going to get the information from y'all.
Share my screen, please.
Dunamis, yeah, I'm going to put Dunamis out. Dunamis moving too slow. I tell him, let me get Dante thing. Where your screen on?
I was waiting for Garfield. You said you're going to pull Garfield's screen up.
Yeah. I'm gonna pull this thing up, and I'm looking for Dante DNA, and then I'll look at some of the gang to try to see if I can get more on here, or we'll do that another day.
All right, so let me do this. Oh boy, I tell you.
Who got Ogilvy? All Ogilvy. Kofi got that. Leo got that. Say that Ogilvy. I'm doing all the reading. Ain't gonna be no stopping and going. Because with y'all, we get to going all over the place. Ain't no stopping and going. I'm going straight reading. Tomorrow, straight reading that 400-year book. Tomorrow, all day, straight reading.
All right.
Why are we going to Ogilvy when the people in WIDA right now tell you that's not true?
Hold on, don't worry about that. Let's do one thing at a time.
One thing at a time.
Let's deal with the names. We see Aya, Ya, Za, Ya, whatever, right? As a matter of fact, when you look at the time period when most of these things are happening, it's way after. As a matter of fact, hold on this. Let me stop sharing for 1 second. I know where it's clearer. I got it clearer and bigger. Hold on. I got it bigger. Hold on 1 second. I got it a bit bigger in the slides so everybody could see it. No doubt. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Now we can share. Let me share this right here. This is the one in my slides. All right. Here we go. All right. You guys could share. All right. So when you see the names with the YAH, right? It was 822 of them, right? Let me
Hold on a minute. You see this right here? Father God, in the name of Jesus, you niggas. Well, that's how we do that. He said, "This guy preach. I've been left there, boy. I ain't even down with the church. I've been stopped being involved in ministry 25 years ago. But they do that because they the deceivers. Oh, he a preacher. He called them the N-word. You niggas. Berean TV, since you believe the little hats without scrutiny, why don't you ever review the books and the? I believe the little hats. Hey, y'all something else. Y'all are different. We dealing with this right here, and you gonna tell me what I believe? I believe them folk. That devil was talking to Candace on. I believe him and that other butt plug rabbi. I believe they the folk. I just say, why can't y'all be the folk and they be the folk too? That's what I ask y'all. And it seems like everywhere I go, I see them folk. Who so fervent charity? Who told you it was a mass conversion? Who sent you that peer review article? I said, boy, you better work this right here on them. Well, y'all gonna stop playing with me. That's the problem. Y'all gonna stop playing with me. Now, what you gonna do, or you sliding up out of here, what you gonna do is you gonna come on here, and as Garfield is talking, you're gonna get up on the panel and you're gonna challenge him now. Don't get off later on and start emailing me about credit card and all this other stuff. Get on here and challenge him on this. Is that fair, Red Letter? Is that fair? We ain't got to talk about nothing else. Go ahead, Garfield.
All right, so we have on the screen you have the names Nyamoli, Inya, Yahu, Akeya. Now, if you ask anybody what those names mean in Hebrew, they can't tell you because they're not Hebrew names. All it is the people are asking them to pronounce their name and what they're known by, and they're trying to document it in whatever language that they speak. Sometimes the people are actually.
I'm sorry, let me cut you off, Garfield. You know what I'm finna do? I'm finna open up this candle to the camps. I gotta stop. Just because I don't like certain things they do, I don't like y'all. So why would I not bring at least the camps go? At least they're gonna come with their stuff and they're gonna be consistent with it. I gotta start opening up the panel to the camps and let the camps get it on. All the camps ain't devil. I'll explain to the bishops and them. I'll explain it to the believers and the elders that support. I'm gonna bring on some of the camps. As long as they don't come on here cussing and acting crazy, they're gonna start explaining some stuff. Go ahead, Garfield. Messing with the same folk for 6 years.
All right. So if you look on the arrival, right, where the ship name is, arrival is 1821. So you see embarkation is Bunny, and the disembarkation.
Go find Az. Go find Az. I'm finna start co-hosting with Az. Sick of playing with these folk. Go ahead, man. I'm going to get my chicken.
Disembarkation is Freetown. So you see they stopped. They embarked in Africa. And this was during the time period when the slave trade was over. So it was an illegal slave trade that they were trying to continue. So what happened is all those ships, no matter where they were, shows where it says that at Garfield. Are you making up stuff? What? No, this is from the Slave Voyages website, my brother, Russell Higgins. All right. So you see the origin, they're Igbo, Calabar, Igbo, whatever that is. And then they leave from Bunny, which is in Igbo land, and they end up in Freetown. These people never came to the Americas. It was 822 of them with those names. Okay. So now another thing that we got to add to this, right, is that what happened is if you look at the name Nyamoli, in the registers, it appear in different spellings. So the name Yah might not have even been in there. See, the possible modern counterpart is Nyamoli. But when you look at in the records, it says on Slave Voyages website, it says Nyamoli, and in another part it said Noamabe. So they're obviously trying to understand a word that's being spoken. That's all it is. It's not that serious. See, look at Inya. If you look on it, you see Inya right here. INEARNYAH. Look at what they say appears in the registers as Enya or Ena, EYNAH or ENYAH. I didn't make this up, family. This is what is being done on the website. They hire people to try to figure out what was the name originally. That's all it is. But we want to take it to a whole nother level. Oh, I thought Jeremiah 17:4, they forgot who they were, their identity. So how comes they remember their names when they're on the boats or coming off the boats or wherever they took their name from? How comes? You see, the logic don't make any sense. You can't have it both ways. But these people never came to the West. They never came to the Caribbean. They never came to the Americas. They never came to the Europe. They never went anywhere. They went from Africa to Africa.
But Garfield, I'm confused about something.
Mm-hmm.
Why does it have Igbo, Calabar? I'm not seeing Hebrew there. I'm not seeing Jews.
Because there's no origin as far as being a Hebrew or a Jew. These people origins is in Africa. So these people were from Igbo land, Calabar. So that's where they're from, Nigeria.
Wouldn't the Luso Jews been recognized as a group and have their own territory and whatnot, or recognized as a distinct group? Why? I haven't seen Luso Africans there yet. What's going on?
Well, the Luso Africans wouldn't be on the ships. They would be helping to assist to get them on the ships, sell them to the Europeans or whoever else. That's what they're doing. So if you look at this right here, this is the names. So somebody say, I see Noah's name. No, it's not Noah. It's about somebody who speaks Spanish or English who's writing it down. And in fact, I do have an
What happened to? All right, there he is.
Yeah, I do have an email from the actual people from slave voyages. I could actually bring it up where they explain this, because tons of these Hebrew Israelites write them. So they said, hold on, let me punch it in my email and bring it up so you guys could see it. I have researched this extensively. This is not a play. Garfield got up one day and say, hey, I'm going to research this. This is something that I've done regularly. Slave voyages.
I found it. My DNA journey, hour and 20 minutes.
Hold on.
Part 1 and part 2, hour 40 minutes. It got to be a short version of the story. I don't see your screen.
Hold on 1 second. Let me figure something out. Slave voyages.
What video Russell Higgins, he said, did you find the video?
My bad, Russell, I missed it. Let me just go back and see what you're talking about.
That most excellent Taz in here. Tell Taz come up. Ain't nobody trying to suppress him from his research. We want to hear his research.
We played his video yesterday.
Come on up here, Taz.
I got to find
another hour and 20 minutes. He got a whole DNA series. All right, my DNA journey. Oh no, 7 videos. Just a playlist.
Here we go. Hold on. Let me just share this email real quick.
It's just relevant to the subject, Garfield. We ain't going all over the place.
It's about the whole Yah names, whatever. The Yah names. All right. So regarding the Yah names on the slave voyages. Hi, Garfield. Thanks for the email. We get emails about this issue all the time. The answer is simply, Yah is a common part of many African names from many ethno-linguistic backgrounds. Where I do research in Sierra Leone, for example, there are at least 24 male and female names that have the Yah sound in them. Our project merely offered these names to the public as they appeared in 19th century records. What people make of them is something I'm afraid we cannot control. So he basically was asking, so he said, I said, thanks for the response. Are you saying the names Yah in them are inferences by the volunteers, or do the records actually have Yah spelling in them? Reason for asking, because I noticed a volunteer group helping with pronunciations, etc. with these names. Thanks for the help. These names you're looking at are from records generated during the 19th century. They represent Africans whom the British Navy liberated from slave ships, primarily off the coast of Africa, but in some cases also off the coast of Cuba. In each case, the African person's name was written down by a clerk who worked for an international court. Those individuals liberated off the African coast were processed in Freetown, a British colony, and had their names written down by a British person according to how a British person heard the name. Africans liberated in Havana had their names written down by a Spanish-speaking Cuban official. The distinction is important because British and Cuban people would have rendered the same name differently given the differences in how they pronounce vowels.
I'm sorry. Hold on a minute, Garfield. Dunamis.
What?
You hear how Garfield just said, the man just said a lot of African names have Yah in there. You heard that part? Under the email he just read?
Yeah.
Look at Michi the Judite. These are slaves. Why are they documenting it? That's one. And then look what Michi say right here. Yep. Because of the Yah thing, it was just explained that many Africans got Yah, that term Yah, in those names. She said, who's documenting it? Meet your sister, right? Person 1, I believe it's a sister. Yep. So why? So read that right there, Dunamis.
Yep. So what Yah, why the small hats don't have Yah in their names, but Israelites in the Bible do?
Yo, you can't help these people, yo. You can't. She don't even understand what's going on.
Read this right there, Dunamis, and then I'm gonna give then.
So if they was saved from the ships, what about the ones who was not?
Okay, let me answer that. For all the people that had the Yah name with Y-A-H, which is really Y-A, but the person who is writing it down put an H on the end, it was only 822 people in all of the 12 million that was shipped over here had that in their name. They never came to the West. They never came to the Caribbean. They never landed in the Caribbean. They never landed in America. So the people that did not have that name, all the people who had that name ended up in Africa. They left Africa and ended up in Africa. That's to answer her question.
Go ahead. You took your screen down. Go ahead, Taz. You wanted to say something on this?
I got a video that Russell Higgins wanted to play. It's 2 minutes 16 seconds.
2 minutes and 16 seconds. All right, and then Taz. When we come back, Taz, go ahead.
Reaction my screen.
Oh.
All right, fair use.
Hold on. Does Tazara want to say something before you play this video?
Yeah. Well, yeah. What you? Yeah.
I mean, if y'all wanted to watch that real quick, I could wait.
Well, we can get you out the way quick.
Yeah.
Go ahead, man. What you got to say, man? Go ahead.
I was just gonna pull up that source talking about the Jews from Judah being brought to America. I don't plan to be on here. I just wanted to show that. I just got off from work. I don't even got the energy to go back and forth. I just wanted to.
Go ahead.
All right, hold on a second, Russell Higgins. Russell, you know we appreciate you, Russell. At least I say Russell be beefing, but Russell look at. Hold on, Russell. We let's hear what let's hear this. Who's that? Yusuf back there? That's just doing this boy. Yusuf back there. You know I ain't finna bring him up. All that confusion y'all had going on here like Clubhouse yesterday. Go ahead, Taz. I'll mute myself.
Yeah, actually, Brian, it would be easiest if you could go to my channel and go to my most recent community post because I posted it up there.
Instead of me, you on your cell phone.
I'm on my computer, but I don't have the source.
So why don't you pull up your own YouTube channel's community post?
Oh, that's a good idea, actually. Yeah, I can do that.
That would be smart, Tazara.
Hey, I'm not used to doing this live stream thing. Hold on, let me see real quick. Yeah, I'm just gonna show this real quick. I know people are gonna agree, people are gonna disagree. I'm past the point of trying to convince.
There's no agree to disagree. It's either let's look at it, evaluate it properly.
People are going to. There's going to be those who agree, and there's going to be those who disagree with.
I'm going to agree with you. How about that?
All right. Well, let me see.
Russell said Garfield good for something. You told him to go to YouTube channel and pull it up. You said you good for something.
Tell us, how long you been in Israel?
Since like 2018.
It's 2018. Tazra, since you've been around, has Israelites been coming here to build and show that some of us might be Israelites, and there's diversity amongst the African Americans, and there's another group, or is it that Major told that we're all Israelites? Y'all just don't want to accept because of white supremacy, because the church been lying to you. What has been the rhetoric from Israelites that's come through? From what you see?
I've seen all types.
Okay.
At least from what I've seen, I'm not on here all the time, but from what I see, you guys seem to mainly be dealing with Israelites who believe that Israel is all black, and I lean more towards the camp understanding. I believe that the natives, indigenous natives, Latinos are also Israel, and I also believe there's going to be people who have different complexion, skin colors, phenotype because of all the mixing. I believe that the father determines who is Israel. So if it's just the father who determines, if there's Israelite men, people who we believe to be Israel going around and sleeping with women who don't look like them, of course, there's going to be all different types of looks and phenotypes. So, that's the first type of understanding that I came into, and that's the one that made the most sense to me. I first learned about all this through the camps, you know what I mean? And then after that, I started digging more into it, and then that's when I found Dante afterwards. So I don't agree with everything he teaches. At the end of the day, I'm always, you could call me a camper, I guess, even though I'm not affiliated with any camps. But Dante, from what I was seeing, he was the one bringing out like the books and sources and stuff. There's camps who do that too, but Dante, he like sparked my interest in looking into history and seeing what we could find when it comes to this topic, and that's what increased my drive, for lack of a better word, even more when I started coming across all this information.
And you did your DNA, Tazara?
Nah, I don't believe that. Well, one, I'm not interested in I'm not interested to that extent to because then that's a whole another, like, you can go into a rabbit hole when you start doing that. And then secondly, I don't believe that DNA can tell you who Israel is. So if I was to do it, that would be the only reason I would do it. You know what I mean? But they don't even have Israelite, like, the way I personally feel, if they're gonna try and tell somebody who a population is, they need to have like thousands and thousands of samples to like paint the whole picture of the region, instead of just like 5 or 10 samples. And then based on those 5 or 10 samples, they're saying, okay, if you don't have anything that matches up with these 5 or 10 samples, then you're not part of that population. And that's not even just for Israel. I would say the same for people who want to claim Egypt, people who want to claim whatever civilization. Like, if you're gonna try and be excluding people based on DNA, then you need to have, like, you can't just have like 3, 5, or 17, or even 40 or 100 samples. You gotta have like, look, we got 50,000 bones from this time period, and this is everything that they had. And then from there, like that, if it was like that, then I could be like, okay, I can kind of see, they really trying to paint the whole picture and see what things look like. But that's not how they do it. But that's just my personal opinion. You know what I mean?
I'm not with you, but you can at least.
Let him show this.
I want to see this little thing. He wasn't gonna be long, and we getting up out of here. And they be asking me, well, what part of the video and this and that. I don't be knowing how to cut up no 10-hour video and send it back. And a lot of them, the church folk that I'm interested in showing some of this stuff to, they don't sit around. They don't got time to do that. But they got some snippets here and there. So I want to.
I went on like a little rant.
Let him share that so we can move him on out of here. I don't even like bringing a lot of people on the panel no more. And so because I want to get right to this business. Go ahead.
All right. So this is let me see. This is. Oh damn. Okay, there we go. I don't know if can y'all still see it?
No, we can't see that at all. But so you have to say what it is, and then we'll take pictures and blow it up, but read it to us. And this is what now? Proof that
it's a book from it was published in 1889, but the author, he was born in 1709 and he died in 1765. When you look at
what do he believe that? What is he gonna prove to us now, that blacks are Israel and that they came to America?
But he talks about black Jews being the most expensive slaves in Africa. I'll just read it real quick, and then everybody can draw their own conclusion.
Yes, and get a screenshot of that. I'm making black Jews are the most expensive. That's something. Okay, I can work with that.
This is the source is right here in red. This is the link to it, and then this is the section of the page right here that I translated. It's in French. It was a French writer. So it says,
do me a favor, Dunamis, put that in the back chat. Get a picture of that, put that in the back chat so we can deal with that. And I'm going to read that part in the red right there. Go ahead, brother. I'll mute myself.
Yeah, so I'll just read it real quick, and then I'll say what I understand it to mean, and then I'm gonna hop off. It says the blacks of Judah are the best and most expensive of all the African Negroes. They are esteemed in America above all because of their dexterity and willingness to learn everything in a short time. The kingdom of Judah is talking about in West Africa. The kingdom of Judah has suffered great revolutions. Dahomey, it's spelled Dahomey there, but it's Dahomey, who came out of the woods at the head of 100,000 men in 1727, seized it after having swept away, chased away, or taken prisoners its owners, who were more traitors than warriors. The Negro prince depopulated the whole country. In December of each year, he invited the Europeans to the court to attend his father's birthday. There, he would immolate a large number of men, women, horses, cows, sheep, goats, chicken, etc., all of whom would have their heads cut off and thrown into a hole dug in the ground to serve his father in the next world. They also threw in brandy, corn, handkerchiefs, silk, and all kinds of food and cloth. Then the hole was closed again, and the people were given brandy and some merchandise. The Europeans witnessed this dreadful spectacle, and Dahomey was surrounded by the 3 French, English, and Portuguese directors. He immolated up to 900 men and women on his father's birthday, but afterwards, as he only had around 11,000 men left and was in bad terms with all his neighbors, he immolated only a few more. The inhabitants of this kingdom are called Judaics. So, all this in the middle is like just a bunch of irrelevant stuff. The most important parts are right here. It says the blacks of Judah are the best and most expensive of all the African Negroes. They are esteemed in America because of their dexterity and willingness to learn everything in a short time. And then it ends by saying the inhabitants of this kingdom are called Judaics. And I don't know if you guys have seen those sources that Dante brings out that talks about the blacks of Judah or Judah being believed to be a remnant of the lost tribes. So it's talking about the same thing, and it's calling them Judaics. So that is the way I understand this is a straightforward reading. It says that
let me ask you this: what's the name of the guy that wrote it?
John Baptiste Labocat.
All right, where is he from?
I know he was French, so I would assume he was from France, but he was a lexicographer, so he put dictionaries together.
All right, now let me ask you this: are you familiar that he's called what you call a Christian Jew? Have you ever Googled him and researched him? What's his name? Let me spell it out and show everybody who this guy is. What's his name?
It's right here in red.
Say it. Say the name.
Jean Baptiste Labocat.
All right. John Baptiste Labocat, right? He's what you call a Christian Hebraist. Anytime you see somebody who is French, right, who is writing at that time period, and they're a Christian Hebraist, that means they're writing from a biblical perspective. The second thing is this guy is French, and it's not coincidental that he's a French guy, so he automatically pronounces the word Judah, Juda, as a spelling. Now, let me ask a question now for everybody that's listening. If we know that Wida, what does Wida mean, by the way? You know what Wida means? What does it mean in that culture? What does it mean to them? Do you know what it means? What does Judah mean to the people that live there?
Let me just say this. I don't agree with what you're saying, but let me say this. I'll give that to you. Let's just say the place isn't even called Judah.
No. It is called Judah. No.
Let's just say it's not even named after the biblical Judah.
No. It's not though. But let me ask you this: the indigenous people called it. What did they call it themselves? What did indigenous people call it?
I mean, that's totally irrelevant to the point.
No. Because I'm going to break it down so you can see for yourself what's going on. Okay, there's two words here. There's 2 words that's very puzzling to everybody, whether they want to say this is Judah or not.
Okay.
The 2 words are Judah, which is Exweda, Wida, Fida, Judah, Ajuda. Those 6 words, right? Thank you, Chris Spivey. Exweda, that's where it comes from. The word that they call the place is called Glehu. Glehu means farmhouse. Exweda, let me share my screen, Bereen.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. You wait a minute. You wait a minute.
Can I break it down?
Wait a minute. Let him, Garfield, don't say nothing. He said that the man said the most expensive ones were the black ones from Judah in America. If this is in French, we want to translate that. We want to make sure that's saying what he's saying, this thing is saying.
No. He never said that.
Judah is the least of it.
He never said that. He never said that.
It's right here. Look, y'all can feel. Let me make this point real quick, and then y'all can discuss it.
Wait a minute. Were you finished everything? I stepped away. Were you finished everything you were saying?
No, I was just going to conclude and wrap everything up with the point that I was trying to make. Sean, how is this bad argumentation? I posted this source in the Biblical Rumble.
Don't worry about the audience.
And you told me
don't worry about them. Get it
don't worry about the audience, bro.
He told me I should make a video and share it. So I don't get what. But anyway, okay, look, I get where you're going, Garfield. Although I don't agree with the argument that you're trying to make. Let's just say the place was called anything else other than Judah. The main point right here is it says I want to clarify. I'm gonna say this again. I want to clarify. I'm not basing any argument on the name or what the place was called or anything like that. It could have been anywhere. It says the blacks of that location are the best and most expensive of all the African Negroes. They are esteemed in America, and then it concludes by saying that they were called Judaics. So
now wait a minute. I'm sorry. You weren't done. Go ahead. You weren't done.
Yeah, no, that was it pretty much. I just want to say
first part, to go back up to the first part, you said the black Jews in America are the best.
He said the Negroes from there are the best, the most expensive. They're also featured in America.
Let me put Garfield out here. I want him to say what he just said. I walked out of here. He said the black Jews of Judah. What did you say? What did you say from that top part there?
Garfield's right. It doesn't say the black Jews of Judah. It says the blacks of Judah. So let's just, for the sake of argumentation, let's just say that the place is called Los Angeles instead of Judah, so that there's no confusion or anything like that. Because I'm not making any argument based on.
So this white man not saying that these blacks are Judah. This white man is not saying specifically playing out that he knows that these are Jews and Judah are the best slaves. He's not saying that.
No, he's saying that the blacks of that location are the best and the most expensive of all the African Negroes. And then he says they're esteemed in America. And then
so you got to believe that that's Judah. Well, yeah, that ain't no good for me. I'll take it, but that ain't no good for me.
Why does the name of the place matter? Listen,
so we have to. So no wonder Garfield brought up the Judah because
no. Hold on.
I thought you had to go.
The name of because I want to make sure that you guys understand the point I'm making, so that I'm not misrepresented. If the name, so are you saying that any white Jews who are not from a place called Judah, they're not Jews now automatically just because the place isn't called Judah? The argument is here that you guys wanted sources showing black Jews being brought to America. It's saying the blacks of this location were the best and most expensive of all the African Negroes, and it talks about how they're esteemed in America. And then it ends by saying the inhabitants of that location are called Judaics. They were Jews, and there's other sources that go into their Judaic customs and stuff like that. So like I said at the beginning, I wasn't making an argument based on the name or nothing like that. And that's why I was trying to clarify that. It says they were black from West Africa. They were esteemed in America, and it says they were Judaics. So that's all I was trying to say. You guys can go back and forth, but if you want to, dissect.
I thought right when I walked out, you said that you was reading and the man said the black Jew Judah, the black Negro Judah or something. I thought the man knew and was saying that these people, he was calling them Jews, black Jews from Judah.
Oh no, he's saying that the location that they were in is Judah, but he did say that they were called Judaics. Like, in other words, they were Jews.
Yeah, that whole location is up in the air, but we'll take the source anyway. Go ahead. You want to say anything else before you break out?
No, that was it. I just want to place extra emphasis on the fact that I wasn't making any type of, argumentation or, I wasn't raising any points on the name. It's just the key things here. It says they were blacks and they were the most expensive of all the Negroes. They were esteemed in America, and then the inhabitants of that kingdom were called Judaics. So they were called Judaics, and they were clearly being brought to America because they were esteemed in America.
What is Judaic?
When you look up that word, I can't remember off the top of my head, but it means relating to Judaism and like things of that matter. But there are other sources that describe them having Judaic customs and things like that. So, that's pretty much it.
Okay. All right. Appreciate you, brother. All right. Dunamis, play that video. Garfield.
No. Let me explain something real carefully here. Please.
They don't like you trying to debunk that Judah land. Nephi been doing. They don't like it. They don't like DNA. They don't like you doing that. So whatever they don't like, we just gotta
hold on. Remember, he's saying the blacks of Judah. He's talking about the area that's called Wida, Exweda, Fida, Judah. He's talking about that area. That they are the best and most expensive of all African Negroes. He said they are esteemed, full stop. They are esteemed in America above all because of their dexterity and willingness to learn everything in a short period of time. Then he says the kingdom of Judah. And by the way, when you translate this properly, it doesn't have the H on it at all. I don't know why this translation have the H on it. Has great revolutions. Okay, now watch this, family. I'm just going to break this down simple. This is so simple. All right. Let me break it down to y'all. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Let me say this. Hold on. Where is this at? Right here. Okay. So first and foremost, The people in Wida, right, who are there, they use the name Glehu to call the kingdom. It's Glehu is the indigenous name. It means farmhouse, Glehu. The name that Wida comes from is Exweda, and it has its own meaning. If you could share this on the screen for me, Berina, I'd appreciate it. That's from the Encyclopedia Britannica. Look up the word Wida. And what you're going to see, the reason why the indigenous people call it Exweda or Wida or Judah is because of this. Berine, where you at? Berine. Where did Berine go? All right. So now, ladies and gentlemen, the word Judah comes from the Exweda word. It's not Judah as in Judah of the Bible. He basically thought Judah was Judah of the Bible, and the French being the ones translating Wida as Judah without the H, it's fitting he would find several French sources calling them Jews. If you notice, anybody who talks about Wida, when Dante or anybody in the community talks about Wida, the person who is calling it Judah is somebody. Barry, are you back?
Or French, I said, go ahead.
Yeah. Just add that to the screen real quickly. All right. So if you look up Wida in Encyclopedia Britannica, it says Wida, any of several African birds that have a long dark tail suggesting a funeral veil. They belong to two subfamilies. But look at this now. The name is associated with Wida, a town in Benin where the birds are common. So that's weird. That's why it's called that. It has nothing to do with Judah. See, the long black tail. And these are very common in Benin. So that town, that little small area is called Exweda, which is also Fida, which is Judah, which is Ajuda, which is Wida. So that's why it's called that. It has nothing to do with Israelites. So when you see the name Judah, the French people who pronounce it Judah are writing from a perspective, from a biblical perspective, that they were Judas. They were Judeans, or they're Jews. But it has nothing to do with the Bible. It has to do with this bird, this big, black, long, black-tailed bird that's called Wida. So we can't go around and spread information without ever looking into it. All right. The word Judaic does not mean bird. It don't mean bird.
No, read J-Jacks.
It don't mean bird. But what happened is, why it's important to study this is there's two words that's important. Again, they call themselves Glehu, a part of that kingdom, and they call themselves Exweda, which is the same thing as Wida. And ladies and gentlemen, we all speak English. We all speak English. If the English call it Wida, why would we call it Judah? That's what the French call it. So if it was really Judah, we would have called it Judah in English. Common sense. Oh, man, this is so simple. But again, I'm glad he brought this out, because he said that, and by the way, this guy is not an eyewitness. He's writing from what he has heard. He's not there in Wida doing this. Another thing also is the Wida population was probably around 4,000 in the 1700s. Oh, almost 2 million people came here. The people of Wida were not enslaved. They were the ones originally enslaving people and putting them on slave ships. The people from Wida, who indigenous people, who y'all want to claim is Wida, didn't even come over here. Didn't even come over here.
Michi said, so the bird took on, so that bird took on all these names. You don't make sense.
The bird, what is she saying?
The name Judah, everybody name got Yah in it. Michi just trying to put the pieces together. It makes sense to her.
Let me say to Michi, so that bird took on all those names, you don't make sense. What names? It's different cultures, different languages, sis. So the name Wida is English. The name Judah is French. The name Fida is Dutch. And then you have the English with Wida. So they're different. See, from Exweda to Judah to Exweda is the indigenous name. Judah is the French. Ajuda is Portuguese. Fida is Dutch, and Wida is English. So what do we speak? We speak English. So we would say Wida. That is telling us it has nothing to do with the biblical terms. And also, if the
I'm
ancient
sorry,
Israelites,
brother.
let me ask Barry this: if the ancient Israelites was naming themselves, they would not say Judah with a J. They would have said Yehuda.
Yes.
Let me just say that. That's the ultimate dagger. They would have said Yehuda because that's what it is in Hebrew.
Yes.
They would not have said
Judah, right?
Judah. But again, you speak English, and Judah with a H is in English, is what we read in the English Bible. So you automatically think that they're talking about it. Again, these are outsiders trying to translate a word. Before 1727, the natives sold captives to traders. So Judah sold slaves. 1727, Dahomey invaded Judah. Majority of Judah ran off to an island by the Grand Popo region. The population was around 4,000 to 6,000. Dahomey allegedly killed 4,000 natives of the land when they took over. Dahomey puts a law in place. You can't sell people who are residents of Dahomey. So the people of Wida weren't even sold into slavery. They were middlemen for the slave trade. This is why Dahomey took over, because they tired of this Wida middleman charging them so much money. So that was the purpose of it.
All right, hold on, Garfield, because they don't believe you. We got some more. Let me look for some more questions here. Garfield want to shoot down everything. Hold on. Matter of fact, hold on. Yusuf, what you got 5 minutes? What you want?
Nah, the way I just had a quick question. It was about the email you received, Garfield, when the guy said that, or I don't know if it's a guy or a female, but they said that the name Yah is common among Africa, right?
No. Let's be clear. The name YA, not YAH.
Yeah, YA. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
It's just like, but as we have to remember with words, as they evolve, sometimes letters drop or letters are added. Like, we know that. You know what I'm saying? So, but how they would pronounce it is Yah, right? Or no?
Are you saying that the names Yah has something to do with the Yah of Yahweh, or
No,
Arabs have names with Yah, right? Aliyah
of course,
is an Arabic name. Okay,
of course,
all right.
of course.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. So I think the place where I'm going is that the person who was in the email was saying that this name is common among Africans, right? Right? I'm not like misquoting them, right? By saying that.
He's saying that the name Yah, YA, is what you call it? It's common amongst Africans. But the issue is YAH. The YAH names, only 822 names out of the 12 million had YAH.
Had the YAH, but
But we also got to remember that the people who are writing it down, they don't speak the language of the Africans. So when they say it, this is why when I showed this, hold on. Let me see if Barry want to share my screen again.
All right, I'm ready to get off of this Wider Judah. You done been on this 15. They don't believe.
No, we're not talking about Wider Judah now. We're talking about
what
the
we're
name.
talking about right now, because I want to get what's this video about Israel? I want to get to the proof.
Yeah.
All this is interference to me. What Taz just said. He was messing with them camps or whatever, but Dante was putting out that information. He's one of the leaders putting out information in this thing about the camps and everybody.
Kale, that's not a good example. Aliyah is a perfect example of YAH in a name. So Shariah, Aliyah. You have different names with Yah. They have nothing, and these are Arabic names. But Yah is representative of God. But at the end of the day, in Africa, you have names with YA. That's why when I showed earlier, it appears in the registers with 3 different spellings. One with YAH, one without the YAH.
Okay, so I think the quickest way to get my point across is that in West African cultures, right? For example, I'll use the Gan, the Gan tribe.
The Gadangme.
No, Gan. Ga. It's Ghana, the country Ghana, they have the Gan people, they have
the
Tree
Ga
people.
They have the Gadangme. Okay, what's up?
Akan people also.
Okay.
So in the
Where I come from,
tribe,
right?
yeah, okay,
Mhm.
yeah, in the tribe of Akan, right? How you say God in the language is Yahweh, right? And
Enyame, which is for, which is innocent.
or it's spelled with the M, but the way people pronounce it, some may say Enyame, or some people just say
So you're trying to
Yame.
say Yahweh is Enyame, the
That's
root of
not
it?
what I'm saying. Listen,
So
follow
why
me,
are you bringing
follow
it
me,
up then?
Come on,
follow me,
let him get the way he going.
follow
Let him
me,
get the way
follow
he
me.
going.
So yeah, so what I'm saying is that a West African culture, right, has names, right, that resemble Hebrew, and the word that it is resembling means God. So, like I just said, for example, in the Akan tribe, Saturday, right, they name by they give you names by the day you're born. So if you're born on Saturday, right, they give you the name Kwame, right? Which sounds similar to what? Yame. And Kwame is associated with God. And ironic, you're given that day, you're given that name if you're born on Shabbat. So all I'm trying to say is that we can argue that like little semantics of this name mean the YA and the YAH, but there's African cultures that have names till this day that resemble Hebrew pronunciations and words. And that's like the best example that I can give you. So the person who's saying that the YAH, I mean that the Yah names is very common, my question is, where does that come from if it's so common among African names? What, because it's not saying it's common among a certain group of people, it's saying it's common among Africans. You see what I'm saying? So where does that Yah come from? I feel like that's the question we should ask before we even try to determine if the people in West Africa who had those names were even referencing Israel or not. What is the origin of that name, the Yah? Because as I just showed you, what some West Africans have names that resemble Hebrew.
You know, to be honest with you, in every language, when you're doing something in language called cross-comparative linguistic analysis, right? You have 5 things that you check if the language is can cross up with each other. Hebrew is a Semitic language. It's under the Afro-Asiatic family. The West African languages fall under Niger Congo. They're not even in the same language family. But how do you
Well, not
let me
not
finish
all of
my
them, not all of them,
brother,
not all of them,
my
though.
brother,
Not
my
all
brother.
of them,
I'm
though.
going to shut all this down right now. I'm going to shut this down.
Yeah, the Niger Congo family. So what you do is you put up 5 different things that's in every culture. The word for father, brother, man, child, sun in the sky. 5 basic terms that's in almost every single culture and their writings. Then you do what's a cross-comparative linguistic with the Hebrew. And if those 5 words don't match up, that means that they are not related. That's the beginning of the cross-comparative linguistic analysis. The second thing is, when you're doing languages and when you're comparing them, there's certain things you got to look at as far as linguistic typology. Linguistic typology is about how sentences are constructed. So when somebody has a loan word in their culture, like Egypt borrowed over 500 Semitic words in the New Kingdom. All right. So people borrow words. So if there were merchants there who were Jews, you might have some words that are in now African languages based on the Berber Jews using them, or regular Hebrews using them. So that's not a problem for me. The problem for me now is when you start saying this word comes from this. You have no basis for saying that. So in linguistic typology, let's use, for example, biblical Hebrew is a VSO language, which means VSO means eat crow's grass. That means it's verb, subject, object. Hebrew by itself, not biblical Hebrew, is subject, verb, object. So that means you would read the sentence, cows eat grass. So at the end of the day now, in the Niger Congo languages, how do they construct their typology? Is it the same way? No. So we know they're not related by cross-comparative linguistic analysis, and we know that they don't have the same linguistic typology. So what I'm saying to you is for you to have a linguistic conversation and say YA is super pseudo, and I'm not into pseudo linguistics. All right. Have a good night.
All right. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Come on, Dunamis. What's this? Wait, just your thing here? Let me get your thing up here. Play this thing right here. J-Dax said, oh, well, yeah, I think we read that already. Dunamis, you there? You don't walk away.
No, I'm here. You want me to play?
Yeah, and I don't even know. J-Jax, I need some timestamps on that Dante DNA video.
And I got another video I can play after this one, Brian. Fair use.
Is it going along the lines? What is it doing?
It's showing the ships that came, the last slave ship that came to America.
Okay, because I'm getting ready to get some benign on
Hey,
y'all.
hey,
Y'all trying to go all over the place and not deal with what we supposed to be dealing with over here.
Hey, Barry, one quick second. There's a question in the chat about why were the people called Judaic? The people weren't called Judaic. The writer of that article called them Judaic.
So if they they called them like they first called us Christians, other people. So what difference does that make? Why you say that?
These people, because no, they keep asking over and over, and Higgins is saying, "Oh, he's scared to answer." You see, they don't like truth. They like to be deceived by Benaiah ben Israel. They like to be deceived by Dante. Kazara is coming on because he wants to say, "Hey, I got you." You know, but the issue is this is somebody who is not an eyewitness to the people. You got to go to the indigenous.
J-Jax bring up a good point.
Did who?
J-Jax said that same Judah, Wahoo, whatever, however y'all pronounce that Judo land, why that Jew? It was also called Negro land, that whole region.
Actually, no. Negro land is a separate area. If you look at the video you have on the screen, Negro land was upper that area. The bottom part was called Guinea. So if you look at the map, Negro land is not even where Wida is. That's the mistake that you're making.
You hear that, J-Jax? We gotta pull up the map on it now. We gotta pull up the map because she said that it's the same place. But go ahead, Duno, play this. You said this video not long.
Zephaniah or Zephaniah, a Negro Israelite. A son of Cush. Zephaniah means Yahweh hides. Now, Zephaniah's father was named Cushi, and Cushi as an adjective, that means black. In both Hebrew, it means black, and in Greek, it means black. Now, Cushi is an affectionate term for a Negro of Ethiopian origin, derived from the biblical land of Cush. And it is an area that was alongside the Niger River. And if you actually look at ancient maps in 1736 and ancient maps in 1747 of Africa, you'll find a country called Negro Land and the Kingdom of Judah. This is of utmost importance for us to understand how Yahweh is gathering the 12 tribes that are scattered abroad. Because what actually happened is in this Gulf of Guinea in Western Africa, European slave ship holders, they were Ashkenazi slavers. They were of European origin. They were Western Mongols that had infiltrated Britain and mainly Portugal. They were the Ashkenazi slavers. They were wealthy merchant slavers that went down to the coast of Guinea. They employed Mohammedan trappers, Islamics, to go into the Kingdom of Judah and Negro land and take the royal house of Judah captive in slave ships, as it's recorded in the book of Deuteronomy, and bring them over to America, and they became known today as what? African Americans.
Again, misusing that whole wider stuff. Misusing that wider stuff again. They can't get over wider.
Russell Higgins wanted to play that.
Who said that? Russell Higgins?
Russell Higgins, that's when he said dunamis.
Oh, man. Wow. So the white man says it. It has to be true.
Boy, Israel love that white man.
All right, Chalice
Israel love
Gordon.
that white man.
What we know is the guy who wrote the article is a Christian Hebraist. He's a Bible believer who interprets Bible stuff. He heard something, it's hearsay, and he wrote it down like they were actually the Jews. You can't use that source. He didn't interview people on the land. He didn't go to the land. He's talking from a distance. You got to learn how to research, man. People don't know how to research. It's crazy. It's not Judah of the Bible. And if they were going to call themselves Judah, they would have said Yahuda. That's what they would have called themselves. They wouldn't have called themselves Judah in French or in English. That don't make no sense.
Now, what's this doing right here? This is proving that the slave should say Yah, some type of connect. What's this doing here?
Or the last slave ship, 18-something, that landed, I think, in South Carolina.
Now, why are we playing the last slave ship? Is there a connection that we can try to trace some steps?
Well, technically, it's not a slave ship because it's after slavery.
That's what I'm saying. Dunamis, why are you playing this now? Tell me. All right, Dunamis must be talking.
Hold on, the J-Jax, ask that question in a better way. Ask it a better way. You gotta rewrite that question. Did they name themselves, or was the place where they were deported called that? Beautiful. The place was called that. But Exweda was an ethnic group. It's very strange to understand. I would have to actually put it on the screen and break it down and everything. The place was called Wida because of the bird. They had a lot of the birds there, which is the same word as Exweda. So they're the people of Exweda. That's what they are. The place called Exweda. But there's another name that they use, which is Glehu, which means farmhouse. So it's kind of confusing if you don't know the whole story. Not one ethnic group was there. Those people were different people that spoke the GBE language. So you see, these are people that speak in a Niger-Congo language. They ain't got nothing to do with no Hebrews, man. These are civilized people. These are people, and by the way, J-Jax, the most important thing is those people who you want to call Jews were the ones enslaving the people. They were in charge of the slave trade. They were the ultimate middlemen before 1727.
Who you talking about? The Negro land people? What are you talking about now?
No, in Wida. They helped to assist. Remember, the Wida is just about 4,000, but they would capture other people or prisoners of wars and buy them and sell them to the Europeans. So if they want to say that they're the Jews, okay, fine. They didn't come on the slave ships. They were the ones that sold people.
You got that French, y'all got that French sauce, that sauce that Taz is talking about in the background. I want to take another look at that.
Yeah,
I have it. Okay. Play that. Dunamis, you there? Hit the play button. Dunamis had to walk away.
All right, Breen, you ready? I can share. What?
Oh wait, hold on, man. I gotta pull it back up. Go.
All right, fair use.
A place in history for this being the last slave ship that they recognize coming to Mobile, Alabama.
We've heard about 1619, but there's another date overlooked in U.S. history, 1860, the year the last slave ship ever known to land in North America, the Clotilda, arrived in Alabama. Descendants formed the small community of Africatown, which has faced economic and environmental ruin. Now, area residents hope the discovery of the ship will revitalize the town and help preserve its history.
So they call it Africatown, Mobile, Alabama. Economic issues. Going through the curses. Africatown. Let's let it play.
This back here That's the little mini museum. I started from Africa and I carried over until today.
Lorna Woods is a descendant of enslaved Africans who arrived on the Clotilda. Over her lifetime, she has collected her family heirlooms and artifacts and hopes one day they will be placed in a museum.
This is a basket that you would have put on your head or shoulder to pick cotton. This is real cotton come out the fields. It ain't been shredded. It still got some of the seeds in it.
Lorna is one of a few Native Mobilians who moved back to Alabama. Her great-great-grandfather was brought on the Clotilda. The family eventually bought property from white landowners in Mobile that descendants still live on today. That land was bought from the Mayer family. The Mayers are descendants of Mr. Timothy Mayer, the wealthy white landowner who, on a bet, commissioned the ship that brought over 100 enslaved Africans to America on the Clotilda.
I'm sixth generation. So it starts with Charlie. Second would be Joe Lewis. And from Joe Lewis came Mama.
I'm
fifth. She's fifth, right. So
And you're sixth.
I'm sixth. And they survived coming over here naked, not knowing the language, not knowing where you're going. And then when you worked hard, they tell you, well, no, you can't go back. Well, since we can't go back, well, we'll just make this our own Africa town.
Joycelyn is an Alabama teacher. She grew up on Lewis quarters.
We need something here where people can say, okay, I want to go visit the Clotilda ship, the replica, visit the museum, the Clotilda Museum. So that's my focus now.
Joycelyn joins area residents in planning a bell ringing and butterfly release ceremony in Africatown, commemorating enslaved Africans brought to the U.S. She worries about getting youth to remain in the area.
Living in Alabama, and I've seen this, most people my age are younger. Once they go to college, the main goal is to leave here and never come back because they want to see some type of growth.
About 20% of Mobile County lives below the poverty line, almost double the national average. Areas that were once home to Black-owned businesses and predominantly Black neighborhoods are now empty or remain largely unoccupied.
It's almost kind of like a little chamber of commerce because there's always people coming through.
Eric Finley, a docent who gives tours on the Dora Franklin Finley African American Heritage Trail, gives visitors and residents of Mobile history lessons on the town.
This was the Wall Street of the Mobile community for the African American community. There were nothing but businesses on the street.
The decline of businesses led to the rise of unemployment in Africatown, and more people left the area.
At one time, there was over 12,000 people that lived in this community. It's probably less than 2,000 now.
That's a 10,000 person difference.
And because younger people are not coming back to live in this environment.
Why do you think that is?
The industrial pollution. We're surrounded by paper mills, chemical companies, asphalt companies. It's not a good environment.
Africatown residents like Joycelyn are suing area companies for health damages they believed were caused by pollution from neighboring manufacturing sites.
I was diagnosed in 2016.
With cancer?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of cancer?
Breast cancer. I fought. I was like, okay, my ancestors went through something, they had to come over here not knowing, anything. And I was like, I'm going to fight. And I would tell people, I said, okay, it's, today is my treatment and I'm taking my ancestors with me.
These environmental conditions make rebuilding Africatown an uphill battle for those trying to bring hope, community, and vibrancy back to the town. Some community leaders believe in order for Africatown to move forward beyond economic reparations and settlements, the descendants of alleged slaveholders, the Mayer family, need to acknowledge their role in the area's complex history.
I don't think much about the Mayer family. I think that they have to come to the realization that in order for healing to take place, they have to do some things that they have not done before. One of them is to apologize.
Anderson Flynn is the president of the Mobile County Training School Alumni Association, which preserves the history of the Mobile area.
I don't think that you can move forward until you recognize that so many people have been hurt. And unfortunately, certain people are still being hurt by their actions, in the sense that the Mayers still own a great deal of land in this area. And they have a great deal of influence. At some point in time, until they are able to come into this community and sit down and really have a serious conversation about what took place and what is equitable and just and fair, because they profited tremendously off of this in so many ways.
The Mayer family did not respond to our request for comment. Despite their silence, the Africatown community continues pressing toward their goal of renewing Mobile County, organizing commemorative ceremonies, and establishing landmarks and heritage trails where tourists can learn more about the area's history.
The founding of the hotel is the catalyst for doing a better job of telling our story. That it will be told, for the world will know, and for us to not forget it.
That sound you're hearing is the sound of bells as the community of Africatown commemorates 400 years since enslaved Africans came to the United States.
I think it's a wake-up call once this stuff is aired and people are able to see what's actually physically going on, then they'll begin to appreciate it.
I've known this story all my life, and I just finally feel like it's getting the recognition that it should get. It's as if I'm having a chance to call them back to life, or at least to celebrate their memory, because we know it's not possible for them to return. But it really is a wonderful feeling to have them recognized in everything that they had to have encountered or endured.
The Alabama Historical Commission filed a claim under maritime law to ensure that the Clotilda remains a publicly owned resource. While it's unclear what the future of the slave shipwreck will be, for now, residents and Clotilda descendants continue organizing, pushing for new developments in their city.
The ancestors are happy. They held off the rain for us today to celebrate this day.
What was it like up there?
Oh, that was wonderful. They were pushing me to ring that bell. We talked about calling in the ancestors. They were helping me ring that bell today. Everything turned out the way it should have. Everything turned out the way it should have.
What's up? What's up?
Minutes rewind.
I don't think you should
2
play
years
60.
ago, a sunken ship was found in the bottom.
Wait, to rewind the whole video?
My bad. Garfield, you say something?
No, I'm saying you're gonna play this. Is this another video?
That was what I was looking for. I just want to show that show. I want to show if you have something else coming up, I just want to show the history, like how they call themselves, the way they call it Africatown. They had elders. We saw a little bit of video. They had West African culture with fetishes and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And we're gonna see this Hebraic culture, and they come from the slave codes.
You know, it's funny now. Some of them gonna say, well, they're supposed to lose their culture because of Jeremiah 17:4 or whatever, right? But the issue is when they see Yah names are Judah, and all of a sudden now they remember. It don't add up. But you see, what happened is there's a reality that you are the people, and they have to be. So they don't want to hear Garfield, I'm the enemy. They don't want to hear you or Bereen or anybody who's trying to stop the awakening. You don't know what you're talking about. So when people tell them the true story of what's on the ground, like a lot of people didn't know why the bird is the reason why the people have the name. That's the reason why that area has that name. I've never heard anybody talk about it. And it's simple. Why do they have the name Exweda? Because of the bird with the long black tail. Simple as that. Go to Encyclopedia Britannica. It's easy. And somebody could have told them this, but no, it don't fit them because they have to recruit people into how they think. They're trying to build people into being a part of what they believe in. Come join my cult because this is going to work for you. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I want folks to see. So what do we do with this last known slave ship, 1860, and do we see them come off with Hebraic culture? All right, let me let this play. Fair use.
Bottom of an Alabama river. It turned out to be the long-lost wreck of the Clotilda, the last
60 Minutes Rewind.
2 years ago, a sunken ship was found in the bottom of an Alabama river. It turned out to be the long-lost wreck of the Clotilda, the last slave ship known to have brought captured Africans to America in 1860. At least 12 million Africans were shipped to the Americas in the more than 350 years of the transatlantic slave trade. But as you'll hear tonight, the journey of the 110 captive men, women, and children brought to Alabama on the Clotilda is one of the best documented slave voyages in history. The names of those enslaved Africans and their story has been passed down through the generations by their descendants, some of whom still live just a few miles from where the ship was found in a community called Africatown. For 160 years, this muddy stretch of the Mobile River has covered up a crime. In July 1860, the Clotilda was towed here under cover of darkness. Imprisoned in its cramped cargo hold, 110 enslaved Africans.
I just imagine myself being on that ship, just listening to the waves and the waters and just not knowing where you were going.
Joycelyn Davis, Lorna Gale Woods, and Thomas Griffin are direct descendants of this African man, Oluwale. Enslaved in Alabama, his owner changed his name to Charlie Lewis. This image is from around 1900. Polly Allen, whose African name was Capoli, seen in this 100-year-old sketch, was the ancestor of Jeremy Ellis and Darren Patterson.
No clothes, eating where they defecated, only allowed out of the cargo hold for 1 day a week for 2 months. How many people do we know now that could have survived something like that without losing their mind?
There are no photographs of Pat Frazier's great-great-grandmother, Lottie Dennison, but Caprixia Wallace and her mother, Cassandra, have a surprising number of pictures of their ancestor, Kazula, whose owner called him Cudjoe Lewis. What does it feel like to be able to know where you come from, to know the person who came here first?
It's empowering, very. Like growing up, my mom made sure she told me all the stories that her dad told her about Cudjoe.
Cassandra, that was important to you
Very important.
to pass that knowledge along.
My dad set us down and he would make us repeat Kazulu, Clotilda, Cudjoe Lewis.
It has historical importance as well as a story that needs to be told.
The story of the Clotilda began in 1860 when Timothy Mayer, a wealthy businessman, hired Captain William Foster to illegally smuggle a shipload of captive Africans from the Kingdom of Dahomey in West Africa to Mobile, Alabama. Slavery was still legal in the southern United States, but importing new slaves into America had been outlawed in 1808. In his journal, Captain Foster described purchasing the captives using $9,000 in gold and merchandise. As this replica shows, the enslaved Africans were locked naked in the cargo hold of the Clotilda for 2 sickening months. When they arrived in Mobile, they were handed over to Timothy Mayer and several others. Captain Foster claimed he then burned and sank the Clotilda, but exactly where remained a mystery. Until 2018, when a local reporter, Ben Rains, found the Clotilda in about 20 feet of water not far from Mobile. He'd been searching for 7 months, following clues in Captain Foster's journal. The exact location hasn't been made public for fear someone might vandalize the ship, but last February, the Alabama Historical Commission gave maritime archaeologist James Delgado, who helped verify the wreck, permission to take us there. So the Clotilda came up this way?
Straight up here, practically in a straight line after they dropped off the people, and then on one side of the bank set her on fire and sank her.
So he was trying to destroy evidence of the crime?
Yes.
The bow of the Clotilda is not far from the surface, but the water's so muddy, the only way to see it is with this sonar device.
Sonar's on, 0 pressure, good to drop.
So we're almost over now.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're coming right up on it.
So that's the bow right there.
That's it right there.
Right on the bow, yep.
Oh, you can see it like that.
Yeah.
Oh, you can see it totally clearly. I mean, that's the ship.
Yes. Yeah. That's Clotilda.
On sonar, the bow is clearly defined, as are both sides of the hull. The ship is 86 feet long, but the back of it, the stern, is buried deep in mud. Those two horizontal lines are likely the walls of the cargo hold, where the enslaved Africans had been packed tightly together on the voyage from West Africa. So the hold where people were held, how big was that?
In terms of where people could actually fit 5 feet by about 20 feet.
Wait a minute, it was only 5 feet high? So people could barely stand up in this hole.
Yes.
Diving on the wreck is difficult. Underwater, there's zero visibility. You can't even see the ship. Delgado's team has only felt it with their hands. They call it archaeology by braille. This is the only image our camera could pick up, a plank of wood covered with what looks like barnacles. Delgado and state archaeologist Stacy Hathorn showed us some of the artifacts they retrieved. This plank of wood is likely from the hull of the ship, and this iron bolt with wood attached shows evidence of fire damage.
You don't see the grain of the wood.
It basically makes a briquette.
So this is evidence clearly of that they tried to burn the ship.
Yes.
Yes.
The enslaved Africans were taken off the ship before it sank, but Delgado says there could still be DNA from some of them in the wreck.
You will find human hair. You can find nail clippings. Somebody may have lost it too.
You could still find human hair in the wreck of the Clotilda.
Yes.
The state of Alabama has set aside $1 million for further excavation to determine if the Clotilda can ever be raised from the riverbed. The ship may be too damaged or the effort too expensive.
I think what's extremely important for folks to understand is that there was a concerted effort to hide these things that were done.
Mary Elliott oversees the collection of slavery artifacts at the Smithsonian's National Museum of African American History and Culture in Washington, D.C.
It's important that we found the remnants of this ship because for African Americans, it's their piece of the true cross, their touchstone to say, we've been telling you for years, and here's the proof.
Remarkably, many of the descendants still live just a few miles from where the Clotilda was discovered. This is Africatown, founded around 1868, 3 years after emancipation by 30 of the Africans brought on the Clotilda.
Bro, you gotta stop the tape. You gotta stop it.
Davis has organized festival.
Lunama, stop it. You gotta strike, bro. You gotta strike. Yeah, you gotta strike. You can't. You gotta put up copy. When you play in 60 minutes, it's dangerous, man. You gotta see if you got a strike.
I thought 60 minutes. Oh man, I thought 60 minutes like news outlets.
You can't play 60 minutes. That's tough. You can't play that. And then you gotta put the thing about across the screen, copyright, because you're doing commentary, so you could play it and stop it, play it and stop it, but you can't just play it right through.
Let me stop sharing my screen.
Yeah. The stream got stopped. I don't think we can see anything at all. You got to see if you got a takedown strike, then you don't want to put Marine Channel in danger.
Yeah.
So what he got to do is he probably got to just delete this whole video. Just delete the video.
Yeah, he probably was gonna do anyway.
Yeah, delete the video. Oh, we can't see it on the YouTube. Matter of fact, nobody could hear us on the YouTube. I doubt it. Let me see if his channel is still up. Yeah, he probably got a strike. Yeah, let's take the video down. Take the video down ASAP.
I don't know why, Jason Brown. I feel Dunamis is out to get me. Every time.
Yeah, go to when you sign off, Barry, just delete the video. Just delete it.
Okay.
Just delete it. Yeah.
On type of channel is the live resumed though. Can they hear y'all? Type of what if y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you, but the live can't hear you.
No, that's what I'm talking about. The live. Yeah. I thought All right, so they can't hear.
Yeah, so just end the live and then just delete the whole video.
All right.
Yeah.
Can't hear you. No, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Oh, here go right now. Oh, we back on.
Yeah, so just end the live. Type of one, y'all can hear me.
Yeah, we could hear you now. We could hear you now. Yeah, we could hear you now. We could hear you now. Yeah, we could hear you.
Okay. Humans can't help themselves.
Yeah, just delete it, and then I gotta send you that thing so you could put it up for your use and on the screen. But if you're gonna play a video, any
I
video,
don't want to. That's what say, Daggin. This is the one with
that's
Well,
60
go ahead.
minutes.
What do y'all? Matter of fact, let me shut this down now. We'll pick this back up tomorrow. Let me shut this
Yeah,
down
all
now.
right,
We'll
cool.
pick this back
All
up
right.
tomorrow.
Yeah, let's delete the video.
All right.
All right. Peace and love. All right.